This is a tale set in the DC universe, featuring an alternative superhero endowed with the same extraordinary abilities as Hancock, the omnipotent Superman. Of course, the story commences on Paradise Island. Here resides Wonder Woman, Diana, alongside Superman, Clark, and, naturally, the presence of Batman. But that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is, "Here I am," declared Joy. Chapter 1. Arrival at Paradise Island with the omnipotent Superman. Joy felt utterly exasperated. He had traversed realms once more. Initially, he was merely a recent graduate, beset by misfortune when, in the spring of 2021, an unprecedented event confined everyone indoors, leading to the termination of his prospective employment. Consequently, due to an exuberant night spent with friends, he succumbed to an untimely demise. Unnoticed by anyone, he then found himself in the world of Hancock, becoming part of a lineage akin to his own, and for several days he indulged in the societal privileges granted by superhuman abilities. However, this fortunate reprieve was fleeting. During a mishap, he imbibed 2 liters of the elixir of life, only to discover that his destined soulmate was in proximity. Every Superman possesses an absolutely compatible counterpart. Yet, the closer one is to this other half, the weaker their powers become, to the extent that they can rival mortals with divine strength. Thus, Joy succumbed to alcohol poisoning in his final moments. His last thought was a solemn vow to never drink again. Afterward, he embarked on an exceedingly long dream. In this dream, the Bulgarian demon king danced gracefully in a ballroom. Yet, strangely, no other scenes unfolded on my eyes. Wait, why on earth did some peculiar elements infiltrate my dream? What is this about the Bulgarian demon king? Joy shook his head. It was the sound of feminine voices that roused him. His consciousness gradually returned to his corporeal form, and he felt an inexhaustible power flooding into his being. This force was mightier than any moment he had ever experienced, to the extent that he believed he could pierce through the very earth with a single shot. Apologies, that metaphor is somewhat inappropriate. It's rather peculiar. What I mean is, I felt capable of delivering a devastating blow to Hancock. Regrettably, although his awareness was awakened, mastery over his body had yet to be fully restored. Joy cautiously opened his eyes a mere slit. It was dusk. The distant horizon shimmered with golden waves, rolling and surging, while a colossal sun dipped partially below the sea. A massive statue stood sentinel beyond the vast window. Bathed in the sun's waning glow, it appeared draped in silken gold. Joy quickly realized he had traversed realms yet again. And this time, it seemed he had brought with him the powers of his previous existence. No, they were far more formidable. That monumental, earth-like strength. Did this imply that he was no longer in the realm of the omnipotent Superman? After all, Joy had once attempted to manifest at any location on Earth, yet even when it came to encountering his destined beloved across the vast globe, his powers were but a fraction of what they were now. To attain such strength, one would require the passage into another realm. Then, he swiftly realized a certain truth. He was bound by bronze chains atop a spiraled bronze pillar, standing 5 meters high, situated in the heart of a hall adorned in a style reminiscent of ancient Greece or Rome. Have I been transported to ancient Rome? How delightful. Pray, instruct your paramour, Cleopatra, to cleanse herself, Gaius Julius Caesar. For I, the terminator of wives, Joy Hall, have arrived. The thought was indeed exhilarating. As Joy's mind wandered, he discreetly observed his surroundings through the narrow confines of his vision. Numerous women clad in flowing white garments occupied tiered seats, encircling him in a solemn formation. Each of these women was youthful and radiant, their skin ranging from porcelain to a healthy wheat tone. Could this be a gender-swapped version of the Roman Empire? What a fortunate circumstance! At the pinnacle, before an opulent throne resembling the curled feathers of a peacock, stood a queen draped in a white fur coat, her crown glimmering brighter than the stars. Truly, she was breathtakingly exquisite. One could discern that she was likely around 30 years of age, yet her physique and complexion retained the allure of youth. Beside this queen was a youthful visage, presumably a princess, whose beauty was unparalleled. Joy could scarcely restrain himself from opening his eyes. He had believed himself well concealed, yet in truth, everyone had already perceived his awakening. Intruder. The queen approached the edge of the elevated platform of her throne, accompanied by the princess, her gaze fixed upon Joy at eye level. The princess proposed, "Why not allow me to try, mother?" Of course, Diana. The queen acquiesced to her daughter's request. The latter then cast a golden lasso, which shimmered with resplendent light, immediately ensnaring Joy. A peculiar force surged through his entire being. This force was strange, not overwhelmingly powerful, yet Joy found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Additionally, there was an inexplicable desire to divulge all his secrets. The Lasso of Truth. It was indeed the Lasso of Truth. Joy's eyes widened as he connected the titles used by the high-ranking individuals with the realization of his current world. Is this the DC universe? His vision darkened, and he felt the heavens were profoundly unjust. Cursed fate! Return to me, Cleopatra. Return to me, the gender-swapped Caesar. Most importantly, the DC universe is hardly a favorable place here. The realm is rife with malevolent spirits. Some of them might prove quite challenging, even for him. A gust of wind swept through. Joy's face flushed crimson. He inquired, "Could you kindly prepare a pair of trousers for me? I shall pose a question, and you shall respond." Bathed in the twilight's glow, Queen Hippolyta paid no heed to Joy's words. She descended step by step, gazing up at him as though the colossal figure before her were merely a caterpillar. Upon reflection, this seems plausible. If she truly is Hippolyta, the mother of Wonder Woman Diana, she must have lived through countless ages, becoming an ancient being who can utterly disregard the distinctions between genders, long since liberated from mundane desires. Tell me who you are and the purpose of your presence here. Hippolyta's expression revealed not a trace of change. As one of high status, her control over her demeanor was impeccable. Yet internally, her thoughts were far from the calm she projected. How many years had it been since a man graced Paradise Island? How did he breach the outer barriers? Are there other outsiders concealed nearby? I am Joy Hall, unchanged in name or nature. However, I genuinely do not know how I arrived here. I merely drank 2 liters of the water of life, and upon awakening, found myself in your midst. He sniffed, feeling quite aggrieved. Given the choice, what fool would willingly venture to such a ghastly place? The water of life? What is that? A peculiar elixir? Diana inquired with curiosity. Joy explained, spirits distilled vodka, a potent liquor. Oh, Diana's eyes sparkled with uncontainable intrigue. This was the first time in her life she had encountered a man, quite different and rather strange. She cast another glance towards Joy's midsection. However, Queen Hippolyta furrowed her brow. She turned to the only other woman present, aside from herself and Diana, who was capable of moving about and standing, and asked, "Has the Lasso of Truth ever malfunctioned?" Antiope. The Lasso of Truth is a divine artifact from Olympus. It never errs. Do not question the gods, Hippolyta. Antiope promptly refuted Hippolyta's speculation, her demeanor as straightforward as her appearance. I believe he is indeed speaking the truth. As Antiope spoke, she suddenly drew her sword. The blade measured nearly 2 meters in length and weighed at least 100 kilograms, quite incongruous in the hands of such a strikingly beautiful woman. She declared loudly, "We must slay this man of unknown origin." Emphasizing the word man, Joy thought to herself, "Sister, do not harbor prejudice against men. Furthermore, if you truly possess such bias, I would not mind becoming a sister to those present here." Hippolyta waved her hand, saying, "Do not be hasty. Antiope, we still have questions that remain unanswered." Indeed, I still hold some value." Joy felt a profound sense of agreement. He had yet to fully reclaim dominion over his body and was still in a state akin to recovering from general anesthesia. Hippolyta took a deep breath and inquired, "From where do you hail, and what era does the outside world currently inhabit?" Paradise Island had not interacted with the outside world for many years. Joy found himself in a quandary. Yet, under the influence of the truth lasso, he answered candidly, "I am not of your world. I am a traveler from another realm. As for what era it is outside, I do not know." Whispers began to circulate around him. Chapter 2, Demonstrating Power. A traveler? They could all comprehend this concept. In the past, various individuals from other worlds had found their way into this realm. Most were merely ordinary people. Could it be that this traveler before them was also an ordinary individual? Hippolyta found herself uncertain. Perhaps a diplomat from another dimension? Do you come to this world with a specific mission? Not all. Joy raised his voice. This is truly just an accident. Then let us eliminate him. It was at this moment that he made no attempt to break free, leading to the conclusion that this traveler was indeed just an ordinary person. Or perhaps, even if he possessed some special abilities, they were not formidable. Hippolyta had lost interest in further interrogation. As for the world from which Joy hailed, she had no curiosity. Paradise Island harbored no desire for expansion nor the capability to traverse to another world. "I shall take charge." Antiope's eyes sparkled as she spat into her palm and slowly lifted the colossal sword in her hand. Joy felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, sensing a tightening within. He was certain of his immense strength, yet he remained unaware of the true resilience of his body. After all, many weapons on Paradise Island were relics from the mythic age. Antiope held a position of great significance. The massive sword she wielded might very well be a divine gift from some deity. Such an artifact could potentially harm him. Wait, please allow me to speak, Your Majesty. Joy felt a glimmer of hope. If he could just hold on a little longer, he might regain control over his body. Almost simultaneously with his plea, Diana interjected, "Please hold on a moment." Mother, Diana held a unique status on the island. Even Antiope had to cease her actions due to her convictions. Perhaps we should observe him for a while after all. He has committed no fault except for appearing before us unclothed. Diana cast a fleeting glance at Joy, yet refrained from meeting his gaze, turning instead to the others in the hall. We are not barbaric savages, nor are we monstrous creatures quick to resort to violence. Perhaps we ought to grant him a chance and endeavor to help him integrate into the outside world if he is indeed unable to return to his own. Joy was not well versed in the perspectives of the DC universe, yet he was aware of Wonder Woman's reputation. Diana had always been a paragon of virtue. Her resolve to prevent Hippolyta from executing him deeply moved Joy. We cannot allow him to leave, Antiope declared firmly, her grip on the massive sword revealing the tension in her muscles as she gazed up at Joy. We must not risk any possibility of exposing ourselves. That is indisputable. Joy discerned that Diana was earnestly seeking a solution. Even a youth like him, who had recently entered society, could perceive this. Hippolyta, with her vast experience, certainly grasped it as well. Then, shall we allow Mr. Hall to remain on Paradise Island for the time being? Diana's tone carried an almost pleading quality. She was still naive and inexperienced, unaware of how to conceal her emotions, and she possessed a profound sense of compassion. Furthermore, she was inherently kind-hearted. However, unnoticed by others, Joy's demeanor gradually shifted to one of indifference. Not fearlessness, rather, a sense of apathy. He had the power to move, the profound strength of the earth, and the divine control over the surrounding elements. All rested in his hands. Hippolyta continued to deliberate. Yet, Anthepe's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A faint but distinct sound of metal fracturing caught her attention. The metal was breaking. Antiope slightly raised her hand that gripped the sword. "Get behind me, Diana." As a warrior of millennia, most of Anthepe's life had been spent in combat and training. Her acute instincts warned her that something was about to transpire. "Bronze. Bronze is cracking," a sharp-eyed Amazon warrior exclaimed. This outcry indeed drew the attention of all the Amazon warriors. As anticipated, the bronze chains binding Joy were fracturing inch by inch. Metallic dust began to drift downwards. With a thud, Joy had completely freed himself from his restraints, landing on the cold marble floor. With a swift motion, he pulled down a massive curtain beside him, wrapping it around himself. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer exposed to the world. "Listen to me, ladies, I have no intention of becoming your adversary." Joy raised his hands, displaying his palms to signify his benign intentions. Despite his capability to exit this place, or even effortlessly topple the entire palace, there was no necessity for such actions. The Amazons had not yet inflicted any substantial harm upon him, and this was, after all, Paradise Island. No one could ascertain whether something lurked in the island's shadows, observing the unfolding events from a distance. However, swish, 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 the sound of swords being drawn resonated throughout the chamber. The women clad in flowing gowns reminiscent of ancient Greek court attire unsheathed their long swords, the blades reflecting the blood-red light of the setting sun onto Joy's face. Almost without direction, the women who had initially played the role of judges transformed into seasoned warriors. They tore at the hems of their gowns and slashed their long sleeves, rendering their movements unimpeded. With swords pointed at him, Joy found himself speechless. He had forgotten that this was indeed Paradise Island. Each of those strikingly beautiful women was a warrior prepared to face death without hesitation. It would indeed be peculiar if, upon a mere utterance, they succumbed to his dominance and willingly joined his harem. They would not engage in peaceful negotiations with Joy until Hippolyta had spoken. This thing actually shattered on its own. Joy raised the copper lock with his left hand, inadvertently squeezing it into a distorted shape, and an awkward smile crept across his face. Voices could be heard from outside the hall. Clearly, the commotion had attracted the attention of the guards. "Raise your hands where I can see them, intruder." Antiope's voice rose in volume, her massive sword casting a colossal shadow on the wall behind her, obscuring the ancient, wild animal skull trophies. Glancing at his indeed raised hands, Joy took a slight step back. I genuinely bear no ill will, this formidable lady. Antiope, Antiope, then why attempt to break free? You intend to kill me, madam? Joy could no longer contain his frustration. Raising his voice to emphasize his growing irritation, he slowly lowered his hands and surveyed the surroundings. I suggest you all put away your weapons. We surely do not wish for any bloodshed to occur here. Bloodshed? Only you? Antiope's tone dripped with disdain, yet she showed no intention of lowering her massive sword. Thunderous roar. With his right hand shaped like a blade, Joy struck downward towards the sea beyond the window. Antiope's pupils constricted in horror at the sight of an unfathomably terrifying event. The hall's seaward side was utterly obliterated, and a fierce wind surged violently into the chamber. The Amazon warriors extended their arms in defense. Fleeting shadows danced upon their limbs, cast by the debris and the surging waves. Vague and indistinct, one could scarcely discern pairs of terrified eyes. In the farthest reaches visible from this precipice, the sea appeared to be cleft in twain, much like the account in the book of Exodus, where the Hebrews traversed the Sahara. Encountering the pursuing forces of Pharaoh at the Red Sea, in that moment of dire peril, Moses raised his staff, and with a mighty eastern wind, the waves parted to reveal a dry path. Now, this ocean, which provided sanctuary to Paradise Island and its Amazons, was astonishingly divided in that instant. Can we now sit down and have a proper discussion? Joy spread his arms, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Chapter 3. The Peculiar Tattoo. With utmost caution, he assessed the entirety of his limbs, relieved to find no parts missing due to this absurd ordeal of crossing realms. A stroke of fortune indeed. Joy exhaled, yet was swiftly overtaken by a wave of soreness and fatigue that engulfed his body, prompting an involuntary hiss. Is this a post-transportation after effect? A significant depletion of energy, wherein the exertion of excessive power leads to a state of physical overload. He gazed toward the vast window beside him, inhaling deeply. Here, the sky unfolded in a pristine tapestry of stars, innumerable and breathtaking, captivating Joy's gaze. He belonged to a particular ilk. He, Hancock, and Hancock's former girlfriend, Mary, along with the elusive soul mate Joy had yet to encounter. Their singular vulnerability lay in their destined counterparts beyond that. They knew no fear. With feet firmly planted upon the earth, their strength flowed ceaselessly and inexhaustibly. Yet, it seemed that the journey across realms had severely drained Joy's energy. Even though he could continuously draw power from the ground, a protracted period would be required for complete recovery. Fortuitously, just moments ago, Joy had temporarily secured the privilege of residing on Paradise Island, a decision weighed by Queen Hippolyta. Once again, it was proven that rules are ultimately shattered by the formidable. Had Joy not exhibited his extraordinary might, but instead existed merely as an ordinary man, he might well have been cleaved into 8 pieces by Antiope. Of course, he had vowed to depart once his body was fully restored. Indeed, despite showcasing such immense and fearsome power, Joy himself was reluctant to remain here for an extended duration. Paradise Island, if all went as expected, concealed many life-threatening secrets. Joy was averse to trouble in his previous life. While still friends with Hancock, the latter was persuaded to assume the role of a superhero, while Joy Hall, possessing foresight, aligned himself with the government, earning a 7-figure salary each month while parading as a civil servant, living a life of unparalleled comfort at a typical situation where there is little work but ample reward. The job entails doing nothing at all that if one were to remain on Paradise Island indefinitely. It is impossible to predict when circumstances may arise that necessitate Joy's intervention. With a deep sigh, he contemplated, I should ascertain what era we are currently in. If humanity were still mired in the pre-industrial revolution, the age of cold weapons, he could easily venture out to acquire a noble title and become a minor lord, thus establishing himself as a modest local sovereign. As he spoke, he donned the loose linen trousers prepared for him by 2 Amazons. Though the fabric was somewhat uncomfortable, it at least provided a semblance of modesty. By the way, what is that? A feminine voice emerged from behind him. Joy, with his back turned, stretched his muscles and yawned widely. What did you say? The visitor was Diana. Joy had already heard her footsteps. Evidently, the future Wonder Woman was in high spirits, her steps light and her voice brimming with excitement. On your back. After entering the room and placing her change of clothes down, Diana looked at Joy's back. Is that a tattoo? Bring me a mirror. Though Joy's voice sounded composed, he was far from it. He had never engaged in the act of tattooing, neither in his first life nor in the second. In his first life, he had planned to serve in the military, where tattoos were prohibited in the second life, with his physique alongside Hancock's. What needle could penetrate his skin? Diana responded with an "oh," opened the wardrobe, revealing a smooth copper mirror embedded within. Joy hastily examined the tattoo on his back. It was an intricate pattern formed of black, line-like stripes, reminiscent of an ink wash painting, twisting and coiling into a bizarre yet grand depiction of a human head with a serpentine body that was not large, merely the size of a palm, situated between his shoulder blades, and when his muscles moved, it appeared to come alive, contorting in strange postures. Initially, he felt nothing, but upon seeing it, the tattoo began to throb with a subtle pain it was more than mere pain, it seemed to be slowly siphoning Joy's life force, with signs of aging and wrinkles appearing on the surrounding skin. What could this be? Was there a problem during the traversal? This phenomenon manifested only after I arrived in your world. Joy shook his shoulders, pulling on his shirt to cover the unsettling tattoo. He invited Diana to sit down and poured each of them a cup of a beverage that resembled tea, yet was not quite tea. I do not know what it is, but it is draining my vitality. Perhaps it is a curse. Do you have any knowledge of it? I do not, for there are no witches on Paradise Island. Diana cradled her cup with both hands, her gaze fixed intently on Joy. Do I have flowers on my face? No, you look quite different from us, Diana elucidated. They say you are a man, yet my mother has never explained to me what a man truly is. Then do not indulge in unnecessary curiosity. Joy gestured dismissively. He was somewhat reluctant to engage with Diana, who was fated to be the child of destiny within this narrative. Despite lacking any substantial knowledge, altering the fate of a world's chosen one, or inadvertently influencing it, could potentially yield undesirable repercussions for himself. Diana, feeling a twinge of frustration, murmured, "Oh," and then the room lapsed into silence. Joy was preoccupied with fastening the buttons of his attire. The garments of Paradise Island were markedly different from those of ancient Greece, being more constricting yet more convenient, albeit with an abundance of buttons. In truth, Joy was not a cold individual, he merely possessed a somewhat timid disposition. This silence rendered the atmosphere slightly awkward. Thus, he took the initiative to break the stillness. So, Your Highness, do you have something to convey? This room was situated in a residential area, adjacent to cliffs and the sea, a considerable distance from the royal palace. The waves roared, and Joy's ears perked up. He thought he discerned some peculiar sounds. However, upon closer listening, those sounds seemed to vanish into thin air. Perhaps it was merely a hallucination born of fatigue. Oh, yes, indeed, my mother. Queen Hippolyta has sent me to invite you to a banquet at the palace tomorrow, and it seems she wishes to discuss certain matters. All right, I understand. Joy finally donned his attire, the tattoos on his back brushing against the fabric with a painful sting, as if they threatened to ignite. He needed to find a way to remove this mark. After all, Paradise Island was a remnant of the mythological age. Surely, there must be a solution here. Tomorrow, when he visited the palace, he could attempt to seek assistance from Hippolyta. As for the price he could offer, there would always be one. At least for now, the prowess Joy exhibited bore a striking resemblance to the gods as they were remembered, and such strength would surely find its utility. I shall escort you, Your Highness. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, once Diana had finished her tea, Joy issued a polite dismissal. He had previously shared numerous anecdotes from his experiences in the prior worlds, primarily recounting the intriguing aspects of the last world. Now, she seemed somewhat reluctant to depart, lingering as if enchanted. One last question. One final question. So, if you are hungry, can you simply have someone deliver food to your home? Yes, that is called takeout. I recall a delivery service in Russia named Dead from Hunger. When I was there with Hancock on business, we ordered pizza for lunch, and it only arrived by evening. Well. Chapter 4. The Transaction Indeed. You possess formidable power, Mr. Hall, yet you must vacate this place. You owe us a precise time frame. Paradise Island is the domain of the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, and you cannot trespass upon their territory indefinitely. The Queen's voice was discernible only to Joy, part threat, part inquiry. Although Joy suspected that Zeus might have already fallen, he refrained from voicing this thought. At an elongated dining table, he was honored to secure a seat to the left of Queen Hippolyta. However, this position was far from pleasant. Opposite him sat Antiope, with Diana beside her. and the table's location was in the heart of the hall, almost under the scrutiny of all present. It had been many years since a man had graced Paradise Island, and Joy, being aligned with the aesthetic preferences of the majority of women, naturally attracted a considerable amount of attention. Fortunately, Joy was blissfully unconcerned, primarily due to the absence of any tangible threat to himself. Even the prospect of someone spying on him while bathing did not faze him. He was engrossed in attempting to conquer a leg of lamb, the tempting hot oil splattering onto his attire. Hearing Hippolyta's deliberately lowered voice, Joy smirked and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Everyone has their difficulties. Allow me to recuperate for about 10 days or so, and I shall take my leave without carrying away a single cloud. How does that sound? By the way, this lamb is quite delectable." Upon receiving the desired response, the queen's demeanor brightened considerably, radiating vitality. It seemed she had contemplated many matters over the past 10 hours. With a smile gracing her lips, she replied, "If it pleases you, I shall instruct the chef to send you half a leg every day. I cannot manage more than that." Joy primarily drew energy from the Earth's essence, thus had little requirement for sustenance quantity. He had experienced a touch of insomnia the previous night. After all, being in a new environment often led to restless thoughts. Naturally, he had not recklessly ventured out to explore, despite a slight desire to do so. After all, they had provided him with a temporary refuge, albeit perhaps reluctantly. The sage does not dwell on the heart's motives. Regardless of the queen's intentions in allowing Joy to remain, she had indeed done so. Joy was not the sort to disregard kindness, especially in such circumstances, and to pry into their secrets would have been rather ungrateful. The enormous windows faced the vast ocean, with 2 white peacocks engaged in a tender display upon the windowsill. Joy could hardly bear to witness such affection before him, and thus he hurled a claw of a crab, meticulously stripped of flesh, startling them into flight. Of course, he had moderated his strength, otherwise the Amazon warriors present might have been fortunate witnesses to a sanguine spectacle. "By the way, Your Majesty, Princess Diana mentioned you sought me for a matter today, didn't she?" Joy wiped the remnants of his meal from the corner of his mouth before sitting up straight. He did not forget about Diana's visit yesterday. He did not lower his voice, thus many heard him. Antiope furrowed her brow and suddenly grasped Hippolyta's wrist, seemingly in strong opposition to what the latter was about to say. Appropriate compromise and negotiation can sometimes yield great benefits, Antiope. Hippolyta gently brushed aside Antiope's hand. She looked towards Diana, who was feigning interest in her meal while eavesdropping nearby. "Can you check if that sword is still there, my daughter? You know which sword I speak of." "But mother, this is not a request, Diana." Hippolyta's tone abruptly turned stern. This was not a favorable sign. Joy subtly recoiled. What matter required avoidance of Diana? Could it be a proposal of marriage? After all, Paradise Island had not seen the arrival of new life for millennia. "Please follow me, Mr. Hall." Hippolyta rose, this time without any attendants. Not even Antiope moved. Joy raised an eyebrow slightly, but followed suit. "Our island is a creation of the gods, and all Amazon warriors are children of the divine." Hippolyta walked ahead, sharing some history of Paradise Island with Joy. He was well aware of this, yet tactfully refrained from interruption. "For thousands of years, we have pressed forward, until we reached a room at the end of the corridor outside the hall. The room contained only a table and 2 chairs, devoid of decoration. "Sit," Hippolyta commanded. Joy complied and took a seat. "In recent years, we sense that a malevolent and powerful entity remains alive, even growing stronger." Hippolyta stated. This was no longer subtle, having already informed Joy of much. Joy nodded, understood. "You and your people can sense certain evil presences." "No, we do not possess any peculiar abilities," Hippolyta retorted, fixing her gaze on Joy's eyes. "To put it plainly, that presence should be regarded as a deity, and indeed the most formidable one, and we, to a certain extent, can sense the existence of divine beings." Joy touched the tip of his nose, diverting the subject. "By the way, how does your chef prepare such delectable food? This pertains to some secrets of Paradise Island." "Oh right, I just remembered I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Your Majesty." "Mr. Hall." Hippolyta leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Joy's gaze faltered. He knew to whom she referred. It was none other than the god of war, Ares. This implied that the current narrative was set before the events of the first Wonder Woman film, with the external timeline likely around the First World War. Joy understood Hippolyta's implication. The film posits that Diana's destiny is to vanquish Ares. Yet, what relevance does this hold for him? Why would he risk his life against Ares for the sake of strangers with whom he shares no connection? This world is not akin to that of Hancock. Even the true Superman can be bested. One can only imagine the fate of the imitation Joy. He absent-mindedly cleared his ears, addressing the sovereign. "Your Majesty." I have no desire to meddle in your familial entanglements. Would it not suffice for me to recuperate in peace and then depart? Alternatively, I could leave at once. Given that this occurs before the First World War, Joy should face minimal peril. If he could find a safe haven for a fortnight, his injuries would heal completely. Hippolyta's gaze flickered, yet she resumed her seat, her brow slightly furrowed. Diana's chances against him are slim. However, I have witnessed divine might. Mr. Hall, your strength rivals that of the gods. With your assistance, this endeavor would become significantly more manageable. I merely wish to remain uninvolved. Engaging in a conflict with Ares does not pique my interest, Joy reiterated, waving his hand dismissively. He was aware of the narrative and wanted to assure that long-legged lady would prevail. Ares was inconsequential. However, should he intervene and alter the course of fate, the future would remain unpredictable. Hippolyta regarded Joy intently. I never claimed our adversary was Ares. Joy fell silent, his expression darkening, his demeanor becoming markedly more composed. I aspire to secure an opportunity for the full support of Paradise Island in the future, even if it necessitates revealing your existence. Is this a transaction? Perhaps. As Joy stood, he felt a familiar sting from the tattoo on his back. There is a second condition. I am aware that there are individuals on Paradise Island who possess knowledge of curses. I require her assistance. Hippolyta did not respond immediately. She rested her chin on her hand, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a pause, she said, for the first condition, I cannot allow my people to be placed in great peril. Agreed, Joy nodded, although uncertain of when it might be necessary. Every Amazon was akin to a diminished version of Captain America, representing a formidable military force. As for the second condition, we indeed lack the presence of a witch. Hippolyta pondered, noticing Joy's expression darkening with concern. She then smiled warmly. However, I am aware of a deity's abode. If you bring a token, he may be able to assist you. Which deity? Joy searched his memory, but found himself at a loss. He nodded, then the agreement is sealed. I will help you eliminate the threat known as Ares, and you. Suddenly, the tattoo on his back burned fiercely, as if it were ablaze. Not long ago, those peculiar sounds resurfaced from the depths of the sea, seemingly the movements of a colossal creature. Joy ceased his speech abruptly, turning sharply to gaze into the dark currents beneath the dazzling sunlight and frothy waves. Do you and your people keep pets? White peacocks? Hounds? Warhorses? Do these count? Hippolyta inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her expression. Suddenly, a fierce wind stirred, tousling Joy's hair. What I mean is, do you keep snakes on Paradise Island? His gaze deepened as he perceived the enormity lurking beneath the surface. It was a gigantic serpent. Atop its head sat a woman, a hybrid of human and snake, reminiscent of the tattoo etched upon Joy's back. Chapter 5. Hydra and the mother of all demons. I do not quite grasp your meaning, Mr. Hall, Hippolyta began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by the thunderous roar of a ferocious beast. The sound echoed through the heavens, sending shockwaves that churned the waves. A buzzing filled Hippolyta's ears, undoubtedly due to a temporary impairment of her hearing. Yet, scarcely a few seconds later, the island resonated with the fervent sound of horns. An attack! An attack! Quickly, prepare for battle. Not all the inhabitants of the island were present at the feast. The majority of the Amazon warriors remained ever vigilant, as was customary. Thus, when the unexpected occurred, the war horns had already been sounded. Hippolyta turned sharply, her eyes, now somewhat clouded with the passage of time, suddenly flashing with a glimmer of fear. Outside, above the tumultuous waves, a massive shadow began to rise. What is that? She exclaimed, her voice raised, perhaps due to her still recovering hearing. A serpent, I presume. Joy stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he positioned himself before Hippolyta, shielding her from the creaturesque gaze. The skin beneath his tattoo felt intensely heated, as though marked by some mysterious insignia. He recalled a childhood book where the protagonist, Harry Potter, bore a similar scar, which would sting painfully when in proximity to the antagonist, Voldemort. Could it be that this tattoo bore a similar purpose? You would do well to return to your guards. My queen, Joy urged, sensing that perhaps vanquishing this creature would quell the torment of his tattoo. The shadow loomed ever larger, its mere head eclipsing the sun, instilling a profound terror. Those dark yellow eyes, with their slit pupils, seemed to peer into the very soul of the island. The ocean roiled, and the clouds fragmented. The roar of the colossal beast swept across Paradise Island like an irresistible shockwave. First, the shell wind chimes hanging from the circular window swayed wildly, producing a jarring cacophony. Finally, the bronze bells scattered throughout the island chimed in, creating a tumultuous uproar, an overwhelming clamor. Hippolyta bit her lip, remaining steadfast in her position. This was perhaps the closest point on the island to the monstrous entity. The massive creature, which obscured the sky and blocked the sun's rays from illuminating Paradise Island, emerged from the ocean, its ancient yellow vertical pupils glimmering with a hint of anthropomorphic mockery. Undoubtedly, this being, resembling an ancient or otherworldly creature, possessed an intellect akin to that of humankind. Its forked tongue flicked out, and the sound of its scales brushing against one another resembled the harsh clinking of metal fragments. They parted slightly, extending downward to depths beneath the sea, unseen by the naked eye, before suddenly snapping shut with a sharp, metallic wail. "Do you recognize it, Your Majesty?" Joy exhibited no unusual expression, his muscles taut, ready to unleash a terrifying force at any moment. Yet, before that, it was prudent to ascertain its origins. He had a fleeting recollection, but in comparison to the creature etched in his memory, this one appeared far too immense. After a brief moment of panic, Hippolyta swiftly regained her composure. True to her status as the Amazon Queen, she had participated in numerous battles of dire consequence to the world. Antiope had promptly initiated a war mobilization, for she was the mightiest warrior on Paradise Island, leading hundreds of Amazon warriors to fortify the coastline without hesitation. More Amazons were hastening from the rear, steeds galloping with their riders from every direction, coalescing into a dark tide. They advanced beneath the overwhelming shadow, marching toward the master of that very obscurity. Such bravery was Joy's sole assessment. He recalled a time in another world, when he had revealed terrifying power under the watchful eyes of the Pentagon, as vast armored divisions fearlessly surged toward California, despite their weapons being utterly ineffective against him. Hippolyta continued to scrutinize the fearsome creature, its skull jagged and terrifying. Many suffer from megalophobia, yet at such close proximity, one could not help but marvel at its magnitude and the distorted beauty showcased by its metallic scales as they slowly undulated. But that was far from sufficient. Accompanied by increasingly tumultuous waves, it seemed as if mountains twisted and coiled beneath the surface of the water, with more frenzied black shadows intertwining and rising. With a hiss, 8 heads, each as colossal as the one above, erupted skyward, emitting a terrifying roar beneath the sun. The scales brushed against one another, emitting a piercing sound, while shadows twisted and contorted, nearly obscuring half the island. Towering waves, reaching heights of several meters, crashed against the shores of Paradise Island. From south to north, the tumultuous sea relentlessly assaulted the once tranquil waters, the resounding roars reverberating throughout the entirety of Paradise Island. "It is Hydra, the Hydra!" Hippolyta stood by the window, her palm gripping the wooden frame so tightly that her veins became visibly pronounced. She remarked, "It is truly astonishing that it was not this immense, was it?" Joy cast a wary glance. For reasons unknown, he felt a strange familiarity emanating from this colossal 9-headed beast, a sensation both vague and reminiscent, as if it were a fleeting glimpse from a distant past. The monstrous creature with 9 heads stretched its form, each slight movement capable of inciting cataclysmic havoc. Fortunately, it was in the ocean. Had it appeared on the territory of any nation on land, in a world where humanity possesses no more than automatic rifles, the regime of that country would surely collapse in an instant. Such a familiar feeling, isn't it, my darling? An alluring female voice resonated from all directions, akin to a siren's song. Strangely, although it did not seem loud, it appeared to reach the ears of every individual. Was it a supernatural force? In his previous world, Joy had wielded powers akin to thunder and hurricanes. Much like Hancock's former lover, upon arriving in this realm, such abilities should have been significantly enhanced. Yet, this method of telepathy, well, he was entirely unfamiliar with it. "Do you see that central head? There is a peculiar woman atop it, half woman, half snake." Joy pointed at Hydra, disregarding the ancient language emanating from the half-human, half-serpent figure. "Do you know what she is?" Hippolyta's demeanor was difficult to categorize as either good or bad, but it was evident that she harbored a strong aversion towards that creature. Her expression was notably grave. "Echidna, the mother of all monsters." As she uttered the name, her eyes narrowed, and her right hand instinctively rested on the hilt of her sword at her waist. Echidna and her Hydra refrained from direct confrontation, seemingly in search of something hidden upon the island. Meanwhile, the arrows shot from the longbows, masterpieces of the cold weapon era, could not breach Hydra's defenses. It is worth noting that each Amazonian strength could easily be likened to a diluted version of Captain America from the adjacent Marvel universe. Yet their arrows could not even penetrate its scales. "My lady, what shall we do? Our arrows cannot pierce its armor." A woman with her hair tied back appeared at the door. To Joy's surprise, it was not Diana. He scoffed. Hippolyta removed the cloak from her back, revealing exquisite armor with a metallic sheen that adorned her chest and hips. "So, Does it follow that the less the Amazons wear, the greater their combat prowess? Joy was tempted to voice the question, yet refrained, recognizing the potential rudeness of such an inquiry. I require a weapon potent enough to vanquish this creature. Hippolyta did not seek Joy's assistance. Instead, she turned and strode away. The Godslayer's sword. Yes, the very weapon originally intended to confront Joy. He stretched languidly, turning to face the sea, deliberately ignoring the silhouette of Her Majesty. Supporting his chin with both hands, he leaned against the windowsill. Suddenly, his gaze locked with one of Hydra's heads. In response, its writhing, chaotic form recoiled as if startled, but the 9 colossal heads simultaneously turned, fixing their piercing stares upon Joy. The hissing sound of serpents, amplified, resonated like the wails of the damned, accentuated by the 9 pairs of lifeless, yellow-slit pupils that scrutinized him. The so-called Echidna emerged above Hydra, seemingly diminutive in comparison, yet inciting a tempest in the clouds and weather. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, but now torrents of rain descended. Hydra roared defiantly, flicking its tongue as it slowly advanced towards Paradise Island, its eyes still locked on Joy. Am I the target? Joy flexed his joints, gradually adjusting his stance. He glanced at Echidna, noting the complete darkness that enveloped her eyes, and her striking features prompted a calm smile. Just in time, I have matters to discuss with you. At that moment, a white figure, swift as lightning, pierced through the air, unleashing a terrifying shockwave as it ascended from the base of the Athena statue outside. Joy was taken aback. It was Diana. The weapon in her grasp was extraordinary, seemingly the very Godslayer's sword that Hippolyta sought to acquire. Merely a counterfeit, Joy murmured. Although he was not well versed in this world, he had seen enough films to recognize that, at least in Wonder Woman's standalone film, this object was shattered into fragments with a mere flick by Ares. The true Godslayer was not an external artifact, but rather Diana herself. As a side note, Joy mused that had he been the one to wield it, the sword might have shattered even more effortlessly. Diana, lacking the ability to fly for the moment, relied solely on her remarkable leaping prowess. This alone distinguished her from other Amazons. The Godslayer's sword radiated a brilliant golden light, appearing somewhat formidable. No, Diana, you are no match for it. Antiope was beside herself with anxiety. Though she, like Hippolyta, understood Diana's true identity, it was clear that the latter had yet to fully mature. Meanwhile, the actual master of Hydra, Echidna, was the legendary ancient sorceress said to possess powers rivaling those of Zeus. It was too late. Diana, propelled by momentum, advanced with unwavering determination. Clearly, she had long been aware that she was no ordinary Amazonian. With such formidable power at her disposal, how could she witness her comrades perish? The colossal head descended from above like a meteorite, its gaping maw, exceeding 30 meters in diameter, opened wide. Although the radiant Godslayer's sword in Diana's grasp momentarily pierced the Hydra's skin, it proved futile. The sheer magnitude of the creature rendered the sword's damage negligible. Within the shadow cast by the monstrous serpent's head, Diana appeared as a delectable morsel, poised to be devoured whole. Aside from slightly capturing the attention of one of the heads, she seemed incapable of achieving more. The beast continued its relentless advance towards Joey, and Echidna's gaze remained fixated upon him. Something about me draws you in, Joey pondered. Perhaps it would be necessary to interrogate this half-human, half-serpent creature thoroughly afterward. If need be, Joey would not mind adopting the name Su Xian temporarily, transforming into a hero of the grasslands. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. With a quiet sigh, Joey vanished in the next moment, causing a portion of the palace to collapse instantaneously. Debris and dust propelled several meters into the air by the tremendous force. He lacked the biological force field of a true superhero, unable to counteract the external forces exerted upon him. Do you go by Echidna? A calm male voice resonated between the heavens and the sea. At that moment, there were mere seconds remaining before Diana was engulfed. Then, to the astonishment of the Amazon warriors, they witnessed the Hydra encounter an inferno akin to the sun's surface. Except for the stoutest and most robust head, which remained unscathed, the other heads began to shatter without warning, commencing from the one that had swallowed Diana. Like glass, fissures spread across the Hydra's body at an astonishing rate, transforming inch by inch into swirling ashes. The Hydra, reduced to a single head, crashed heavily to the ground. This was the true tempest. A towering wall of water surged, carrying the force of annihilation towards Paradise Island, while the waters surrounding the Hydra were completely vacated, revealing its immense form to all. The sea was violently displaced in all directions. The excruciating pain finally compelled the Hydra to thrash about, its final head emitting a horrific wail. Ashes ascended, obscuring the sky, only to be washed away by torrential rain. With a splash, Diana, having lost her support, plummeted into the sea. The onlookers then turned to the still raining heights, where two figures stood resolute. Moments ago, Joey had unleashed hundreds of punches within a mere tenth of a second, each blow capable of shattering mountains, resulting in such an effect upon the Hydra's form. It had not been a daunting task. Afterward, he swiftly clasped Echidna's neck, his breath a warm gust against her face. Do you seek me for something? Chapter 6. The Slaying of the Hydra. The remaining head of the Hydra, commanding an immensely terrifying form akin to a mountain, writhed silently, producing only the thunderous roar of surging waves, unleashing incomparable energy shocks into the sky. The tumult of the sea posed no greater threat to Paradise Island. In fact, the true peril lay in the ancient barrier that had long shielded Paradise Island and the Amazons from the outside world. At this moment, the clouds generated by the barrier were being shattered by the energy waves produced by the monstrous creatures thrashing. Such vitality. I have never encountered anything like this in nature. Joy mused, his grip tightening as he became increasingly fascinated by the Hydra. He contemplated briefly before adding, except for those soft-bodied invertebrates, like earthworms or octopuses. Nothing else can retain life and such formidable vitality after losing over 70% of its body. As Joy tightened his hold on Echidna's neck, the tattoo on his back grew increasingly hot, almost searing. A fervent desire to kill raged deep within him. Crush her, Joy, end her. It seemed that by doing so, the tattoo and its accompanying negative effects would vanish. Indeed, Joy found himself inclined toward this supposition. We can talk, Echidna managed to extract from her vocal cords. The events had transpired so swiftly that she could scarcely react. This stirred a sense of fear within the legendary mother of all monsters. Even the once relatively weak Hydra could engage in a prolonged battle with an Olympian god, and though ultimately defeated, it would not have been utterly annihilated. With over 80% of its vitality extinguished, what power does this man possess? Although she endeavored to conceal her emotions, Joy discerned the fear in her words. Yet, her eyes, now returned to normal, betrayed no emotional fluctuation, no fear, nor anything else, merely a calmness akin to stone. This, he realized, warranted caution. If she were truly terrified to the point of losing her wits, her eyes would reflect significant panic. Very well. Let us discuss why you have set your sights upon me. Joy slightly relaxed his grip on Echidna, though his brow furrowed deeper. He sensed something lurking nearby, beyond the barrier, close to Paradise Island, something reminiscent of the Hydra. The winds were calm, and the torrential rain had ceased. The clouds that once shrouded the sky have dissipated, revealing a vast and magnificent circle as sunlight once again bathes the island of Paradise and the calming sea. The Amazons, perplexed by the recent events, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. They only knew that the once mighty Hydra had been reduced to ashes at the hands of Joy Hall. Antiope, while retrieving Diana from the waters, distinctly witnessed the moment Joy struck against Echidna. It is worth noting that the latter is a terrifying ancient deity, feared even in the legends of the Amazons, a figure whose conversation need not fear prying ears. Joy soared through the air, relying on a force field that differed from the biological force fields of Superman. It was something far more enigmatic. What are you? Echidna slithered around Joy, indifferent to the fate of Hydra. Her voice was laced with confusion, strange and truly peculiar. The sound of scales brushing together filled the air, and despite being suspended in the void, Echidna, the mother of all monsters, seemed to defy gravity as she circled Joy. If one overlooked her face and upper body, which were twice the size of an ordinary human's, she could indeed be deemed an enchanting beauty. Her slender, alluring serpentine tail exuded an exotic charm, and the translucent purple fabric of her attire revealed her graceful waist. Joy remained unmoved, experiencing an unusual sensation, an awakening of emotions he had never encountered before, something akin to desire. Is this mere charm? Joy furrowed his brow. Tell me, what is missing from these letters? Echidna paused, taken aback. You know what's missing. With a swift motion, Joy flipped her over and advanced, this time with true intent to kill. Do not toy with me. Answer all my questions. His breath, warm and fierce, met Echidna's face, as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Joy's strength was recovering rapidly, allowing him to wield at least 20 to 30% of his power, even the climate shifting in response to his emotional fluctuations. More than a god, he resembled a deity. Please, temper your wrath, Echidna implored, her eyes shimmering with a beautiful golden light under the sun. Her serpentine tail bifurcated, transforming into long, pale legs adorned with intricate purple tattoos that only intensified her allure. Your power is truly magnificent. You are like acknowledging her inferiority to Joy. Echidna finally lowered her guard. 3 days ago, I emerged from the void, bestowed with a formidable power, perhaps a gift, or perhaps a miracle. In any case, I acquired it, and swiftly accelerated the growth of my children to heights I had never dared to imagine. Yet, as a price, a searing, dark tattoo manifested upon my back. She recounted her tale, her form shrinking to the size of Joy, evoking a sense of pity within me. Joy's pupils contracted. Was it not 3 days ago that she traversed into this world? Was there a deeper significance to this? With a gentle wave of her hand, a cloud of darkness oozed from the crevices of the molecules, seemingly materializing out of thin air, enveloping the two and obscuring the events occurring within from Hippolyte and the others. Turning around, Joy spoke. Echidna bit her lip, pivoting away. With a sudden motion, Joy tore her garment asunder. Indeed, her alabaster back revealed a dark blue tattoo. The tattoo bore rough lines, faintly resembling Joy's silhouette, yet devoid of any facial features. You possess a similar tattoo upon your back, do you not? We are of the same kind. Echidna swayed closer to Joy, this time eschewing her enchanting arts. Simply drawing nearer, she continued, if you spare my life, we shall become the most loyal of allies, and my children will serve as your most formidable weapons. Joy appeared somewhat intrigued. Seizing the moment, Echidna slumped against Joy, akin to a siren entwined around him. Consider the power we could wield together. The world shall bow before us, and we shall be emperors, nestled upon our throne. How intriguing, Joy mused, wrapping his arms around Echidna's slender waist. You nearly swayed me, he remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he tightened his embrace. If it were not for those toxins, however, Echidna's expression faltered momentarily. Yet, Joy's smile remained unyielding. Have I mentioned how robust my immune system is? Dark gas seeped from his pores, dissipating into the air. That is impossible, Echidna exclaimed, her initial panic giving way to a steely resolve. A dagger, far more perilous and resilient than the god-slaying sword wielded by Diana, lunged fiercely towards Joy's chest. With a mere flick of his fingers, Joy intercepted the blade, halting it in its tracks. At that moment, the final head of the Hydra surged forth from the depths. As if a mountain emerging from the sea, its target unmistakably Joy himself. Yet, he merely stamped his foot. A violent shockwave erupted, nearly overturning the entirety of the ocean. Colossal waves crashing towards the barrier. The sole of his foot created a crater upon the head of the colossal serpent, reminiscent of a meteor's impact. With brain matter scattering in all directions, and blood swiftly saturating the surrounding waters. Its body convulsed violently, yet ultimately succumbed to the cessation of life. Do you long to end my existence? Joy tightened his embrace around Echidna, his hands akin to unyielding metal. Let me surmise, by slaying me. Do you hope to seize some form of power? Echidna remained silent, fixated on Joy's visage, as if to etch it into her memory. In the next instant, a thunderous clap resounded as a bolt of lightning, trailing flames, descended from the heavens, crashing into the ocean. The waves had yet to churn before being vaporized by the intense heat. Joy summoned every ounce of strength he could muster. Echidna's form disintegrated into dust amidst the friction with air and seawater, her bones, flesh, and blood all vanishing into the depths. Simultaneously, a dark azure light ascended from where Echidna had perished, melding into Joy's being under his contemplative gaze. Chapter 7, Resurrection. The incident involving Echidna rendered the banquet untenable. Nevertheless, it provided the Amazons with a more visceral understanding of Joy's combat prowess. Perhaps I should amend the rules during your battle with Ares. Your sole concern should be to ensure Diana's safety. What do you think? Hippolyta placed the Godslayer's sword at a distance, then regarded Joy, who eagerly approached. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you might clandestinely confront Ares and tear him asunder. Theoretically, her concerns were not unfounded. However, Joy expressed disinterest in such an endeavor. So, what brings you to me, your majesty? Do you believe Echidna is truly dead? Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should be. Joy vividly recalled the act of reducing her to mere dust, not only seizing the divine artifact from her grasp, but also appropriating certain powers through the tattoo. Perhaps it was strength, yet the enhancement to Joy was minimal, at most half of what it had been at its zenith. This suggested that Echidna's inherent power was not formidable. However, he harbored peculiar speculations. Perhaps during his traversal, some force had journeyed alongside him from the void between worlds to this realm. This power, once a cohesive entity, had now fragmented, with a portion adhering to Joy, potentially explaining his marked increase in strength, while other fragments dispersed, clinging to Echidna. Frankly, Joy was uncertain how many pieces this power had been divided into. Even after slaying Echidna, The tattoo upon his back remained, transformed into a chaotic mass, its true form obscured. Notably, it had grown larger than before, by approximately 1/3. The mother of all demons shall not meet her demise in such a manner. I perceive her aim is directed at you, Mr. Hall, rather than us. Perhaps you should be wary of her vengeance, as stated by Hippolyta. However, let us speak no more of it. The two of them traversed the forbidden domain of the god-slaying sword under the vigilant eyes of a throng of guards. By the way, you would do well to visit Diana shortly. My daughter appears to seek your presence, Hippolyta remarked suddenly. Joy scratched the back of his head. Could it wait until tomorrow? It is rather late. As you wish, but she does seem a bit anxious. All right. Joy was genuinely reluctant to forge deep ties with Paradise Island or Diana, especially given the current circumstances. Although he admired Diana's beauty and potential strength, he found himself devoid of any desire for romance at the moment. He recognized his own allure, not out of vain arrogance, but as a matter of fact. Standing at nearly 6'3", Joy possessed a well-proportioned physique and striking features. Complemented by naturally deep-set black eyes. Coupled with formidable strength, he easily attracted the attention and affection of others, especially in a place like Paradise Island, which had seen no man for millennia, amplifying this trait exponentially. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that tampering excessively with the destinies of these favored offspring could yield unimaginable consequences for the future. What if a spy were to infiltrate and abscond with Diana? As for Echidna, since she had embraced that power, it could be argued that she no longer influenced the trajectory of fate. Diana, in essence, was Hippolyta's Achilles heel, meticulously safeguarded by her. It was only in recent years that she began training in combat and military strategy under Antiope's tutelage. Since arriving in this world, Joy had yet to visit Diana's chamber, or rather, her boudoir. May I enter? He inquired, standing before the entrance to her sanctuary, which extended from a natural cave, and knocked upon the grand door. Given the matter of importance, it would be prudent to address it this evening to avoid any delays. Yet, upon reflection, what pressing issue could Diana possibly have? Thud. I apologize. I shall compensate you. The intricately carved stone door, upon Joy's gentle knock, fulfilled its life's purpose. After acquiring the power concealed within Echidna's tattoo, Joy occasionally found it challenging to finally control his newfound strength. However, this was merely a temporary state. He needed time to acclimate to this abrupt enhancement, much like when he first arrived in Hancock's world. Diana's chamber was not particularly spacious. Indeed, the entirety of Paradise Island eschewed ostentation. Even Hippolyta's quarters were not necessarily grander than a quaint countryside villa. She had likely just emerged from the bath. Enveloped in a haze of steam, a delicate veil of white mist surrounding her. Joy turned his head away, admonishing himself to avert his gaze. The evening sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow upon Diana's shoulders, as if gilding her with a layer of light. Joy. It was evident that she had discovered Joy's mishap with her door, yet it did not seem to incite her anger. Put on your clothes, princess. Joy emphasized the word princess. A rustling sound followed. All right, Diana responded. Joy sighed in resignation. But why? I am in my own chamber, not outside. Diana tilted her head in mild confusion. It appeared that her prolonged stay on Paradise Island had left her devoid of any education regarding the nuances of gender, rendering her unaware of the distinctions between men and women. Joy maintained a stoic expression as he turned around. By then, Diana had dressed and styled her hair, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The beauty emerging from the bath was truly captivating, and Diana was no exception. No wonder ancient kings were known to neglect their morning duties. If their consorts were as enchanting as her, he mused, revelry would surely be a nightly affair. Nevertheless, he stepped into the chamber and explained, Remember, Princess Diana, if you ever have the opportunity to venture into the outside world, ensure that no man touches your skin, and always dress appropriately when presenting yourself. This is merely a matter of etiquette in the external realm. Oh, the main hall bore no extravagant decor, adorned only with olive branches and some unknown flowers. A stone table occupied the center. Joy seated himself, and Diana poured him a cup of cool floral tea. Sweetened just so. There was also a platter of fruit. His Majesty mentioned you wished to see me regarding a matter? He took a sip of tea and glanced at Diana, who gracefully sat down as well. Yes, my mother spoke to me about certain matters, including your upcoming meeting with the deity. She requested that I accompany you. Shall we set off now? Joy inquired, casting a glance at the sky outside. Sensing that perhaps the timing was not quite right, Diana covered her mouth in a light laugh. No, not just yet, but it is indeed within the next few days. Actually, the matter for which I sought you today is something else. See for yourself. Diana called into the room. Come out. At her summons, another figure emerged from within, a woman. Joy sprang to his feet. Echidna, you are not. Well, sort of, the younger Echidna replied with a soft laugh. You could consider me her youngest daughter, though that may not be entirely accurate. Essentially, I am she, so I prefer to be called Echidna. Chapter 8. Hephaestus. The god of fire, is he truly a deity? Joy inquired, scratching the back of his head and tightening his garments. I mean a living god. The fire god Hephaestus. Whose sort of god-slaying I wielded yesterday. Diana lowered her gaze to polish her wrist guards, which, though composed of an indiscernible material, appeared remarkably resilient. She remarked, Ares once vanquished the gods. I had always presumed Hephaestus to be among the slain. Her inherent understanding was not flawed. After all, Ares was a ruthless traitor. And if Zeus could devise a means to eliminate him, he certainly would not spare his own kin. At the base of Mount Etna, there exists a fortified divine barrier, a gift from the gods of Olympus, and therein resides Hephaestus, who has endured from ancient times to the present. The speaker was Echidna, whom Joy had encountered the previous evening. Her origins are a lengthy tale. It is, in essence, a resurrected Echidna, revived through ancient sorcery, yet bereft of many powers and significantly diminished in strength, having also lost fragments of her memory. Her presence on Paradise Island is intricately tied to numerous ancient pacts among the gods. Perhaps, due to Joy's appropriation of her tattooed power, he inadvertently seized some of what rightfully belonged to her, though the specifics remain a mystery. Regardless, Echidna is quite eager to accompany Joy. In her human form, Echidna appears rather amiable. Yet, the thought that she is the progenitor of countless monsters tempers Joy's excitement. Antiope has said as much, Diana remarked, glancing at Echidna, who had just entered from outside. Their quest to seek out Hephaestus on Paradise Island was hardly a secret. She seemed quite pleased, if circumstances allowed. Echidna could join them on their journey to Sicily. Indeed, we have shared numerous topics of discussion in the past, such as, Joy ventured. Well, it may be futile to elaborate. Let us focus on your impending endeavors, Diana suggested. Will you not accompany us? She asked of Echidna. The latter shook her head. I cannot linger here for too long. You see, well, it is not entirely correct to say it is I. Rather, the former Echidna has committed some less than adorable deeds. Thus I shall likely depart in a few days. After some time, I shall regain my strength. According to her, after acquiring the power bestowed by the tattoo, Echidna felt a profound sense of trepidation. To avert the calamities or dangers that might ensue, she devised a contingency plan. Indeed, there is little threat posed by her present state. Joy perceived that aside from her ability to transform into a half-woman, half-serpent form, she was not significantly different from an ordinary Amazonian. So, where do we aim to go? How shall we proceed? Joy posed the pivotal question. Diana pondered for a moment. It seems to be a volcano on the eastern coast of Sicily, known as Mount Etna. I have never heard of it, Joy confessed. Acknowledging his lack of knowledge, Diana remarked, the book states it is located on a peninsula. We could take a boat there. So this is the outside world. Nothing but ocean as far as the eye can see, hardly anything extraordinary. Sitting at the bow of the boat, Diana fiddled with a compass, finding it quite beautiful. Joy smirked. The sea and land differ greatly, Your Highness. In truth, he was aware of where Mount Etna was situated. It appeared to be on the eastern coast of Sicily, Italy, with an elevation of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. During his travels with Hancock, he had visited the area, finding it rather unremarkable. However, upon emerging from the barrier of Paradise Island, he was taken aback by one revelation. George had long believed that Paradise Island was likely a hidden, mysterious isle submerged in the depths of the Atlantic. He had never considered that it was merely nestled within the Mediterranean, less than 200 kilometers from Mount Etna, in Italy. This was indeed an unexpected realization. And now it was visible. That towering, majestic peak along the coastline, its perpetual snow resembling a crown atop a colossal beast, with wisps of smoke gently rising into the sky. Several kilometers from the volcano's base lay densely populated residential areas, along with numerous vineyards. Why would they choose to build a town in such a location? I do not comprehend this volcano. I mean, once it erupts, the entire island would be engulfed in lava. Diana expressed her confusion. George shrugged, equally perplexed. Ultimately, after 2 days of sailing in their small boat, they arrived here. Entering Hephaestus's barrier involved a complex procedure, requiring a considerable amount of unique knowledge from Paradise Island, which Joy attempted to comprehend but could not master. Before them stood an ancient, dilapidated structure, utterly lacking in the allure of habitation. It was gray and dusty, yet filled with intricate gears and mechanisms. However, it seemed no one had cleaned it for quite some time. This was the residence of Hephaestus, said to have once lived with a band of Cyclopes. But judging by the current conditions, he likely could no longer afford to sustain such gluttons. Diana shook her head, carefully avoiding letting her garments brush against the volcanic stones. Within the library of Paradise Island, there existed a vast collection of texts, encompassing tales from Zeus to the mischievous fairies of Western Europe. It could be said to possess a wealth of knowledge. Thus, she was well versed in many intriguing anecdotes about the gods. Throughout the barrier, the only symphony was one of high temperatures and crimson hues, devoid of birds, elk, or any semblance of life. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in Joy's ears. Accompanied by the distortion of the barrier, everything around trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as the colossal ancient structure gradually opened its grand doors. The commotion was immense. A deep, resonant growl emanated from within the edifice, seemingly calling out the true name of Ares with a fervent urgency. Do Hephaestus and Ares harbor some minor discord? Joy raised her right hand in inquiry. Diana shook her head slightly, instinctively drawing closer to Joy. I am uncertain. That was a matter of long ago. Shall we proceed inside? Since we have come this far. Diana hesitated, for this was her first encounter with a living deity. The sky appeared ominously low, an illusion cast by the inner wall of the barrier, filled with crimson clouds, while the structure stood resolutely upon a vast plain. The backdrop of the plain was a massive active volcano, perhaps laden with deeper significance. With a thunderous crash, a gigantic hand emerged from the open doorway, its size rivaling that of Joy herself, adorned with resilient scars and an ancient, enormous ring. A figure of immense proportions surged forth. Diana took a step back, only to be astonished to find that Joy had retreated several meters away. Is this truly Hephaestus, the god of fire? Bald, limping, with a skin of crimson hue, quite unsightly. No wonder mythology recounts how Hera cast him away. How could such an unattractive being exist among the divine? He seemed utterly oblivious to Joy. His eyes dimmed and shrouded in a white haze, devoid of any divine radiance. This was a decrepit god, teetering on the brink of death. He spoke slowly. Diana? Chapter 9. The script begins to unfold. This military contingent belonged to the Mediterranean fleet of the German Empire, tasked with pursuing suspected Allied intelligence operatives who had stolen crucial information from the Empire's front lines off the coast of Italy. The First World War raged on fiercely. Yet, this world diverged slightly, as Italy continued to provide military and logistical support to the German Empire, despite its actual withdrawal from the conflict. This was a pivotal reason why the German naval fleet could venture into the Mediterranean. 2 large destroyers and an amphibious assault ship carried over 70 trained German naval soldiers. Antonio was determined to succeed in this operation. It presented a perfect opportunity to gain favor before General Ludendorff. The bomber, stripped of munitions and all firepower, had sustained damage to its engine. Once the death of this spy was confirmed, he would be awarded the commendation of His Majesty, King Wilhelm II. The mere thought of this sent a thrill through Antonio's entire being. He stood at the bow of the destroyer, gazing into the distance. Yet, the scene before them was as if infused with the miasma of the legendary behemoth's domain over the northern sea. A single whiff invigorated the senses. Slowing his pace, he realized he could not venture far. Once located, General Ludendorff would acknowledge each of us with a mark of valor. Antonio gestured with his fist. He was of noble lineage. Indeed, many participants in this operation were also scions of nobility. The war in the Mediterranean had concluded, and their sole ambition here was to accrue military merit. I sensed something amiss, Commander. We were just basking in sunlight, and now a sudden fog has descended. A soldier voiced with concern. He whispered his apprehension. Yet Antonio shot him a glare, rebuking loudly. Dear young Joseph, are you afraid of the Kraken or those wretched mermaids? Having emerged from the crucible of the Second Industrial Revolution, most of the Western world, despite their reluctance to admit it, had indeed been profoundly influenced by the natural sciences, evolving into somewhat hesitant atheists. Nevertheless, years of military experience had transformed this scion into a capable leader. Antonio endeavored to draw all vessels closer together, bracing for any potential threat. To him, the greatest peril lay in the possibility of a British fleet lurking nearby. Little did they fathom that, in close proximity to their warships, a small boat, gliding past the rocks, belonged to Joy and Diana, who were returning from Sicily. We must halt them. Beyond lies Paradise Island. Diana exclaimed softly. Joy shook his head. If all goes as expected, someone has already reached the vicinity of Paradise Island. Is this the beginning of the narrative? Joy pondered. He shook his head, contemplating whether he should intervene. Ultimately, Hephaestus was unable to remove the tattoo from Wang Zhe's back. Bad news. Yet, there was good news as well. He gifted Joy and Diana with some small items, 2 sets of armor, perfectly tailored to withstand prolonged, high-intensity combat. However, their design resembled that worn by Spartans, which Joy deemed rather shameful, and thus did not don it. Below the warship, tumultuous currents surged. A colossal creature beneath the surface had opened its cavernous maw. It seemed to be a monstrous beast that had accompanied Echidna to this vicinity. In the impenetrable black fog, beneath the unfathomable dark waters, the swirling currents resembled an immense eye. Antonio and his fleet found themselves ensnared within this ocular abyss. Suddenly, a soldier at the forefront realized that the bow of the landing craft beneath him had vanished, seemingly into thin air. He extended his hand forward. A barrier. The sounds of the roiling black mist, the crashing waves, and the tides battering the rocks vanished in that instant. Paradise Island, untouched by storms and fog for millennia, basked in brilliant sunlight. Beneath the resplendent sun, a downed aircraft, belching black smoke, floated nearby, with faint silhouettes struggling in its vicinity. In the distance, a multitude of birds soared from the island, startled by the commotion. "Here, Commander! He is here!" a soldier exclaimed with fervor. The moment of promotion and prosperity had arrived. These lowly soldiers remained oblivious to the impending defeat of their illustrious German Empire. They were unaware that their beloved Kaiser Wilhelm II was on the brink of downfall. Little did they know that beneath the tranquil sea surface, in the profound depths where sunlight could never penetrate, a monstrous creature lurked, poised to strike. Accelerate. Thus, the fleet surged aggressively into the barrier, which had seemingly weakened of late. Perhaps it was due to George's cunning that such a significant breach allowed outside forces to infiltrate. Now, Paradise Island, this serene and idyllic haven, was about to be laid bare before the German Empire's gaze. Unless they were all to perish here. Joy's resolve intensified. To keep Paradise Island concealed, the only option was to eliminate them all. Although the film did not depict the aftermath, Joy could vividly imagine the fate that awaited these Germans. The Amazonian warriors would inevitably board their vessels, dragging them out to sever their heads. Was it truly necessary to resort to such extremes? Diana grasped Joy's wrist tightly. Not far from Paradise Island, a man finally broke free from the wreckage of the downed aircraft. If all went according to plan, he would be the protagonist of the tale. Joy's gaze flickered. Should he act before the man was gunned down? What benefit would that yield? If he were to intervene in this conflict, what stance should he adopt? In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coursed through his mind, yet he abruptly chuckled. He turned to Diana and remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, this is merely a minuscule fraction of their navy. Are you certain you wish to let them return? Capture him. Capture him." The smiles on the faces of the German soldiers were evident. They were not all aristocrats. For the conscripted youths, returning home with military honors was the ultimate reward. The opportunity for glory lay before them. With all his strength, Steve Trevor attempted to sever the safety line, but the water rendered him powerless. He spat in frustration. His own life was inconsequential, a mere trifle. However, the intelligence he held was pivotal to the safety of millions. He needed to escape. The landing craft loomed closer, tantalizingly near. Suddenly, something plunged from above. Yet, they had no time to react. Boom! It was akin to a meteorite plummeting from the heavens, as an enigmatic object, trailing a fiery tail, descended from above and plunged directly into the waters beside the leading landing craft. The waves surged several meters high, crashing outward. And the warship nearly capsized in an instant, sending soldiers tumbling into the sea. As the tumult subsided, a young man with raven hair and dark eyes stood upon the water's surface. It was Joy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to take action. Simultaneously, the ship's armaments opened fire. Cannons and anti-aircraft artillery all aimed at the man who had descended from the sky. The manner of Joy's arrival was nothing short of astonishing, reminiscent of a divine being descending to the mortal realm. "I truly detest being shot at," Joy thought as he shielded the shaken pilot from bullets and cannon fire. Gathering his strength, even cannons would prove ineffective against him. Chapter 10. Steve Trevor, is it truly wise to let them roam freely in these waters? With such colossal forms, I fear we shall soon exhaust our food sources from the ocean. Diana expressed her concerns. Paradise Island had once existed as a vassal of the divine, historically at odds with Typhon and Echidna, and was no stranger to the beast spawned by Echidna herself. However, it was evident that these creatures had grown significantly in size. Echidna had already arrived when Joy confronted that group of Germans, stating, "Beneath these waters lies the entrance to the river Styx, the very gateway to the underworld. They can thrive on the energy that permeates from it." She was unaware when she had adorned herself with a delicate olive branch, her attire transforming into a flowing white gown that concealed her serpentine tail. Indeed, She appeared to be a graceful beauty, albeit at the expense of the ancient fiend, Typhon. Throughout their journey, Captain Trevor had remained silent, even losing consciousness temporarily, leaving one to wonder if he had simply fallen asleep or suffered a concussion from his fall. In that same hall, with its familiar circular seating and bronze columns, Joy felt a chilling sensation upon entering. It was here, at dusk, that he had first awakened in this world, and now it was dawn. The wall that Joy had destroyed remained unrepaired. Objectively speaking, the events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and the restoration of the palace was undoubtedly a matter relegated to the very end of the list. As a special guest, and now a resident of Paradise Island, not long ago, Hippolyta convened a meeting to bring George and Echidna under the temporary jurisdiction of Paradise Island. At least in name, this Amazonian queen seemed to possess an insatiable desire for control, and at present, she appeared to wish for Diana to remain forever a mere girl, wielding only a stick and mimicking Antiope. Without a doubt, Joy and Echidna possessed the authority to partake in this trial. Steve Trevor, an outsider whose military demeanor was unmistakable, was starkly different from Joy's vulnerable state that day. He had fled into the realm of Paradise Island, pursued by the navy of a foreign nation. Regarding such an intruder, whether intentional or not, Antiope's unwavering counsel to Her Majesty had always been, "We must execute him." Joy chose to remain silent on the matter. Trevor was neither a villain nor a warmonger. In fact, Joy harbored no aversion towards him. The most he felt was a sense of incredulity at the thought that Trevor might become a complication for Diana. Awakening slowly, Trevor lifted his gaze, seemingly bewildered by his surroundings, struggling against the bronze chains that bound him. "Hey, who are you? What are you planning to do?" His first inquiry upon regaining consciousness was about his predicament, yet no one acknowledged him. An Amazon soldier had even bound him with the Lasso of Truth. With a slight smirk, Joy reassured him, "Sir, you should consider yourself fortunate. At least you are clothed, are you not?" Indeed. Had he arrived here in a state of complete undress, it would have been truly pitiable. "What is your name?" Antiope could not suppress her urgency, demanding that he disclose his identity and origins. Foreigner. This was precisely the dilemma Joy had once faced. He even began to wonder if these Amazons adhered to a fixed protocol. In the narrative, Antiope was supposed to have perished during the invasion of the German Empire. Here, however, the Germans had been utterly vanquished at the edge of the barrier, sent to the depths of the sea by Joy to feed the monsters, thus ensuring her survival. This was undoubtedly a boon for the Amazons. Given their demonstrated combat prowess, George harbored grave doubts that the Germans could, as depicted in the film, employ World War I weaponry to defeat even a single Amazon. The remarkably primitive and feeble rifles were difficult for Joy to take seriously. Yet perhaps this was merely a contrivance of the plot? After all, from this day forth, the storyline of the Justice League was poised to unfold in earnest. "I am Steve Trevor, a pilot of the 94th Aero Squadron of the United States Army Air Service, Captain, Army Serial Number 141921. Believe me, that is all I can divulge." The soldier wielding the Lasso of Truth tightened his grip, compelling Trevor to continue. "I was assigned to the British intelligence, acting as a spy, active on the European front, correct?" Captain Trevor, as a spy hailing from America, served the Allied powers. Joy picked up the thread of his narrative. He noticed Hippolyta's astonished gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. He continued, "Do not regard me with such eyes, Captain. I am well aware of your identity. Furthermore, I am cognizant that you possess highly significant intelligence. Am I correct? A type of lethal gas capable of claiming millions of lives both on and off the battlefield. This is the poison doctor's notes, and I must deliver it to London post-haste. As this document pertains to the lives of countless individuals." After his identity was revealed, Trevor chose to drop the pretense. He turned to Joy, seemingly convinced that this formidable man was the only one present capable of grasping his words. "Listen to me, sir, we must proceed accordingly." Although Captain Trevor was not particularly keen on hastening the war's conclusion, he acknowledged that such chemical weaponry certainly ought not to exist in this world. Joy nodded at Hippolyta. He produced a rather grimy notebook and looked at Trevor, stating, "For the protection of Paradise Island, I certainly have the authority to conduct a search. And I have discovered this." "No, you cannot." "Well, I believe I can." Joy nodded. "All of your intelligence is contained within this, which is why I am so well informed. We need to converse." Hippolyta rose and addressed the two guards beside her. "Please confine him, ensuring he does not escape until the time of execution arrives." Trevor attempted to say something further, but Antiope delivered a swift punch to his abdomen, the intense pain rendering him speechless. Subsequently, several female warriors dragged him away in chains. Once Steve Trevor was completely taken away, Joy touched his nose and inquired, "Are Are you truly prepared to execute him? It is not without possibility. He is not like you. After all, he hails from a governmental department in an external nation, which heightens our risk of exposure. Chapter 11. Departure from Paradise Island that evening. Joy conversed with Hippolyta about matters unknown to anyone else. However, when Diana saw Joy the following day, he appeared rather fatigued, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Though I can forego sleep and sustenance, I have always believed that life is not merely about what we must do, but rather about what we desire to pursue. I relish the relaxation that comes with sleep and the challenges that exquisite cuisine presents to my palate. Joy's words garnered Diana's newfound respect. They swiftly partook of breakfast. Under Diana's guidance, Joy successfully reached the prison where Trevor was held. This man, who ought to be the protagonist, seemed to be faring far more comfortably in this world than in the films. Upon finding him, Joy discovered Trevor indulging in a hot spring. Paradise Island was replete with natural hot springs due to the presence of an underlying volcano. Is the water temperature satisfactory, Captain Trevor? How does it feel here? Joy entered first, motivated by both the decorum of gender propriety and an eager desire to discuss matters of the outside world with Steve Trevor. What he yearned to understand the most was whether the technological advancements and historical trajectory of this world mirrored those of the two realms he had previously traversed. Who could say if some ingenious inventor would propel Earth decades ahead into the third industrial revolution? Trevor, with a large towel cinched around his waist, hurried to groom himself upon seeing Joy enter. Once he was finally dressed, he remarked, "It's rather splendid here, with picturesque scenery and a climate akin to eternal spring, making it an ideal place for retirement. Last night, I and Echidna sought him out, deciding to venture beyond Paradise Island together. And I am certain that the war unfolding in the human realm is undoubtedly linked to Ares." Diana leaned closer to Joy's ear, as if to whisper intimately. Joy shrugged. He was uncertain about Ares' involvement, but where there are people, there is conflict, and when conflict escalates, it transforms into war. Ares lacked the capacity to instigate a war that would engulf all of Europe merely through his divine influence. However, last night, Joy and Hippolyta had deepened their pact's impact. As Hephaestus could not resolve the issue of the tattoo, the previous condition was nullified, and she had now offered something else in return. What that was remains a matter not to be disclosed to outsiders. Thus, Joy was now indifferent to meeting this so-called god of war. Yet, judging by the fear Hippolyta and Antiope exhibited towards Ares, he must indeed be a formidable deity. In 3 days, we shall depart from Paradise Island to assist you in delivering intelligence to London, and then proceed to the European battlefield to ascertain the current state of affairs. Joy nodded slightly. This was the outcome he and Hippolyta had devised the previous night. Undoubtedly, Hippolyta recognized that she could not prevent Diana from leaving Paradise Island to partake in the external conflict, nor did she possess the authority to obstruct her knowledge of Ares potentially stirring trouble outside. Given this, it was more prudent to go with the flow. Thus she sought Joy's assistance and strengthened their mutual ties. Diana was elated. "May I join as well?" "Yes, and do bring your sword," Joy replied. He then turned to his mentor, Trevor. "Now, Mr. Trevor, I have secured a chance for leniency on your behalf, and I shall become your companion for a time to come. In return, would you be willing to enlighten me about the world beyond?" Trevor scratched his brow. "It's no secret, so I have no objections." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Joy, Diana, Echidna, and Master Trevor traversed the waters towards the British Isles, much of Europe lay shrouded in the flames of war, making land travel impractical. They opted for a route that would take them from the Strait of Malta to the Strait of Gibraltar, then on to the English Channel, directly to the eastern coast of London. Echidna appeared to harbor a curiosity about the advancements of humanity, insisting on accompanying them. Joy had no objections. The snake woman before him did not seem to embody the essence of the mother of all demons. She was willing to express her goodwill while interacting with others. Joy held vivid memories of the Tower Bridge. In the very beginning, during the first life when he was still an ordinary person, he traveled upon graduating from high school. At that time, the United Kingdom had not yet exited the European Union, and a single visa allowed one to traverse much of Europe. Besides visiting England, he had also ventured to Italy and France. They docked at St. Catherine's Pier, where the sky hung gray like a dusty theater curtain, the roads muddy, and people clad in coats paired with suits. The ladies of high society wore tightly fitted corsets and donned round sun hats reminiscent of the Victorian era, a scene reminiscent of the tumultuous period surrounding the First World War, when British decorum had unraveled. Dim sunlight filtered through the noxious clouds produced by the towering chimneys, casting its pallid glow upon the bustling London port. A newsboy dashed by, splattering mud that clung to Diana's calves, prompting her to glance at Echidna with a slight frown. To be candid, this place diverged somewhat from her expectations. London seemed rather unclean. Adjust your clothing, sword, shield, and truth lasso concealed. Diana, this is the realm of humanity. Observe, they are not as they once were. In contrast to Diana's discomfort, Echidna adapted rather swiftly. She appeared even taller than Diana, though this was merely an illusion, as she had transformed her serpentine tail into human legs. Clutching yesterday's newspaper, she mused about their past, ignorant and uncivilized, akin to barbarians, while marveling at the conveniences brought forth by technology. Look here, it states that the German Empire is on the verge of surrender. I believe it was Ares who instigated this war. No, you see, Ares lacks such power. He is not that formidable. A few elegantly dressed women chuckled softly as they stepped aside, hastily following Trevor and Joy, their day filled with bewildering experiences. Diana felt the hilt of her sword and hesitated. Can we truly find him? Ares, I cannot make any promises nor guarantees. Echidna seemed unfazed. Having not lived through the era of the god of war's slaughter of deities, she lacked a clear conception of Ares' might. We must relay this to the intelligence agency or the military swiftly. It is crucial, of utmost importance, as it concerns millions of lives. Trevor inhaled deeply. He discerned that although the man named Joy Hall spoke little, he was likely the core of the trio. They had just encountered a group of spies from Germany in a narrow alley, intent on seizing Trevor's notes, but the situation was resolved swiftly. Chapter 12, London. Dear friends, I assure you, Steve harbors no ill intentions. He may simply be a tad too eager. The charmingly plump woman, Captain Steve Trevor's secretary, Etta Candy, clutched her folder tightly, her short legs nearly flying to keep pace with the four individuals ahead. They were en route to Whitehall, the location of the British War Office where intelligence meetings and cabinet discussions convened. The nearby pub resonated with the sounds of classical orchestration, while the swaying lanterns at the mouth of the River Thames danced amidst the tempest. The cobblestones and ancient tiles evoked a sense of old London. The throng of pedestrians suddenly quickened their steps. Troops were being continuously dispatched to Belgium or France. The war was nearing its conclusion, yet it was far from over. Joy wrapped his coat tighter around himself, remaining rather silent as he pondered their next move. Having departed from Paradise Island, he anticipated that his own strength would be fully restored within a week. Even now, however, little could threaten him. But what then? He had seen the films, knew where Ares concealed himself, and was aware of the ultimate outcome. Should he confront Ares directly or follow the narrative as it unfolds? He found himself in a state of uncertainty. Yet, one matter loomed urgent: the tattoo. The chaotic form that had emerged after absorbing the tattoo from Echidna's back underwent a dramatic transformation the moment he set foot on British soil. In the mirror of the hotel, Joy beheld its evolution, an imposing figure formed by bold lines. The figure donned feathered armor, clad in leather bracers, wielding a spear that seemed to threaten, embodying Ares, the god of war, who was now Diana's target. This indicated that Joy would ultimately need to confront and perhaps even vanquish him. Upon reaching the end of the road, Trevor turned to Joy, waving his notebook. Will you join us? Or do you prefer to wander around here? Together, for the sake of broadening our horizons, Joy replied. Having arrived at this juncture, it was only fitting to pay a visit to the legendary Ares and ascertain whether it was necessary to quell him, lest the tattoo on his back grow too restless. Trevor's inquiry likely stemmed from the impending encounter with genuine political figures, perhaps believing that Joy and Diana, outsiders from Paradise Island, might not be particularly invested. Do you truly believe? Do you trust what she has said? Trevor smoothed his coat as they prepared to enter the meeting, an exceedingly significant assembly. Ludendorff intended to employ chemical weapons to secure victory in the war, which would inflict immense suffering upon the people of Belgium and France. Trevor's mission was to prevent such an occurrence. He shook his head slightly. A hint of an ambiguous smile graced Joy's face, as Diana, the chatterbox, had undoubtedly divulged her intentions to Trevor. He remarked, "Well, I believe." After uttering this phrase, Joy perceptibly noted a faint blush creeping up Diana's ears. Her keen auditory senses had discerned that Trevor, upon their exit, did not genuinely subscribe to the existence of Ares, the ancient deity. Thus, she was particularly attentive to Joy's perspective. Now that Joy had conveyed his trust in her thoughts, she was elated. Trevor raised an eyebrow, then relaxed, unaware of Joy's background. He merely assumed that Joy, like Diana, was a native inhabitant of Paradise Island. It was not unreasonable for someone unacquainted with modern education to believe in a war deity like Ares orchestrating human conflicts. I cannot mock them, Trevor mused. Meanwhile, Joy pondered why the child had suddenly broken into a silly grin while walking ahead. Just up there, one knows. The cabinet members and military officers frequently convened at the British War Office. Trevor's pace was brisk, reminiscent of a traveler navigating through snow, hurrying lest he be engulfed by the terrifying ice and snow. What would consume him was not the frost, but potentially the chemical weapons wafting over from the English Channel. Whitehall Street paralleled America's Wall Street, bustling and prosperous. This was to be expected, as it lay at the heart of London. Vehicles flowed incessantly, and everyone maintained a courteous demeanor. The British Empire, a superpower with blood-stained hands, nurtured a cadre of gentlemen and nobility within its very core. They remained unflappable. Even if one day a mounted scout burst into the castle shouting that war had arrived and London was doomed, such news would scarcely interrupt their tea gatherings. Hypocritical noble culture. Joy remained noncommittal. Any critique of another class stemmed from the fact that one's own class had not enjoyed the privileges experienced by the other. Moreover, he fancied himself living such a life, preferably one of greater opulence, nestled daily within a 16th-century castle, attended by 100 maids bringing him tea. Such a life would be utterly splendid. At last, they reached their destination, the Ministry of Defense situated on Whitehall Street. Trevor straightened his lapel once more. It was essential. For those present in the meeting included not only members of the British cabinet and military officers, but also superiors from America. Joy raised an eyebrow. Feeling as if his heart might seize with a myocardial infarction, the well-dressed man passing by, with his slightly receding hairline, seemed remarkably familiar. Was it possible? He was. Indeed. Though he voiced the question, George had already answered it himself. There could be no mistake. This middle-aged man, whose hairline had receded from overthinking, was undoubtedly Winston. Indeed. It is I, my friend. To my surprise, the rather robust Churchill removed his hat and offered a slight bow towards Joy. I apologize for the interruption, sir, but we are here on business to seek out Baron Patrick. I hope you will forgive us. Trevor hastily grasped Joy's arm. As a member of the Liberal Party, he found himself somewhat unwelcome in London, despite the undeniable excellence of his political achievements. I understand, Mr. Trevor. However, Baron Patrick is currently in a meeting with the cabinet, and it may prove difficult for you to see him. Churchill fumbled in his pocket as if searching for something, yet finding nothing, he relinquished the gesture. He was acquainted with Trevor, which seemed entirely reasonable. Many presumed him to be deceased. After exchanging pleasantries with Trevor, the latter turned to depart. He served as the Minister of Munitions, having assumed office in July of last year, during which he initiated numerous reforms and advocated for the invention of new weaponry for the Allies. Trevor remarked to George. This aligned with Joy's understanding of history. In July 1917, Liberal leader David Lloyd George announced the appointment of the Minister of Munitions. During his tenure, he championed several innovations that would profoundly impact future warfare, including tanks, aircraft, and chemical warfare. Under Churchill's proposal, Britain rapidly scaled up tank production and advanced the application of aircraft in warfare. Very well, let us proceed inside. Baron Patrick should be concluding his meeting shortly. Trevor nodded slightly and continued to address George. Chapter 13. Baron Patrick Morgan, you must provide me with an explanation, Trevor, as to why you have brought three unrelated individuals into the cabinet meeting. The elderly colonel, with graying and thinning hair, lowered his voice and pulled Trevor into a corner. Moments ago, Diana, Echidna, and Trevor had entered the conference room together. This was quite improper and had even necessitated a temporary suspension of the meeting. Present-day Britain remained entrenched in a patriarchal structure, a reality few were willing to admit, as women's presence in both the political and economic spheres was exceedingly scarce. This mindset was particularly pronounced among the upper echelons of society. Casting a cautious glance at Joy, Trevor had not yet engaged with him extensively and was entirely uncertain of his temperament. He feared that Joy might take offense. Trevor himself had personally experienced the extent of Joy's formidable power. If he chose to, he could very well upend the entire situation. Yet there was Joy, amiably greeting a passing officer, which made it seem as though he was quite at ease in this environment. In fact, sir, I possess critical intelligence that I must convey to you, he said, presenting a notebook bound in sheepskin to the colonel. This is from the research notes of Dr. Moreau of the German Empire, which I acquired in Belgium. Research notes are out of the question. We must decipher this immediately. Sir, listen. I need to convene with the generals at once. You barged in here and expect to meet the cabinet. Trevor, what were you thinking? It appears we require some semblance of order. You are unaware. Colonel, Trevor inhaled deeply, cautiously glancing at Joy's expression before exhaling resignedly. I must be bold. Everything I witnessed during my last mission has the potential to alter the course of this war. Their voices grew increasingly louder, bordering on an argument, as astonished officers and government officials cast bewildered glances their way. They ought to sit down for a cup of tea. You know, it sharpens the mind. Joy approached Diana, leaning close to whisper in her ear. I fail to comprehend why they instigate war. What can it possibly bring aside from death and destruction? Diana shook her head slightly, responding to Joy. This question seems to have struck a chord with you. Why wage war? What can it yield? Quite a bit, actually. The victors can acquire resources and populace, expand their territory, and propagate their native culture, among other things. But could Joy articulate this? He could not, and thus merely shook his head. Lieutenant Trevor. A voice called from behind, resonating through the hall, silencing the assembly in the circular corridor. Baron Patrick Morgan. He commands considerable respect here. Initially, Joy felt indifferent, his eyes half closed, but upon hearing that name, his interest peaked. If all goes as expected, this fellow is Diana's target, the war god Ares. Naturally, he is also Joy's target. He likely bears a dark blue tattoo on his back, reminiscent of Echidna's original design. This suggests that Ares' powers have been augmented. What once could have been defeated by Diana in extreme conditions may now be beyond her reach. I could take matters into my own hands, Joy thought. Baron Morgan approached, a tall, slender man, his demeanor elegant, and a smile gracing his lips. However, his skin was several times denser than that of an ordinary person, indicating an imperviousness to blades and bullets. The question remained, how many punches could he withstand? Joy pursed his lips. The corners of Morgan's eyes subtly flicked toward Echidna and Joy, clearly aware of something. He then addressed Trevor. I have heard certain rumors suggesting you had perished. To my surprise, you have returned, accompanied by friends. Echidna curled her lip. She too recognized the man before her. The aura of the war god emanating from Baron Patrick was palpable, even from across an entire street of Whitehall. Is this gentleman also your new colleague from America? Baron Trevor Morgan extended his right hand. Joy reciprocated with a cautious gesture, a tentative exchange. However, Joy harbored no apprehension regarding Ares' scrutiny. Echidna had assessed Ares' capabilities. Though he surpassed her in strength, it was only marginally so. With a smile gracing his lips, he positioned himself protectively in front of Diana and Echidna. Joy Hall, I am acquainted with you, Baron Patrick. You strike me as a man of great wisdom. He fixed his gaze intently upon Morgan, his expression betraying no hint of unease. God of war, Ares, do you consider me your prey? Yet, Joy's brow furrowed slightly. Strength. An immense pressure emanated from his right hand. Of course, this magnitude was relative to others. For Joy, it felt akin to that exerted by an infant, perhaps a bit stronger. Nevertheless, it marked the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he sensed oppression from an external source. Just as he prepared to react, Morgan withdrew his hand. Danger. Ares, concealed beneath a veneer of politeness, felt his pupils constrict. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the imminent threat of death. His gaze held a trace of alarm. Yet his countenance maintained a gentlemanly smile. So, Mr. Hall, may I inquire about your next course of action? Do you intend to remain in London? Or will you venture to the European front for intelligence work? Look, see what Trevor says. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Joy shrugged. He cast a discreet glance at Echidna, signaling her to refrain from disclosing Morgan's true identity to Diana, as this was a specific instruction from Queen Hippolyta. Should anything resembling Ares be discovered, it would be prudent for Diana to confront him gradually, rather than allowing Joy to strike him with a mere 2 slaps. Sending him from Europa to the Cape of Good Hope. Youth thrives on passion, and that is commendable. If only my vigor could rival yours, Baron Morgan remarked. No longer pressing the matter, a smile adorning his face. Joy responded with laughter. Sir, your assertion is flawed. There is an ancient Eastern saying, an old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, as long as one possesses ambition, even at 100 years. One can still take to the battlefield, would you not agree? A profound observation, Mr. Hall. Baron Morgan reciprocated with a flourish of flattery. Joy's eyes sparkled with amusement, concealing a sharper edge beneath his mirth. Frankly, the interplay between the two left Trevor and the colonel momentarily taken aback. The former tapped the cover of his research notes, subtly reminding Morgan of the true matters deserving his attention. The colonel inclined his head slightly. I apologize for interrupting your remarks, sir. No. It is thanks to this young lady that we have time to pause and reflect on what I wish to convey. Baron Morgan stepped forward, extending his right hand. Baron Patrick Morgan, at your service, madam. You are unlike them. You cherish peace. Diana also extended her right hand, and their touch was brief. Diana, hailing from Diana Prince, now serves as my partner and secretary, sir. Trevor hastily interrupted her. The inhabitants of Paradise Island seemed disinclined to expose themselves to the world's gaze. Chapter 14. The Illusion of Ares. Is this note truly from Dr. Maru? Baron Morgan appeared somewhat incredulous, his face etched with skepticism. I believe the contents within could alter the course of this war, sir, Trevor affirmed, casting a glance at the colonel and then at Joy and the others. In fact, it was my colleagues and I who retrieved it, nearly perishing in the Mediterranean. We shall endeavor to decipher the inscriptions. Baron Morgan pledged his commitment. Trevor felt a surge of relief to find someone who valued this matter. It seemed everyone in the War Office was engrossed in their tasks, indifferent to this issue, which vexed him greatly. Ludendorff, the most ardent militarist of the German Empire, would undoubtedly exploit the chemical weapons documented herein to launch a frenzied assault. This would result in countless fatalities. The very purpose of America sending him here was to avert this catastrophe. The world can scarcely endure such devastation any longer. Perhaps you could join us for the next meeting, Mr. Trevor. I believe that is precisely what you desire. Baron Morgan stepped aside, extending his right hand in a gesture of welcome to Trevor and his companions. Trevor readily accepted. However, Joy hesitated. This scene echoed a moment from a film where the notebook contained a fusion of Turkish and Sumerian languages, which Diana assisted in deciphering. The wheel of history is immutable, and he harbored no desire to alter it. The European civil strife, at least for now, was not something he wished to intervene in. Yet, if Ares were to be involved, Joy would indeed harbor some interest. Perhaps we could listen together? Diana urged Joy to accompany her inside, eager for his presence. Yet, to be candid, he did not relish matters entwined with politics or military affairs. It would be far better to explore London and discover what unique treasures it might possess. After all, it is the capital of an empire. You may join Echidna. She possesses a wealth of knowledge. Joy shrugged, opting to stroll outside. The sunlight today was rather pleasant. On Holthorpe Street, Londoners basked in the sun. The temperate maritime climate of Britain is mild and moist. Due to the frequent rains and fogs of the four seasons, sunlight is a precious commodity for the British, making sunbathing a cherished tradition and daily necessity for many. The streets were not crowded, primarily occupied by workers, children, and women. After all, it was the twilight of the First World War. The original masters of London, the nobility, suffered tremendous losses. The entire 19th century can be viewed as a chronicle of the decline of the aristocracy and the rise of capitalists, who ascended along a path paved with blood. For the noble class, the most immediate blow came from war, at the onset of the First World War. The majority of the aristocrats still regarded this catastrophic event as a gentleman's game. When the war began on July 28, 1914, many nobles rushed to the battlefield, convinced that the conflict would conclude before Christmas. Influenced by this sentiment, they encouraged their servants and hired workers to join the fray. However, the brutal war did not end swiftly. Instead, it persisted for a full 4 years. By the end of 1914, over 200 titled nobles had perished in the conflict. Most of them served as officers, leading their soldiers into battle, and the tradition of heroic valor compelled them to be at the forefront. The casualties among the nobility far exceeded those of common soldiers. They charged into battle like knights, only to be slaughtered like beasts, buried amidst the rubble like mere flies. In the face of war, death seemed to be reduced to a mere cold statistic following the aftermath of combat. The backdrop of this era unfolded, marked by economic depression, a dwindling domestic workforce, and a further decline in the influence of the monarchy, heralding the prologue to Britain in the 1920s. It is difficult to ascertain whether this was a boon or a bane for the nation. Joy paused on the street. At this moment, London showed little sign of improvement. After more than 20 minutes, he displayed a hint of impatience. Was Ares truly unprepared to seize the opportunity to test the power of the tattoo imprinted on Joy's back? Joy found it hard to believe he had not sensed this. Echidna had long informed Joy that the bearers of tattoos could sense each other's presence. Stretching lazily, Joy prepared to return to the war building. Yet, it seemed that in that very instant, something stirred, though unseen and unheard. His keen senses and intuition alerted George that something was amiss. The ancient horn was sounded. A triumphant war song resounded. The sound was somber and deep, echoing like pebbles dropping into a well, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Everything froze. Joy took a deep breath, his brow unfurling. At last it had come. A tall, elegant man in a tailcoat emerged from the crowd, dancing the tango. Joy raised his gaze to the figure before him. Ares, he whispered. The impeccably dressed man was Patrick Morgan, or rather, Ares himself. Dapper and debonair, he resembled not the god of war, but rather some ancient British nobleman. This captivating power, Ares opened his arms, as if to embrace something. Joy furrowed his brow. The individual before him appeared somewhat neurotic, with a hint of adolescent bravado. Entirely unlike the depictions found in legends and films. He recalled the words of Echidna, who had informed him that after acquiring the power of the tattoo, her true emotions had become exceedingly peculiar, more susceptible to temptation and increasingly impulsive. Thus, did the power of the tattoo indeed alter the very essence of its bearer? Yet, Joy did not perceive any transformation within himself. What could this signify? He pondered little on the matter and instead surveyed his surroundings. This place seemed to be an extraordinary illusion. It was said that many deities possessed the ability to fabricate phantasmagorias. Joy inquired. Ares should still be in the war building conducting a meeting. Ares gently shook his head. He maintained an air of politeness, though his gaze appeared to have shifted. The atmosphere around them had grown slightly cold. Despite never having set foot on a battlefield or experienced the brutality of life and death, he could sense a palpable aura of lethal intent before him. This was truly the hand of fate, granting me greater power and strength. Ares slowly adjusted his stance. The tailcoat he wore gradually transforming into hard, frigid armor. With a swift motion, two colossal long swords seemingly materialized from the void, appearing in his hands. Are we to engage immediately? Joy was taken aback. Shouldn't he utter some menacing words first? Thunder roared, and hundreds of thick lightning columns descended from the heavens, crashing down all around. The spectacle was indeed formidable, causing the very ground to tremble. Joy furrowed his brow as he observed the ordinary people around them, seemingly unaffected by the tempestuous lightning. Yet, he sensed an uncanny ability within himself to command this thunder. How peculiar! How could mere mortals possess such power? Ares's voice echoed from behind him. Like a specter, he instantaneously materialized at Joy's back, his dual swords poised to pierce Joy's flesh. The sound of shattering metal, a disconcerting grind, filled the air as the two long swords were utterly obliterated against Joy's skin. Ares lifted his gaze, meeting Joy's piercing stare. Is that all you've got? As Joy spoke, Ares coughed forth a mouthful of blood. The thunder ceased, and the swirling currents of air dissipated, the metal armor enveloping Ares peeling away piece by piece. He lowered his eyelids. A blood-soaked hand, gripping a still-beating heart, emerged from behind him. With a resounding thud, the divine form collapsed. Who are you, truly? The body slowly began to dissolve into motes of light. Indeed, this was not Ares's true form. Yet, his expression was one of utter disbelief. Unable to fathom that he could not even vanquish a mere mortal. I am your father, Joy declared. Rest assured and depart in peace. Ares' expression suddenly shifted to one of palpable fear. It seemed he had recalled something, and his gaze towards Joy transformed, brimming with reverence. Chapter 15. Prelude to Action. An Ares encounter was but a minor interlude, at least from Joy's perspective. Outside the war building, he engaged in conversation with a local newsboy. It became evident that, despite any outward disdain, people were invariably inclined to converse with a true gentleman. To the newsboys of this world, Joy, who willingly purchased them some food and offered a few pennies, was undoubtedly a gentleman. Through these grimy little beings, Joy gleaned many intriguing tales, gossip among celebrities, and, of course, the most discussed topic among gentlemen on the streets was that noble war. When Diana, Echidna, and Trevor emerged from the war building, Joy whistled to catch their attention. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. Diana strode ahead, visibly miffed, while Trevor appeared somewhat embarrassed. Only Echidna, blissfully oblivious, laughed heartily between the two. Joy scratched the back of his head and said to the two newsboys, "My apologies, gentlemen. We shall meet again." He tipped his hat and hastily departed. Diana's voice carried a palpable note of grievance, almost tinged with tears. She linked her arm through his, quickening her pace. Joy found himself increasingly perplexed. In his memory, Diana had always presented herself as a formidable woman, never exhibiting such demeanor. Yet, upon reflection, he came to understand. In the universe as he perceived it, Wonder Woman Diana had always appeared as an absolute force since leaving Paradise Island. Recognized as the strongest for a considerable time and a protector of humanity. When one assumes such a role, coupled with the monumental responsibility of vanquishing Ares, the weight of duty compels them to embody strength. As time passed and Superman emerged, despite the introduction of a greater power, Diana's inherent essence had already been shaped irrevocably. The world, however, had witnessed some changes. Joy's arrival marked the most significant shift. Although he had never wished to alter the course of events actively, it appeared that, at least between Diana and Trevor, no sparks of romance had ignited. Moreover, Joy's strength far surpassed Diana's, diminishing the sense of unwavering responsibility that had once fortified her. Echidna, clad in newly purchased high heels, clattered after Joy and Diana. With a smile in her eyes, she whispered to Joy, "Just now, those two quarreled over Ares, our mister. Trevor seems to harbor doubts about the existence of the god of war, which left young Diana feeling deceived." "It's all right, I believe," Joy replied. He glanced at Diana, who returned his gaze. Observing the princess's cheeks flush, as if transitioning from one emotion to another, Joy winked. It appears we must have a serious discussion with Lieutenant Trevor. He gently patted Diana's hand, urging her to relax for a moment, and moved forward with Echidna, while he himself returned to join the visibly irate Steve Trevor. Unexpectedly, Trevor spoke before Joy could utter a word. She spoke disrespectfully during the meeting, condemning the peace talks promoted by the generals and officers as mere acts of cowardice. He took a deep breath, seemingly having finally suppressed his emotions. Ares, it's as if that is all that occupies her mind. Trevor gruffly adjusted his collar. If only there were someone orchestrating humanity's wars from behind the scenes. We could assign all our sins to him, and then ignite further conflicts to seize more gains. I understand you, Lieutenant, Joy said, patting him on the shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, however, it is premature to jump to conclusions. Perhaps you will indeed have the chance to meet the one Diana longs for. Silence ensued. A prolonged silence. At last, Trevor calmed and remarked, I have witnessed your power and recognize that your world differs from ours. Thus, I do not disbelieve in Ares' existence, but rather question whether he possesses the capacity to incite a war of this magnitude. I share that sentiment, Joy replied. We must acknowledge that conflict has always been an intrinsic gift of humanity. That is not a gift. Well, all right, Joy shrugged. Steve Trevor, a soldier of rigorous training and ideological education, remained difficult to read. Nevertheless, for the time being, he stood as an ally alongside them. Diana stated, we must go to the front lines in search of Ares' whereabouts. I also need to thwart the Germans' gas warfare operations. We can travel together. Trevor agreed. However, since this is a critical moment for peace negotiations, our actions will not receive support, so we must proceed unnoticed. I have some unique ideas, Joy pondered, but do continue. He vaguely recalled that in the film, the scientist who created mustard gas also devised an inhalable enhancement agent capable of temporarily boosting human physical abilities without apparent side effects. From an expressive standpoint, an enhanced ordinary individual could temporarily possess the capacity to confront Diana, with performance metrics significantly surpassing those of the Amazons, akin to a somewhat diluted version of Captain America from the adjacent Marvel universe. Joy contemplated the possibility of acquiring the formula for this enhancement. If he truly aspired to establish a firm foothold in this world, he would require an obedient army capable of executing superhuman missions. Furthermore, should he gain the allegiance of Dr. Maru, she might be able to refine this serum, transforming it into a permanent solution. This woman undeniably possesses exceptional talent, reminiscent of the world's Abraham Erskine. Given the time to shift her expertise from lethal chemical agents to addressing unpublicized medical challenges, she could potentially achieve remarkable accolades. However, Joy was not preoccupied with such honors. His focus lay firmly on profit. If Dr. Maru could indeed yield unforeseen future benefits, he would not hesitate to inherit the political legacy of Ludendorff, providing her with a more conducive environment for research. While they wield considerable power, relying solely on individual strength is insufficient to sway the tides of modern warfare. Thus, seeking additional assistance is imperative. Trevor's emotions stabilized rapidly, aligning perfectly with his spy demeanor. He spoke fluently, addressing everything from the current situation to subsequent strategies. Chapter 16. The bar. That vintage car is quite impressive, Joy remarked, gesturing toward a sleek black vehicle. Night had fallen, and Trevor had finally escorted Joy and his companions from the hotel. Clearly, their destination was a roadside bar. Rain began to fall, adding a chill to the London night. Uric, I have one too, and it performs rather well, Trevor replied, patting the carriage-like exterior. Although it still resembles a horse-drawn carriage, it now boasts a closed driver's cabin. Quite nostalgic, he added with a sigh. As shadows enveloped them, an elderly gentleman leaned against the car door, raising a black umbrella. The glow of his tobacco ignited briefly against the fine rain. He tipped his hat in reverence to Diana and Echidna, who accompanied Joy. The scent of rain is truly unpleasant, Diana remarked. Indeed, the skies over London are saturated with carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, with every drop of rain containing significant quantities of dissolved sulfur dioxide, commonly referred to as sulfurous acid, Joy replied. Passing the vintage car brought them to the bar Trevor had led them to, reminiscent of the one Joy had seen in his first life on film. The entrance was filled with waxy yellow glass, inscribed with ornate lettering, Public House. In London, this signified a low-cost tavern. St. Catherine Docks represented the eastern part of London. Notorious for its filth, disarray, and poverty, only inexpensive bars would be found in such a locale. You see, I am a spy, as well as a member of the United States Air Force, frequently appearing at this dock to embark on missions. which has led me to encounter a plethora of intriguing individuals. Without looking back, Trevor explained as he lowered his head to enter, avoiding the wind chimes suspended from the ceiling. Observing Diana's displeased expression, Joy gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Is this what you call assistance? Diana voiced her skepticism, questioning their integrity. The atmosphere here is rather unwelcoming, predominantly populated by the elderly and infirm, alongside a few inebriated souls with bulbous noses and idle ruffians who seem to squander their days in trivial pursuits, perhaps even harboring German spies among them. They strolled past a circular bar where several intoxicated men raised their glasses high toward Diana and Echidna, the splashes of alcohol landing on a tabletop that appeared to have not been wiped clean for centuries. I adore this place, Echidna exclaimed, linking arms with Diana and whispering secrets. Joy deliberately suppressed his heightened senses to avoid overhearing anything peculiar. He noticed a few unsavory characters preparing to approach, so he positioned himself like a wall in front of them. Gentlemen, I would strongly advise you to enjoy your beer, he stated. One of the drunkards, seemingly humiliated, shoved Joy, only to stumble and fall. The others then erupted in a cacophony of insults while assisting him. Beautiful women invariably attract trouble, even those of divine or semi-divine stature like Diana and Echidna. Let us hasten to complete our business and depart, Joy suggested to Trevor, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable amidst the classical orchestration that he had never favored. Trevor emerged from the crowd of drinkers with a man in tow, declaring, "I found him, Mr. Hull." The man continued to prattle on. "It seems they are about to take the bait. Trevor, I suspect you are here to disrupt my plans." Joy turned and exchanged a glance with Echidna. Trevor's companion, how shall I put it? Compared to the traditional towering Germanic figures, he appeared somewhat diminutive and rather unseemly. "This is Samir, this is Mr. Hull, this is Diana, and this is Echidna." Trevor introduced the group with a nod. Joy reciprocated with a slight bow, acknowledging their acquaintance. "My word, this is truly a work of art." "You may call me Sam," Samir remarked, having caught a glimpse of Echidna's face, previously obscured in shadow. Indeed, Joy swore he had only seen such expressions on the protagonists of certain artistic films from Japan. "Speaking of art, I have quite the collection at home." Echidna emitted a laugh. "Sammy, you are truly amusing." Samir, an adept undercover operative characterized by his deceit and fluency in multiple languages, much like you, Diana. Trevor remarked, primarily to elucidate for Joey. "At times, we desperately require individuals like him on the European front." Trevor then surveyed his surroundings, hesitating momentarily, so the question arises, what of Charlie over there? Samir shrugged, gesturing with his chin in another direction. The atmosphere was tumultuous. A brawl seemed to be unfolding. "Is that Charlie?" Diana crossed her arms, casting a glance at Trevor before addressing Joey. "At least we can be certain of one thing. His fists are formidable." "No, that is not Charlie." Trevor and Samir exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "He removed his hat. The other one is." With a resounding crash, a burly bald man, standing at least 6 feet tall, slammed a visibly inebriated drunkard against the wall. The surrounding patrons raised their glasses in raucous cheer. Oh, that was quite a heavy blow. As the bald man hoisted Charlie and hurled him onto a table, beer spilled everywhere. Samir grimaced, unable to bear the sight, and shielded his eyes. Trevor scratched the back of his head. "The silver lining is that our team does not actually require excessive combat prowess, does it?" Joey inhaled deeply. Is this fellow truly to be our companion for the journey ahead? He pushed through the crowd of drunkards, who regarded him with newfound respect, as the seemingly frail young man exhibited strength akin to that of a bull. "Enough. Stop it," Joey commanded the man who was instigating the violence. The patrons of such a tavern were far from the gentlemen of Hoxton. They were impoverished and violent, their lack of basic education leading them to resolve conflicts with their fists. With a thunderous impact, Charlie's head was forcefully thrust into a pile of splintered tables, prompting Joey to grimace. He executed a swift series of movements. Reach, grasp the neck, and lift, flawlessly performed. A man weighing at least 180 pounds was hoisted effortlessly by Joey, his feet dangling 10 centimeters above the ground. A cacophony of whispers surrounded them. The bald man struggled to pry Joey's fingers from his throat. Though it was evident he was no hidden Kryptonian, such a feat was nothing short of a delusion. With a thud, an empty beer barrel was lowered over the bald man's upper body, completely immobilizing his arms. With a clang, it fell to the ground. "Now you may take a moment to compose yourself, sir." Joey clucked his tongue, feigning regret, before delivering a kick to the barrel, sending the bald man tumbling into the crowd. "Are you all right, Charlie?" He subsequently crouched down, gazing at the brown-haired drunkard whose head was buried in the debris of broken wood, hesitating over whether to extend a hand to help him up. Who are you? The Scottish man, named Charlie, lifted his head with a belch, seemingly unscathed, as the bald man had narrowly avoided striking him in a vital area. Trevor suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the raucous bar, and the onlookers became even more agitated, retreating to press against the walls. Joey paused momentarily, feeling the bullet strike his calf, yet it left no mark upon his skin. However, this incident instantly roused the drunken patrons within the bar. He scratched the back of his head and surveyed the crowd. One individual was supporting the bald man, the revolver in his hand still smoking. Joey brushed the spot where the bullet had embedded itself. Clang! The bullet fell to the ground, without a single drop of blood. Silence enveloped the bar, as if time had halted. Diana approached, picking up the bullet. "I assume they intended to shatter your calf?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on Joey. At that moment, Trevor and Samir also crouched beside him. The latter exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a miracle." His voice trembled with disbelief. "It's fortunate you aimed for the calf. Otherwise, someone might have perished here today." Joey glanced at the visibly shaken gunman and shrugged. He then picked up a beer bottle from the ground. Crash! No one quite comprehended what had transpired. The bottle shattered, and the gunman collapsed to the floor. Diana looked on, torn between hesitation and concern. Joey stood beside the fallen man, spreading his hands wide. At most, he'll have a slight concussion. It hardly warrants a death sentence. This was primarily due to the fact that the gunman had not intended to kill Joey, merely aiming for his calf. The crowd quickly dispersed. The rumors of Joey being impervious to harm could no longer be contained. Yet, in this era, no one had the means to trace his identity, and the identification system was underdeveloped, rendering it inconsequential. Subsequently, under Trevor's guidance, the recruitment of Charlie and Samir proceeded without much turbulence. Chapter 17 was set to embark a day later. During this period, Joey observed a number of Indians with their heads wrapped in turbans at the port. The outside world was not solely a realm of beauty. Diana, the human species, to be frank, is, in some sense, beyond redemption. Joey invited Diana for a stroll through the streets of Old London, but he did not encounter any Echidna people. The half-snake woman was frequently absent. According to Diana, she was likely off to soothe her own monsters. She gazed at Joey's face with a sense of bewilderment. When Zeus created humanity, he must have endowed them solely with kindness and all positive qualities. Perhaps humans are not even a creation of Zeus at all. Joey shrugged. They believed in the theory of evolution rather than creationism. The atmosphere around them felt somewhat oppressive. The Germans were preparing for negotiations, a matter that had not yet been made public, and people remained shrouded in the gloom of war. He subsequently enlightened Diana about the true nature of the current conflict. Prior to the war, the sharp contradictions among European nations were already evident. The powder keg of the Balkans, the maritime rivalry between Britain and Germany, Russia's westward policies, and France's yearning for revenge against Germany. Setting aside the other three issues, merely considering the opposing colonial aspirations of Britain and Germany, it is difficult to ascertain which side could be deemed just. Joy remarked that since the 1880s, Germany had risen through the Second Industrial Revolution, and by the early years of this century, its industrial output had completely surpassed that of Britain. However, in terms of the exploitation of colonies and the dumping of goods in markets, Britain held an absolute advantage, and the world as colonies had already been divided. The emerging German Empire, in its quest for new colonies and markets, heavily expanded its navy and pursued policies aimed at seizing global hegemony, inevitably leading to severe conflict with Britain. Thus, the German-British rivalry stood as the principal contradiction before the First World War. In essence, this war was fundamentally a manifestation of the intensifying contradictions between old and new colonialism, the uneven economic development of imperialist nations, and the inequitable division of global order, erupting as a world-class imperialist conflict over the repartitioning of the world and the struggle for global dominance. Joy grimaced. He grasped Diana's shoulders, turning her to face him. This is an internal war of the oppressors, but what of the oppressed? How do they live? Do you believe Ares truly has the right to replace the greed within the human heart? I do not know, Diana replied, somewhat lost. She was not truly naive. She had gleaned, through indirect hints over the past few days, the reasons behind the outbreak of this war. It was not a conflict marked by any side's righteousness, merely a brutal struggle for the division of interests. Look at those Indians, armed with the most tattered equipment, sent to the battlefield by the British, used for assaults and mine clearance, facing real artillery fire, unable even to voice their protest, Joy said. At that moment, a light rain began to fall, bringing a chill to their bodies. Neither of them spoke further. After a few moments, Joy shrugged and remarked, I do not intend to dissuade you from redeeming humanity. I merely wish for you to understand, Diana, that the chaos and warfare instigated by Ares represent but a minuscule fraction of humanity's extensive history. Should you genuinely believe that vanquishing or eliminating him will halt all injustices, one day your faith shall inevitably confront collapse. He gazed towards the horizon where a lighthouse emitted a faint, golden glow. The future holds even greater conflicts in store. Chapter 18. Arrival in Belgium. Joy and Trevor crouched side by the deck railing, gazing into the sea while exchanging trivial banter about ideals and their post-war destinations. This was not a troop transport vessel, yet it was crowded with fresh recruits untouched by the battlefield. However, due to his unique status, Trevor managed to secure private quarters for Diana and Echidna, sparing them the discomfort of sharing a large barracks. Trevor furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the approaching shore, his map in hand, a chaotic jumble of symbols indecipherable to all but himself. The vessel, neither too large nor too small, was part of the military supplies the British government had provided to the Belgian government in exile, including copious cans of provisions and munitions. Who knew where they had procured those herring tins? Ahead lay the easternmost fragment of Belgium, still firmly grasped by the Allies. The temporary port here was virtually impossible to locate on any map, devoid of railroads or substantial troop deployments. The remnants of the Belgian army were largely integrated into the Allied forces, engaged in the brutal stalemate unfolding within Belgium's borders. The Great War was nearing its conclusion. Thud. The ship had docked, and soldiers disembarked in a steady stream. Joy and his companions were swept along with the crowd. As the throng dispersed, they were met by a middle-aged man clad in an American naval uniform, characterized by a broad collar, double-breasted buttons adorned with anchor motifs, ample pockets, and heavy fabric, all indicators of his American identity. His face bore a hearty smile, and the winter sun of Belgium illuminated the scars crisscrossing his cheek. "Hey, you look like an American," the middle-aged man called out to Trevor, who was nearby studying a map with Samir. Trevor waved in acknowledgement, and the man then turned his attention to Diana and Echidna, exclaiming, "This is no place for ladies. How do you know I am American?" Trevor glanced at Diana, then at Joy, before finally addressing the man responsible for welcoming them at the makeshift dock. "If you intend to conceal your identity, you would do well to hide your identification, my American brother." The middle-aged man shrugged and addressed Trevor. "I neglected to introduce myself. I am Sean James, hailing from the coastal region of Maine in the eastern United States, currently serving as a rear echelon personnel for the Allies." Trevor recalled a small port named Port Saint from that coastal area, where the Pennyworth family had once held interests in the 17th century. He had a faint impression of it. This conversation was certainly not one in which Joey could interject. In truth, while his understanding of America had somewhat expanded during his previous life spent wandering with Hancock, he was primarily familiar only with various districts of Los Angeles. "Let me tell you, with your delicate demeanor, you must avoid capture on the battlefield, otherwise." Sean James feigned a look of concern and shook his head. "The debauched men of the German Empire have long since whisked the Belgian girls away to France. Do you know what you would be facing?" He was attempting to intimidate Trevor. However, Trevor was no novice to the battlefield. He merely appeared somewhat soft, far from the state James had described. He shrugged, noncommittal. "So, where exactly are we now?" Joey inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at James. "This place looks rather desolate. We have just emerged from the English Channel and crossed the Strait of Dover, arriving at the southern outskirts of Ostend." Charlie, clad in a Scottish kilt, raised his hand, squinting against the bright sun. "If we proceed south, we will enter French territory, perhaps just a few dozen kilometers away. Reaching Dunkirk, the Allies have certainly invested considerable effort to establish a port here. Indeed, it was quite small. The entire dock could accommodate only a medium-sized cargo ship, with the sole structure being a nearby blue metal shed, unmistakably a product of American design, minimalist in nature. Dock workers and a few soldiers gathered in small clusters, discussing Bordeaux wine, the girls in plaid skirts from Brussels, and the impending cold winter. March was fast approaching, marking the onset of Europe's harsh winter season. Soon, heavy snow would blanket the entire battlefield, and frigid winds would surge forth from the Siberian plains. Even the strongest of Germans would be forced to retreat to their warm homes, trembling against the cold. Yet, the war was far from over. "Look, the weather is splendid today," James remarked, casually taking note of Diana and Echidna whispering nearby, before lowering his gaze to Samir, who was bent over, seemingly uncomfortable. "I have a small place not far from here that can provide you with shelter. However, you will need to procure your own food. We shouldn't linger for too long." Joey nodded slightly. From his perspective, the most prudent course of action would be to charge directly into the battlefield to locate Ares and resolve the situation. However, The moment had not yet arrived. The tattoos on his back had yet to begin their throbbing heat. However, he remarked, "We require weapons and supplies. And we must evacuate post-haste." Yet the chieftain had yet to arrive, and without a guide, the hilly terrain of central Belgium could hinder our progress for several weeks. Trevor shook his head slightly. Diana furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Who is the chieftain?" Truth be told, she held little trust in Trevor. From the perspective of comradeship, Samir and Charlie were decidedly untrustworthy. A notorious smuggler, he had a reputation for procuring Cuban tobacco and Chinese antiques, earning him favor within the Belgian aristocracy. Trevor scoffed. He was indifferent to the professions or statuses of his acquaintances, for in these trying times, all must bend before the specter of war. A swindler, a thief, a smuggler. Look at the diverse array of our band. Under the law, you might have long since been incarcerated. Diana accepted the biscuits and sausages that Joy offered, sighing. Trevor seemed to anticipate Diana's retort. He gazed at her across the fire, exhaling a cloud of vapor. He is Swiss, having resided in Belgium for over 15 years, 10 of which he devoted to the Red Cross, but later became a smuggler for various reasons. You see, good or evil, right or wrong, does not authentically reflect a person's essence. We ought to adopt a dialectical approach to matters, Diana. Joy interjected, receiving an approving thumbs up from Trevor. But why do we need him? Diana persisted, still perplexed. The education from Paradise Island had instilled in her the belief that individuals were either wholly good or entirely bad, and she was reluctant to place her trust in a band of criminals. Frankly, what we know about Belgium is unlikely to surpass even half of what the chieftain knows. He would serve as an excellent guide. Chapter 19. The assault. Upon reaching the campfire, silence enveloped the group. Charlie retrieved a flask from his waist, took a sip, and involuntarily emitted a sound of comfort. Nice skirt, Joy commented. A hallmark of the Scots, particularly in these times. Charlie, reeking of alcohol, replied, Indeed. I maintain that the Scottish kilt is perpetually at the forefront of fashion. Why are you on the battlefield, Miss Diana? This is no place for a girl, Samir inquired. Clutching his rifle, though not new to the battlefield, he always felt a twinge of anxiety. Ludendorff, Diana mused, fiddling with her sword, the glint of its blade casting reflections on the ground. He and Dr. Maru concocted a gas potent enough to claim millions of lives, a poison we must thwart. And what of you? What do you fight for? We? How intriguing, I assent it. In this world, Charlie and I fight solely for monetary gain. You see, London never extends a welcome to failures. It is a realm where the affluent indulge in excess, and without wealth, one cannot even find a foothold there. Samir offered a hint of self-deprecation. He was not a native of London, nor was Charlie. Much like the significance of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen in China, London holds a similar meaning for the British. It is a land of dreams, where aspirations are born and often perish. I am a soldier. Concluding this war is inherently my mission, Diana. I am here because I must be, he proclaimed. I fight for justice. Trevor raised his glass, filled with the beer provided by the dock manager. Joy emitted a low chuckle, exchanging glances with Echidna, who also smiled lightly. Do you truly fight for justice? She inquired. Joy seized the moment. Steve, tell me, apart from Serbia's fight for sovereignty and independence, who among the Allies, including Britain and America, can be deemed just? Few dare to openly discuss the war's nature. Though unspoken, Trevor had been subtly instilling the notion of representing justice in Joy and his companions. In truth, it was not much. After all, he worked for the government and was among the most unique types of soldiers. The thoughts of a spy are inscrutable. However, Joy was not Diana. He had traversed 2 worlds and lived 2 lives, having studied this history. Trevor found himself at a loss for words. Undeniably. We brought them the civilization of systems and advanced science, James interjected, who had been silently sipping his beer. Joy shook his head. He had no desire to engage in such arguments with these individuals. Each era possesses its own limitations. The truth shall be returned to time. With a shrug, Joy remarked, Wisdom is subjective. Mr. James, perhaps you should act immediately. Diana suddenly rose, her expression turning grave, her sword drawn. Gather the combat forces here. What? James was bewildered. Joy toyed with a pocket watch, remaining seated yet raising an eyebrow. An army approaches. It should be the Germans. Joy's hearing far surpassed that of the present Diana. Perhaps only a future superhuman could rival him in sensory perception. Thus he had sensed it long before. Diana's muscles tensed, her focus unwavering. She seemed born for battle. A natural warrior and protector. Without anyone perceiving the anomaly, she had already prepared a response. She glanced at Joy and swiftly departed the scene. Joy sighed, his coat slipping from his shoulders. Beneath the coat, he wore a military uniform, more defined, more fitted, and more suited for combat. The surroundings exhibited a peculiar atmosphere. There were no blaring alarms nor the sound of machine guns that had already graced the battlefield. Likewise, there were no squads of soldiers marching forth from the various tents. This was not entirely unexpected. After all, it was now dusk, visibility was scant, and we found ourselves in the southern outskirts of Ostend, an elevated region cloaked in broadleaf forests. It was exceedingly concealed, rendering the detection of approaching enemies nearly impossible. Mr. James promptly rose to alert the others present and the actual commander, a Belgian nobleman, and an American naval captain. The entire port was manned by a mere 4 squads of 32 American soldiers, with the remainder being dockworkers or local residents engaged in production activities. The port lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lanterns or lighthouses. Since 1916, the German Empire had pioneered the first true bombers in human history, relentlessly bombing the industrial zones of northwestern and southwestern London throughout the year. This location, after all, was perilously close to their flight paths. Why had St. Catherine S. Dock escaped bombardment? Who would squander expensive bombs on civilian slums? Though enveloped in darkness, everyone remained battle-ready. Almost a mere 10 minutes later, a cargo ship, carrying over 40 women, set sail towards the French coastline. Safety was a distant illusion. The men remained behind. But the efficacy of 42 rifles and 15 pistols in such a siege was dubious, were it not for Joy and Diana's presence. No, the entire port was encircled. In the northern town, at least a 200-strong contingent was advancing towards them, while southern and eastern forces were conducting a thorough search through the jungle. Diana returned to the camp. Not far away, the trench stood as the sole gateway between the port and the forest, elevated yet serving as the last bastion. They had hunting dogs and armored vehicles, and likely snipers akin to Charlie. There were too many of us here. Escape was improbable. Diana, having shed her coat, appeared striking. The true word lock in her hand radiated a captivating golden glow. Charlie clutched his rifle, his right hand trembling unnaturally. His face contorted in an odd manner as he exclaimed, "No, do not compare me to those German fiends. No. It seems this group of Germans is concealing something in that small town." Joyce suddenly furrowed his brow, having caught an unusual sound, akin to the starting of some engine, accompanied by the mournful clash of metal. Yet, it was not weaponry. If Joyce so desired, he could easily detect the scent of gunpowder emanating from those cannons, even from such a distance. But that rich aroma was absent. Thud. Mr. James burst into the room. He remarked, "They are closing in." Joy and Diana exchanged glances. "I will go. You two stay here," Joy declared, then turned to Echidna. After a brief hesitation, he added, "Once I have dealt with these German forces, I shall pay a visit to that small town." Chapter 20. The offensive. The sound of hounds grew nearer. The Germans were adept at locating hidden enemies. This commendable tradition would persist for decades, extending into the Second World War, as they hunted down those Jews who had concealed themselves so well. Narrow the search. Do not panic. The voice of a German officer echoed through the woods. Coincidentally, Joy had studied German for a brief period during his first life. It was the only language he could barely converse in, aside from Chinese and English. The German residents were approaching, their bright lanterns casting beams straight into the sky, showing no intent of concealment. Was it an illusion? They seemed thoroughly familiar with this port. Diana, who stood at the edge beside Joy, furrowed her brow. She had formed a certain assessment of humanity's individual combat capabilities and the power of firearms. At least in this era, the humans on Earth should possess no means to even pierce Joy's skin. Therefore, she did not worry that the external German forces would hinder Joy's actions. However, it was evident that these Germans were not searching aimlessly. They appeared to have orders, a purpose, and their target was quite clear. Joy smirked. What of it? This place has long been exposed. He patted his coat and military uniform, hesitating for a moment. What a pity, I will have to change clothes. The armor gifted to him by Hephaestus had been left on Paradise Island, as it was too antiquated in style for this era. Regarding combat uniforms, Joy had a notion. He recalled that somewhere in the Arctic, there should be a hidden Kryptonian spacecraft, possibly a colonial outpost. He had a vague memory from watching movies in his first life. The narrative claimed that this spacecraft had been frozen in ice for over 10,000 years and was supposedly from Superman's abode, containing a considerable number of Kryptonian uniforms. Alas, Joy was not even a Kryptonian, let alone a member of the House of El. It seemed a fanciful dream to claim that spacecraft as his own. However, gaining access to it and acquiring a few uniforms along with some Kryptonian technology should not pose significant problems. Compared to the armor forged by Hephaestus, the battle attire prepared for him by the House of El was evidently more suitable for Joy. He personally disliked capes, and fortunately, Some of those uniforms did not come with capes. Let this be the end for now. I shall return swiftly. Joy waved goodbye to Diana. He stepped out of the trench, adjusting his collar with the grace of a gentleman. With a piercing gaze, Joy's heightened senses were no longer restrained. Often, for the sake of his mental well-being, he had to temporarily close off his extraordinary perceptions. If inundated with excessive information simultaneously, his mind would become utterly fatigued. It is worth noting that even the most illustrious of superheroes do not perpetually keep their senses fully attuned. He predominantly focused his attention on a singular individual or a specific group. In an instant, the cacophonous buzz surged into Joy's ears like a tidal wave. He furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing the situation. The beams of gaslight shooting up from the jungle unabashedly revealed the positions of the Germans. However, this was not the entirety of the threat. The Germans revealing their locations were but a minority, comprising less than a quarter of their total force. Nearly 500 troops were encircling from the east, south, and north. This already represented the strength of a current infantry company of the German Empire. Joy even discerned the sounds of machine guns and artillery from the whirring of wheels. 10 heavy machine guns and 6 field guns, he murmured to himself. What a formidable array. Were the Germans planning to annihilate this dock in one fell swoop? At this juncture, the Maxim machine gun remained the most formidable weapon on the battlefield. An infantry division, numbering 16,000 men, could possess 20 to 30 of these guns. As for artillery, each division contained merely 4 artillery battalions, 3 equipped with 18 77mm field guns, while the 4th was outfitted with 18 105mm howitzers, summing up to 72 pieces of artillery per division. As the war intensified, the number of heavy machine guns increased to 108, with each infantry battalion incorporating 23 76mm mortars, and the entire division adding 36 mortars. Heavy artillery began to be integrated into infantry divisions as well, with each division adding 12 pieces. While this may seem substantial, it was merely the armament of a single infantry division. In stark contrast, here, in this location, 2 mere companies boasted such a plethora of heavy weaponry. It was utterly extraordinary. This configuration was more than sufficient for a small-scale frontal engagement. Yet it was being employed at a facility lacking even a proper name, merely serving as a transport port, an egregious overreach, a gross misallocation of resources. With his left hand tethered to the 2 German shepherds conscripted from home, Hawkins exhaled towards his right hand. The recent gunfire had drawn the attention of the second heir of the Alvensleben family, eager for military glory. Damn it, they could have stealthily approached to catch them off guard, yet they chose to make such a grand display. Trip Hawkins trembled from the cold. To be frank, he felt like a disgrace to the Alvensleben lineage. Compared to his brother Vicard, this Hawkins was as odious as a foul stench. He bent down to gently stroke the head of the German shepherd before him. Trip Hawkins, originally just the son of a rancher, found himself compelled to enlist in the army due to the nationwide mobilization for war. Furthermore, he was mandated to bring along his family's sheepdog, much to his discontent. Suddenly, he halted. All 5 military dogs, including his 2 German shepherds, began to bark furiously at the impenetrable darkness of the forest ahead. A chilling wind swept through, heralding the impending snowfall. The cold sent shivers racing across his skin. Alert! Alert! Hawkins roared, his voice strained, as he stood merely 10 meters away from the rest of his squad. Soon, the sound of boots crunching on dry leaves approached. More than a dozen soldiers, rifles in hand, rushed toward him. In such an environment, machine guns would prove ineffective. Suddenly, a flock of black crows erupted from the forest ahead, soaring into the sky, their silhouettes hauntingly illuminated by the moonlight. Stop! A figure resembling an officer stepped beside Hawkins, furrowing his brow as he rested his hands on the holstered pistol at his waist. The dogs wouldn't bark without cause. He shouted, "Lights! We need lights!" Clang! 2 massive, tubular gas lamps were raised to either side of him. Originally designed for warships or cargo vessels, these sources provided a brightness far exceeding that of stars or the moon. The officer glanced back at Hop Alvensleben, spitting in disdain. Powerful beams of light pierced the darkness. Several military dogs crouched low to the ground, trembling, their barking gradually subsiding into faint whimpers. Chapter 21. Extraterrestrial Vessel Thud. A metallic object, twisted into a grotesque mass, was hurled from the shadows, crashing before the German soldiers. The officer stepped forward to discern its nature. Guns. A pile of firearms, contorted by some fearsome force into a spherical shape. He cried out in terror, "Damn it! Fire! Fire!" Yet, it seemed no command was necessary. An entire squad of soldiers instinctively pulled their triggers. Bang! 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 The sound of bullets firing and the flash of gunfire rendered everything in the forest visible. However, the clashing of metal soon followed. What is that? Damn it! What is that ghastly thing? The officer raised his sidearm, staring into the darkness before him. Under the bright light, the sight became even more pronounced. Slowly emerging was a massive metal plate, seemingly from a cannon's base, being held aloft and moving toward them with deliberate, unwavering intent. Bullets struck the plate, yet it appeared utterly unaffected, showing no signs of retreat or hesitation. The gunfire intensified. Subsequently, a man's voice resonated, declaring, "You are the last group." The officer, initially perplexed, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. What about the others? What have you done to them? The forest seemed to fall into an eerie silence, the scattered troops appearing to be the only ones still stirring. However, darkness enveloped him before he could react, and he lost consciousness. Of course, Joy had not annihilated all the Germans. He lacked the authority to do so. In the conflict between the Allies and the Central Powers, there was no righteous side, and Joy was disinterested in excessively aiding the former. Thus, he merely disarmed the Germans and rendered them unconscious, transporting them to a southern region. It remained densely forested, yet was several dozen kilometers away, devoid of significant traces of warfare. Afterward, he arrived at a nameless, forsaken village, long abandoned and uninhabited, with a narrow path leading to the nearest city. The Germans had likely infiltrated the port from this very place, although their assault ultimately proved futile. Those Germans had retrieved something from the coastline, now being transported back to Berlin, something that appeared to be alive. What could it be? Joy furrowed his brow. His attire remained relatively intact, thanks to a piece of armor that had shielded him from numerous bullets. As he wandered through the desolate village, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him, thick with the scent of death, suggesting a massacre had transpired here. Within the relatively intact houses, he discovered remnants of documentation left by the Germans. There were no coordinates, merely references to a military unit that had encountered peculiar objects in shallow waters. The photographs, though exceedingly blurred and devoid of color, depicted a metallic egg adorned with artificial, crimson-hued tubes resembling pulsating veins. Several images showcased different angles of the same object, stacked upon one another. One particular photograph revealed a transparent barrier, uncertain if it was glass, through which a figure could be discerned. It was a man, eyes tightly shut, and it was unclear whether he still possessed life. This seemed to be an extraterrestrial entity, perhaps akin to something alien. After neutralizing all the Germans in the forest, Joy arrived at the village, where a research team of over 100 individuals was present. The sound of an engine starting emanated from a component Joy could not identify, though he speculated it might be part of the object depicted in the photographs. He had interrogated several relevant researchers, but they provided little useful information, remaining equally in the dark regarding the true nature of the object. This object, unlike the creations of the mysterious realms, resembles more closely the escape pods engineered by advanced technological civilizations. Joy mused to himself. Having watched numerous science fiction films, he was not unfamiliar with such artifacts. However, the very components of the pod were arranged here for examination, suggesting that the alien entity within was likely deceased. Nonetheless, the researchers had mentioned that the biological specimen inside the pod appeared to undergo certain transformations upon exposure to sunlight. Although not many useful clues were uncovered, I managed to acquire this. Joy displayed a metallic device to Diana and Echidna, which, upon triggering certain mechanisms or buttons, would emit superheated plasma flames akin to those from a jet engine. He proclaimed, "This object undoubtedly originates from beyond Earth." Beyond Earth? Echidna narrowed her eyes. She had lived for an extraordinarily long time, far exceeding Diana's years. She had also participated in several harrowing battles, including the War of the Gods and the War of the Clans, leaving her mark in both. However, the most vivid memory remained that of a sniper battle involving all factions of the world, gods, humans, Amazons, and even Atlantis, instigated by a dark sovereign traversing the space beyond Earth, waging war for the plunder of certain unique terrestrial phenomena. The outcome was, of course, a victory for Earth, but the myriad of contingencies rendered it nearly impossible to replicate. In contrast to Echidna's lingering trepidation, Diana appeared somewhat bewildered. Beyond Earth? Is it a god? No, it's an alien, Joy replied, tapping the surface of the device, producing a metallic hum as a contemplative expression crossed his face. Moreover, I believe I may know the origin of this object. The researchers in the small town stated that the biological entity within the pod experienced a remarkable enhancement of vitality upon contact with sunlight, akin to a transformation from human to divine. Consequently, the Empire relocated it to the shadowy depths of Berlin, And to avert the potential danger of concealed weaponry within the pod, the higher-ups decided to dismantle it and distribute the components for further study. Yet, such research was destined to be futile. The current technological level of Earth, compared to a civilization capable of interstellar travel, resembled that of primitive societies juxtaposed with modernity. The technology encapsulated within the pod was nearly impossible to decipher. However, Joy's focus lay elsewhere. Based on the German's account, he had ample reason to suspect that this escape pod-like object hailed from the now possibly obliterated Krypton, particularly given its peculiar reaction to sunlight, mirroring that of Kryptonians. If it indeed belonged to the Kryptonians, there could not be merely one. They were likely part of a collective reminiscent of General Zod from the films. Should a faction of Kryptonians manifest in present-day Earth, it was likely that, aside from Joy, no one would be able to thwart their actions. Regardless of what they might undertake, I must take a trip to Berlin. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Joy had resolved to witness it personally. Or perhaps I shall go alone. Diana had more pressing matters at hand. So I shall go, Echidna declared. Chapter 22. The Germans. Robert, do not venture outside. In the western regions of the German Empire, specifically in the suburbs of Bielefeld, the Huss family resided, their livelihood dependent on the timber trade. The flames of war raged fiercely, profoundly affecting the lives of the German populace, who found themselves compelled to expend increasingly more marks on essential goods. Although the war had yet to reach its conclusion, and Germany had not yet signed the exceedingly unjust Treaty of Versailles, the protracted conflict had nearly brought the nation to its knees. Inflation had commenced, even though Wilhelm II had signed to permit the new currency, the mark. To replace the former gold mark, the cost of sending a single letter had soared to 15 marks. In the past, this amount would have sufficed for half a week's expenses for a family. Certainly, the German people had yet to grasp the gravity of their situation. In the not-so-distant year of 1923, merely 5 years hence, inflation would render their currency utterly valueless. Sending a letter would ultimately cost a staggering 100 billion marks. Hearing his mother's voice, Robert, perched on a hillside beside a grove of white poplars as he gazed up at the sky, responded, "All right, mother. I am watching today's meteor shower." He was slightly emaciated, nay, far too thin, yet his substantial frame rendered him less than sprightly. "What wish are you making?" A middle-aged woman, her headscarf in place, emerged from the house carrying a large pot of stewed potatoes. Thankfully, electricity had already been established here. Her shadow fell precisely at Robert's feet. "Father says that wishes spoken aloud lose their power, and besides, I have yet to see a meteor today." Rising to his feet, Robert inhaled deeply. "It smells wonderful. Mother, have you cooked meat today?" "A stork. We scarcely have anything to eat." "Is it the stork that brings children to people?" Robert made his way toward the house. War, regardless of which side instigated it, invariably harms the people. Take Robert Huss, for example. His family hailed from Denmark and had sought refuge here due to persecution. Farmers and lumberjacks like him found survival during such tumultuous times exceedingly challenging. They had little to eat. Consequently, Robert's father enlisted in the army, fought in Belgium, and perished in the Battle of Verdun in 1916. The government merely classified him as missing, which meant the compensation would be pitifully scant. May the war come to a swift end. Mrs. Huss clasped her hands, murmuring a prayer. She then wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, striving to regain her composure. She had long since reached her breaking point. But Robert was still too young. Today, Bielefeld was adorned with a myriad of stars, yet devoid of shooting stars. To be candid, there was little hope for them. The aging mother sighed deeply, her hand still cradling a steaming pot of stew. Yet one cannot sustain life merely on potatoes. Suddenly, both mother and son lifted their gazes. It seemed as though a sound was approaching from the heavens, akin to something plummeting from the clouds, or perhaps descending from the cosmos. She had initially reached to push open the wooden door, but Mrs. Huss paused, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky. A brilliant, resplendent meteor streaked across the distant night. "Look, Robert, come quickly," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She was a remarkable mother. Though education had faltered, at the very least, Robert could still grow up in a somewhat complete home. While she could not provide him with a spiritual life, she could at least allow her son to witness a shooting star. "I saw it, Mama." But it seems Robert covered his mouth, the brilliance blooming in their eyes as he widened them, as if he beheld something extraordinary. "It looks like it's about to land in our cornfield." Boom. It wasn't colossal, yet the fiery object soared overhead, illuminating nearly half the visible sky. It grazed the summit of a small hill before descending into the poplar grove, crashing down beyond the trees with a thunderous roar. Flames erupted to several meters high, and the ground quivered slightly. "Be careful, Robert." At the moment the object struck the earth, Mrs. Huss lunged forward, tightly embracing Robert and shielding herself from the inferno. Her shadow was drawn into the house, casting itself upon a meticulously arranged table beside a steaming pot of stork. Rarely did anyone consume such birds. The wind swept in, tousling the lady's hair. What is that? The firelight reflected in Robert's eyes, his previously pale complexion now tinged with a hint of color. The blaze soared skyward, then seemingly extinguished as if gripped by a colossal hand amidst the white poplar forest. They had lived here for decades, never encountering such an event. Was it a meteorite? Or a crashed aircraft? No, it was neither. From the shadowy edge of the poplar grove, faint yet resolute footsteps echoed, reminiscent of hoofbeats emerging from thick fog. Mysterious. Disturbing. There are two people, Mama, two people, Robert exclaimed, his eyes wide, calling out as if to alleviate the fear within. The lady turned her head somewhat mechanically. What could those descending from the sky be? As she turned, she beheld them. A beautiful woman clad in a brown fur-collared coat, accompanied by a man in a black high-collared overcoat, descended from the heavens. They were Echidna and Joy. The distance from here to Berlin was not particularly far. Excuse me, madam, are we within the borders of Germany? Joy adjusted his expression, striving to appear gentle, courteous, and refined. He slightly bent forward so that the woman before him would not have to look up at him. We are in a hurry, and we shall compensate you fully for any damage caused to you and your crops. There was no need to be aggressive when conversing with ordinary people. Everyone faced their own struggles. People were busy with harvests, busy with war, busy with pleasures. Yet, many in this land were preoccupied with the sheer act of survival. The plight of the lower-class Germans during this period was scarcely better than that of their Chinese counterparts. It seemed that George's demeanor eased Mrs. Huff, who concealed little Robert slightly behind her, and then spoke in heavily accented English. Yes, this is Germany. Those poplars in Bielefeld are not worth much, sir, and we have not suffered any harm, so there is no need for compensation. No, let me think. If I don't have marks, then how about this? Joy retrieved a small piece of gold from his pocket. In the Belgian town, the precious metals of those Germans had nearly all found their way into his possession. The quantity of gold was considerable. Regardless of the location, this substance remained the most stable currency. This is too precious, sir. I cannot accept, Mrs. Huth extended her left hand in refusal. However, Robert tugged at her sleeve. Mama. It's all right, madam. Oh, is that stewed potatoes? I haven't had potatoes in ages. Would you be so kind as to invite us in for a bite? He swiftly tucked the gold into little Robert's pocket as he inhaled the aroma of stewed potatoes wafting through the air. Echidna appeared quite pleased, and storks. I used to adore roasted stork. Chapter 23. Setting off again. Well, to reach Berlin, we must continue eastward, nearly traversing the entire German Empire, correct? Joy pondered. To be honest, he had not excelled in geography during his school days and was not particularly familiar with the geographical layout of Germany. At present, his only impression of Bielefeld, where he and Echidna found themselves, was that this region had been a significant center for linen weaving in Europe since the 16th century. Logically, the inhabitants here, while not wealthy, should at least be free from want. However, the outbreak of World War I had inflicted far greater harm on ordinary people than one might anticipate. He lay on a small hillock, with little Robert seated beside him. After Mrs. Huth's warm invitation, he and Echidna had temporarily rested here for the night. On this evening, Echidna realized that in this world, within human society, there exists not only the opulent and hedonistic havens of London, but also impoverished households. They could scarcely afford a meal, and the children were deprived of the education they rightly deserved. The sole man of the house had been conscripted into the military. Little Robert, clutching a roasted potato, took a bite, and the warmth and aroma enveloped him as the white steam danced around his hair and ascended into the sky behind him, gradually dissipating into the air. He exhaled a breath of warmth, gazing towards the distant horizon, where a flock of birds was migrating southward. Then he inquired, Mr. Hall, are you also of German descent? I saw you descend from the heavens with Miss Echidna yesterday. You must be extraordinary. Tracing his lineage, he found that his ancestors were indeed British. Yet he personally bore 1/8 Chinese heritage. The name Joy Hall was inherited from the previous owner of this body, a newly emerged member of the Hancock lineage. The blood of such individuals is interwoven within the fabric of humanity. There exists a certain probability that any person in this world might give rise to such descendants, albeit the odds are rather poignant. As for Joy's original name, he could scarcely recall it. That fragment of self-awareness was gradually fading. His parents epitomized the archetypal American family, descendants of English colonizers, with only his great-grandfather being a worker from China during World War II, hence the 1/8 Chinese ancestry. If one were to trace back further, The ancestors of this body would likely have been stewards of some grand hall, akin to the ancestry of Superman's adoptive father, whose surname, Kent, is derived from a geographical location in the southeast of England, adjacent to the Thames and the North Sea. I see, you must have practiced Chinese Qigong, which is how you can fly. Little Robert's expression reflected wonder. Yet, he refrained from voicing his desire to learn this imagined skill. Joy gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Close enough, something akin to that. Stop playing outside, Mr. Hall, Robert. Dinner is ready." Mrs. Huss called from below. Germans are indeed quite hospitable, despite their Danish immigrant roots. Echidna had ventured to the nearby town to procure lamb chops and octopus delivered from the seaside. Joy turned to little Robert and remarked. She mentioned she would prepare a Greek-style stew with octopus. "I once had Greek-style grilled squid legs with my father in the city," Robert replied, appearing to comprehend well. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. The weather today was splendid, though the harshest winter was imminent. Beneath the warm sun, some unfamiliar parasitic vines had blossomed with tiny flowers, swaying gently in the mild breeze. The breeze was gentle, and the sunlight just right. What prompted this sudden desire to learn cooking? Taking a seat, Joy inquired with a raised brow at Echidna, who was still busily engaged at the kitchen counter. A task unbecoming of the mother of all demons. Glancing back, he was momentarily taken aback. Ever since the demise of Echidna's original form, this avatar she had assumed seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, exhibiting a much gentler demeanor. She remarked, "I wish to experience something new." In a certain sense, this Echidna was an entirely different entity from her former self. This evokes the classic paradox of the ship of Theseus, which contemplates the nature of identity amidst change. If the components of an object are replaced, does it remain the same object? This dilemma is precisely what Echidna now confronted. Yet, Joy found himself unable to provide an answer. At that moment, a delectable aroma wafted through the room, the enticing scent of roasted lamb. Mrs. Hurst's complexion brightened considerably. Her family had not savored meat in quite some time. The reason Joy chose to linger here, apart from the city, was that he had overheard a conversation between Robert and Mrs. Hurst. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart fluttered momentarily. Perhaps it was sympathy that drew him here. Miss Echidna's culinary skills are remarkable, and she is quite beautiful. Surely, many would admire her. Only a man like Mr. Hall could be her equal, Mrs. Hurst teased. Joy shook his head, spearing a piece of octopus with his fork. "Madam, you are mistaken. In fact, Echidna has long been married. Her husband is none other than Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters. The Hydra, which I recently vanquished, is one of their offspring. After this meal, we shall take our leave. I am truly grateful for your hospitality, Mrs. Hurst." Joy was a man of considerable courtesy. "Our troops are still en route to the front lines. The war is not yet concluded, though they say His Majesty is on the verge of signing a surrender." Young Robert turned to Joy, suddenly asking, "Sir, are you aligned with that side? Do you possess the power to overthrow our government?" His final question was tinged with evident concern. Joy was taken aback. That side unequivocally referred to the Allies. This statement revealed both Robert's genuine yearning for peace and his hope that the German Empire would emerge victorious, reclaiming its share of the world divvied up by established empires like the British Empire. Thus, he feared that Joy and Echidna's intentions might indeed be to topple the entire German regime. Germany was in dire need of colonies, which was the impetus for their war. In a certain sense, Joy indeed possessed the means to effect such a change. He glanced toward Echidna. He shrugged and replied, "No, I have no such intention. I merely have some matters to attend to, and my nationality is neither British, nor French, nor American. I am stateless, and this war is, in fact, not my concern." He pierced a piece of octopus with a fork, mashing it, and then swirled it in chili sauce, as the sunlight cascaded upon Joy's back, warming him. Wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, Joy smiled and said, "The war will soon come to an end, Robert, my friend, I assure you." He suddenly lifted his head, glancing at Mrs. Huss. "During this time, before the snow falls, madam, exchange the gold we have given you for some cash, and then head to Sweden or return to Denmark. Germany's demise is imminent." He spoke the truth. Even if this place were the universe, the conclusion of the Great War would remain unchanged. Mrs. Huss ultimately did not guarantee her departure, and Joy refrained from saying more, having said all he could. "Will you come again, Mr. Hall? Will you come to visit us?" Little Robert felt a pang of reluctance. Joy and Echidna had left them a substantial fortune, sufficient to ensure this fragmented family would want for nothing for a long time. Moreover, they had shared many intriguing tales with him. Little Robert felt they could be considered friends. Joy nodded slightly. "Yes, once I have concluded my affairs, I shall return to see you." Chapter 24. Beneath Berlin, the farmhouse of the Fuchs family was becoming increasingly distant as Joy and Echidna soared rapidly through the skies at thousands of meters above. Joy's lineage was characterized by sheer physical power. Most of the time, each individual could manipulate the climate and even natural disasters, yet due to their varying strengths, their control over climate and disasters was not entirely uniform. Hancock was a rather exceptional individual within this group, lacking the manifestation of such climatic talents. Yet among the four of his kin on Earth, including Joy, he possessed the greatest physical strength. Upon arriving in this world, Joy found himself separated from his true destiny by great distances, his power having surged beyond measure, to the point where he himself was unaware of his limits. He could only vaguely sense that, should he so desire, he could even manipulate half a tectonic plate, causing violent upheavals, volcanic eruptions, tectonic shifts, and seismic waves that would obliterate everything in their path. He had preliminarily acquired the power to devastate the world. As for the extent of his strength, it was entirely unquantifiable. If left unchecked, he could even shatter mountain ranges with a single charge. In the past, in another world, Joy and Hancock had once cooperated to assist a Suez-type tanker, laden with crude oil, escape peril. The vessel's mission was to traverse the Arctic Ocean towards the Atlantic, only to become trapped in the ice. At that time, the largest ship type capable of carrying Middle Eastern oil through the Suez Canal to Europe, built after 1980, was referred to as a Suez-type oil tanker, typically weighing between 150,000 to 160,000 deadweight tons. The weight of such a freighter nearly represents the utmost strength of Joy, a solitary figure from the previous world. Moreover, with Hancock's assistance, Joy could be effortlessly dragged, leading him to suspect that Hancock possessed at least 2 to 3 times, if not more, of his own strength. After all, the latter had survived for thousands of years alongside his own destiny, being the only other unique entity on Earth besides Joy. Upon entering this new world, having lost his singular power limit attribute, Joy's combat prowess experienced a terrifying enhancement, one that continued to evolve with the passage of time. Shortly after his arrival, when his energy was nearly depleted, he already wielded strength exceeding tenfold that of his previous world. In a few days, as he fully recuperated, it was estimated that his power could reach approximately 100 times that of his former self. His flight speed could even achieve several dozen times the speed of sound in an exceedingly brief interval, and reaching 100 times was not beyond the realm of possibility. At such velocities, compounded by Joy's lack of a biological force field, even ancient deities like Echidna would find it challenging to cope, necessitating a reduction in his speed. However, if one were to compare strength, the forthcoming appearance of Superman, Kal-El, could serve as a reference. Based on cinematic portrayals, Joy believed that Superman's combat abilities ranked just below Dr. Manhattan among the superheroes and science fiction characters he had observed. Of course, there was also a considerable likelihood that he would not match Lucy from Lucy, although the latter had not made any moves since achieving divinity, rendering direct comparison difficult. At that time, Joy had specifically watched an analysis of an Easter egg, which mentioned that a particular film featured the Daily Planet reporting on Superman moving tectonic plates to prevent earthquakes. To elucidate using a neighboring universe, Superman's defenses surpassed those of the Hulk by a significant margin, while his output exceeded that of Thor by a great deal. His physical prowess could obliterate the planetary engine of the Eastern Hemisphere, while the forces of the Western Hemisphere were decimated by the energy explosion of incubation chambers, leading to collapse. He excelled in both space and aerial combat. Absent nuclear interference, he could torment Doomsday in the depths of the sun. His flight speed remained uncertain, but he could easily surpass Quicksilver, and the Justice League's members, deemed inferior replacements for Superman, were significantly outmatched. Superman's fighting style primarily revolves around 2 approaches, the first being sheer impact. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single collision, if one strike fails. A second is warranted. In the films Joy had watched before his journey, various entities had been pierced and destroyed by a single blow, including Kryptonian ships, planetary engines, snow-capped mountains, skyscrapers, and factories. Only Zod and his fellow Kryptonians, alongside Doomsday, could endure a second blow without perishing, with Batman's ability to siphon kryptonite from Superman also notable. The second approach is akin to a powerful punch, exemplified by the finale of the Justice League, where characters like the Wild Man were obliterated in a single strike, morphing into a mere husky. Those who could withstand 2 blows were predominantly Zod and his cohort, as well as Doomsday. This does not imply that Superman lacks combat skills. His final maneuver against Zod's throat was executed with remarkable precision. Zod, a born warrior, was ultimately overwhelmed by Superman after adapting to his newfound strength. illustrating the effectiveness of Superman's combat prowess. The term Wong Ba Quan derives from the notion that a single strike can lead to one's demise, rendering an entire set of military boxing techniques unnecessary. A mere slap suffices. To date, Joy has not experienced the sensation of an equal adversary, a feeling he might only encounter upon meeting a being akin to a Kryptonian. This longing is precisely why Joy is resolute in his journey to Berlin. The Kryptonian may still be alive, and Joy desperately seeks a reference point to gauge the extent of his own power. After all, thus far, he has encountered nothing that could withstand even a single blow. This predicament bears a resemblance to the initial circumstances of Superman. In a certain sense, he, Joy Hall, is a deity. I assumed you would lack any semblance of sympathy, he remarked. Generally, the mightiest individuals possess the most hardened psyches. Echidna retorted with a loud voice. Joy found himself unable to shield her from the oncoming tempest. If anyone were to lack such empathy, it would surely be you, Echidna, the mother of all demons. A being that has endured since the age of gods. He curled his lip in disdain. Echidna countered, since my emergence in this world, neither I nor my progeny has ever slain an ordinary person without cause. Moreover, we have devoted thousands of years to guarding the gates of hell to prevent this realm from descending into true darkness. Before them lay Berlin, a city that even London could not rival. Joy and Echidna stood at the westernmost point of Berlin, elevated high above, with clouds beneath their feet. How to describe this place? Steampunk, pre-electric craftsmanship, Hebrew architectural style, or perhaps reminiscent of the religious grandeur of St. Petersburg's cathedral? No, this was far from a pure German empire. Joy had previously glimpsed photographs of this empire from 1918. That was in his first life. Yet, considering the extensive modifications this world has undergone, it is hardly surprising. However, this city before him appeared fantastical, a confluence of diverse elements, towering industrial smokestacks, reaching heights of 100 meters, stood like immense pillars rising from the earth, pouring darkness into the sky while sustaining the rhythmic pulse of this grand empire. Thud, thud. Joy furrowed his brow, as if he could hear the drums of war resounding from every corner of Berlin, resonating with a profound and deep sound. His eyes widened suddenly in realization. The rhythm of this heartbeat emanated from the depths of the earth, incomparable and unimaginable, penetrating through dozens, even hundreds of kilometers of rock, to reach Joy's ears. What does this signify? A colossal living entity resides beneath this city, its heart pulsating with vitality. Looking down from the highest vantage point, one would notice that the entirety of Berlin was subtly trembling. However, due to the vastness of the domain, no one could truly perceive it. What significance does Hydra hold in the face of such life? In comparison, it seems as insignificant as an earthworm. Merely the heartbeat could cause this immense expanse to pulse in unison. What an extraordinary essence of life this is. Could it be some extraterrestrial being? Or perhaps a relic from the age of gods? He gazed at Echidna, who appeared oblivious to the phenomenon. Naturally, above ground, this sound was quite faint. Even Joy could only barely discern it. He then suggested, utilize your divine power to sense it. There seems to be something below. Consequently, an unseen, intangible force surged forth from Echidna's eyes. After a moment, her expression transformed into one of profound terror. What did you see? Joy inquired urgently. Echidna hesitated for a moment, the divine energy within her gradually subsiding. Then, trembling slightly, she uttered, fury, brutality, and slaughter. An endless torrent of negative emotions is surging from beneath this land, where ancient and unimaginable deities are buried. Her face was a canvas of shock. Joy now harbored doubts. Germany, Berlin, the instigators of 2 world wars, mysterious beings lurking beneath Berlin, and the incessant flow of negative energy. Did all of this hold any connection? Perhaps we should descend and explore the depths. He contemplated, then hesitated, deciding instead to first locate the individual who had been retrieved from the sea. What if that colossal creature harbored hostility towards this world? Yes, Joy could potentially slay it. But then what? The entire world would descend into chaos. Entirely, Berlin and other core cities within the German Empire could vanish from the maps. Just the thought of the potential consequences filled Joy with trepidation. Chapter 25. Daniel with his heightened senses fully engaged. Not a whisper of movement within half of the German Empire escaped Joy's watchful gaze. Although his cognitive processing speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals and even deities, he still found it challenging to instantaneously sift through the cacophony of chaotic information. Thus, he typically refrained from opening his senses to perceive the movements of others. After a brief moment of dizziness, Joy located the main body of the aircraft. It continued to emit a unique humming sound, resonating with ion vibrations characteristic of this era. Surprisingly, the Germans had not transported the alien vessel to Berlin. Instead, they had placed it in the suburbs of northern Blankenfeld. They expended considerable effort to transport this entity here, seemingly only to place it in the strategic cryogenic storage facility. I have found it. It is right here. In an instant, Joy had already brought Echidna to tread upon this ground. This place was a military restricted zone, with sentinels stationed every 10 paces and watchmen every 5, under stringent surveillance, even boasting an entire tank company as its defensive force. The tanks of this era were cumbersome and exorbitantly costly. In Joy's previous world, Germany had only managed to produce 6 tanks throughout the entirety of the Great War. Yet, it was evident that this world was entirely different. Here alone, there were 3 tanks. They resembled turtles with bulging shells, extending their stout barrels, while a few German soldiers leaned against them, smoking to ward off the chill. It was February, and Europe in February was bitterly cold. The mountain before them served as a semi-hidden military installation, possessing but a single entrance. Encircled by 3 layers of barbed wire, 20 military tents, 20 armored vehicles, and at least 1 battalion of 400 infantry were visible to Joy, along with a full complement of 10 Maxim machine guns and an indeterminate number of mortars. Joy couldn't help but marvel at this configuration, which should not have been present around Berlin at the end of the Great War, but rather deployed to the front lines for combat. To suggest that it was merely guarding a strategic cold storage facility seemed implausible. It could very well be preparing for an assault on Verdun, and no one would doubt it. Such a force, if positioned on the front lines, would undeniably be capable of tying down at least 2,000 troops of the Allied forces. Yet, Wilhelm II had stationed them here for protection. Moreover, this base had clearly existed for a considerable duration, as evidenced by the massive iron gate, now encrusted with rust. The arrival of Joy and Echidna was utterly silent. The deity could wield divine power to create optical invisibility, ensuring that their presence went unnoticed. Echidna remarked, "We do not know whether that entity poses a danger." Joy pondered briefly. Based on speculation, the biological entity within the metallic pod was a Kryptonian. However, according to the narrative, its genetic composition was likely not of an elite caliber akin to Zod. At best, it was an ordinary individual from a forward colony outpost, and even under sunlight, its combat prowess would pale in comparison to that of Superman and Zod's elite Kryptonians. Thus, he stated, "It is formidable, but barring unforeseen circumstances, it should remain within my control." In his understanding, on this Earth, had he not arrived, for a protracted period following Superman's emergence, Kal-El would undoubtedly be regarded as the most powerful individual, unless new gods such as Darkseid or super Kryptonians like Hell made their way to Earth. Although he had never engaged in direct combat, Joy believed that his own strength at the height of his power was at least on par with that of Superman during his prime as depicted in the films. At that moment, large gas lamps swept across from various corners. Yet, Joy and Echidna effortlessly traversed through 3 layers of barbed wire, even maneuvering past a soldier who had stealthily slipped into a corner to relieve himself. Despite the multitude of soldiers within the restricted zone, their voices were dismally faint. This is indeed a highly elite force. Joy harbored doubts regarding their ability to withstand the overwhelming assault from the incomplete Diana, who relied on an incessant barrage of heavy weaponry. The armored vehicles bore deep crimson danger labels, indicating that the level of danger here had reached a considerable threshold, rendering them prohibited from being stationed within the city limits of Berlin. Squinting, Joy discerned characters concealed beneath the iron gate's barbs. Merely a coincidence, he reasoned. Such ghastly entities could not possibly exist in this world. They traversed the forbidden zone and arrived before the towering 10-meter iron gate. By the way, do you think there exists anything in this world that even you cannot withstand or comprehend? Joy inquired of Echidna, feeling it prudent to confirm. The latter pondered, "There is scarcely anything, although we seldom venture to other continents, where their own deities reside." Thud! Joy reached out, penetrating the iron gate, as though piercing through a layer of cream cake. Under the veil of Echidna's illusionary protection, no one noticed the disturbance, which was a fortunate circumstance. As Joy had no desire to kill other deities, he echoed, though his understanding of comics was limited, leaving him unsure of her references. They entered the interior of the mountain structure. The dim lighting seemed merely intended to provide a semblance of illumination, revealing a long corridor lined with metal, alongside small, enclosed spaces sealed by heavy iron doors. "What are those?" Joy furrowed his brow. Upon entry, a pungent scent of blood surged forth from the small rooms. But the contents were not corpses, they were ground flesh, the state of which was utterly horrific. Regardless of what had once been confined within, their demise was indeed tragic. The temperature within the entire structure plummeted to -10 degrees, with occasional sparks of electricity dancing along the walls. Echidna sniffed the air, her expression wary. Some dark creatures, werewolves, vampires, or zombies. I had no idea these beings could survive. Well, now they are all finished. It seems something else had dispatched them before our arrival. Joy's brow deepened in concern. It was evident that the soldiers outside lacked the authority to enter, leaving them oblivious to the happenings within. He furrowed his brow even further, signaling Echidna, who had also noticed the anomalies beneath their feet, to remain silent. The metallic corridor emitted a heavy, slow breath, remarkably faint, so subtle that ordinary individuals, and even some beings with heightened senses, could not perceive it. What could that be? Echidna silently filled the entire space with her divine power, ensuring that all matter and energy could not escape from this location. Observing this, Joy inclined his head slightly. Then, he suddenly clenched his fist and bent forward, preparing for an attack. Please refrain from doing this. Please refrain from doing this. My name is Daniel. Daniel Street. Sounds emanated from the periphery of the corridor, yet it was nearly impossible to discern whether they belonged to a male or female. Chapter 26. Daxam? Daniel? Echidna had never heard of Daniel Street, but Joy was aware. Although his knowledge was scant, primarily derived from films, Joy still recognized this obscure superhero. Indeed, in the comics, Daniel Street is a superhero and a member of the Teen Titans and Doom Patrol. It is quite astonishing, is it not? A sentient, articulate street capable of transporting itself to any desired location in an instant, also possessing shape-shifting abilities, albeit, it usually transformed into bricks. He recalled encountering this peculiar concept through a certain marketing account on the headlines. Yet now, Joy found it exceedingly difficult to determine whether the speaking entity, Daniel Street, referred to the entire corridor or a specific tile beneath him. Where are you? He inquired softly, scanning every corner of the ground. In truth, even a being as powerful as Echidna could not perceive Daniel's whereabouts. It was a rather extraordinary ability. You stepped on me. A faint voice emerged from beneath his feet, prompting Joy to quickly step aside, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Echidna. The metallic corridor beneath them began to create a gap with a section approximately the size of a palm, separating itself from the surrounding ground and rising upward. Boom! With a sudden bounce, this entity emerged. After a series of complex transformations, though not overly intricate, to simplify, a metal tile shed its surface material, becoming an entirely stone block, which then began to morph into a figure complete with facial features, resembling a person. Joy glanced at Echidna, who returned the look. This small being, drab and resembling a lump of coal, sported a no parking sign atop its head. Daniel appeared somewhat bashful, scratching the back of his head with his right hand, exuding a certain endearing clumsiness. This was not right. Joy furrowed his brow, recalling that he had specifically researched Daniel Street, who had once been a human, a man from the Mexican state of America with a peculiar penchant for disguises and a penchant for crude humor. But this Daniel seemed rather foolishly adorable. He crouched down, pinching Daniel, whose little legs flailed in the air, looking utterly terrified, even turning his otherwise pallid face a shade of red akin to garnet. Be gentle, Joy, Echidna whispered in mild reproach. With a nonchalant shrug, Joy extended his right hand, inviting Daniel to stand in the palm of his hand. He cleared his throat gently and then whispered, Daniel, could you share with me your past? His curiosity piqued by the peculiar nature of Daniel Street in this world, which appeared to be diminutive and seemingly inhabited by a childlike entity. Daniel spoke slowly. I do not know, sir. I awoke here, and a doctor clad in white attire visits me daily to assess my condition, much like a large white goose. Joy pondered for a moment. Sensing that Daniel possessed some form of teleportation ability, he inquired, why not leave? Echidna's eyes widened. She was unaware of when Joy had acquired this insight. Joy, of course, could not perceive others' capabilities. This knowledge stemmed from his memories. Thus, he merely shrugged. Daniel tilted his head, seemingly perplexed by Joy's words, and after several minutes of contemplation, he replied, I don't know. It seems I cannot leave in that manner. Joy surveyed the surroundings, detecting no anomalies. Could it be due to the colossal entity beneath Berlin? He mused before suggesting, you can join us in leaving. Daniel hesitated for scarcely a moment before exclaiming, all right. Joy remarked, Little Pixis mentioned that the outside world is vast, and I wish to see it. Daniel elaborated. Echidna interjected, Little Pixis? Ah, that one, as Daniel pointed towards a nearby room, or rather a confinement chamber, which contained only a corpse with a gaping chest wound. Echidna nodded slightly. A werewolf. Very well, Little Pixis, a werewolf. Do you know what this place was once used for? Joy inquired softly. It appeared that Daniel was perhaps the only living being in this space. I do not know, but they were all quite nice, he replied, shaking his head. Yet, he felt that those creatures had treated him kindly, to one who had lost all memories and resembled a child in many ways. Anyone who showed kindness was deemed a friend. However, this was merely superficial speculation. Echidna grasped the crux of the matter. Who killed them? Moreover, was there something recently brought here? It was that entity, Daniel recounted, claiming to be a dark Samian. After being cursed by little Pixis, it slaughtered them all. I could only hide. The mere recollection of that scene seemed to send shivers through Daniel. What does that mean? Wasn't the entity that came here a corpse? Joy pondered in realization. What had transpired at that time? He led Echidna and Daniel deeper into the interior, traversing approximately 10 meters before rounding a corner, where they beheld the main body of the metallic capsule they had seen in the photograph. It was nearly intact. The Germans had indeed dismantled everything that could be taken apart, leaving behind components that were beyond their capacity to manipulate. This entity was encased within a formidable metal cage, with several chains extending from the ground into the interior of the chamber, evidently intended to restrain the creature contained within. However, at present, the cage has been rent asunder from the front, having been breached by some immense force from within. The jagged metal edges, exposed and gleaming with a chilling light, faced Joy menacingly. Clearly, the alien had not perished. Faint signs of life still lingered, for otherwise, the chains would not have been employed to secure it. Yet, it ultimately transcended its confinement and regained its freedom. Daniel remarked, "It is a witch. She possesses the ability to shrink her form and prefers to roam the corridors when no one is around," muttering nervously to herself. When this entity was brought in, it was nighttime, creating a disturbance throughout the night. In the early hours, the witch slipped away, claiming to investigate what lay within, and then released a sphere of light, a basic sunlight spell, a rudimentary form of sorcery. Echidna interjected, clearly knowledgeable about this. It is a means of storing sunlight, which can be released at will. Quite useful in our era, though it should have been rendered obsolete by now. Sunlight. Joy narrowed his eyes. Indeed. But hadn't Daniel just mentioned the Daxamites? Not Kryptonians? What, then, is this Daxam? Had such extraterrestrial beings ever graced the realms of film or comic? Joy pondered aloud. Deep in thought, perhaps Daxam was merely another indigenous designation for Krypton. Yet, at this moment, a being akin to Superman, or perhaps slightly inferior, roamed outside. Judging by its actions toward the dark entities beyond, it hardly seemed benevolent. What ramifications would this have on the current geopolitical landscape? Chapter 27. Feldtown. No. We shan't return to Berlin. Let us venture to Belgium instead. We shall first seek out Diana and resolve matters there. After weighing the pros and cons, Joy made his decision, adding, "It is also my desire to ascertain what Ares is truly like and whether the legends of his formidable ferocity hold any truth." The creature beneath Berlin had remained undisturbed for eons. It was unlikely it would suddenly stir now. "I can take you there," Daniel exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He envisioned that perhaps once they ventured outside, he would enjoy a life of indulgence, at least partaking in several pounds of agate or marble daily. Daniel's sole passion was to gnaw on stones, yet in the comics, he reveled in donning women's lingerie in human form to parade and frighten young maidens. With a shrug, Joy exchanged a glance with Echidna. Their current location was not far from Belgium, and if they wished, they could even reach the secret military base in Rudenhof, where gas was being developed before Diana. So where should they go? Daniel inquired once more, reflecting on a scene from a film. Trevor had taken quite some time to pinpoint their exact location based on the description provided to Canny. Feld, a small village that would not appear on maps, lay close to the Belgian border, with the Netherlands just beyond. As someone who often struggled with directions, Joey doubted his ability to locate such a small place in this moment. However, Daniel possessed that capability. His mode of transportation seemed to require no energy, merely standing upon it to arrive at the destination, a rather convenient method. When they arrived, it was afternoon. Having rested overnight at the German border, primarily because Echidna wished to sample the local accommodations, they discovered it was quite pleasant. The elderly gentleman, childless, ran a small inn that offered delightful rum and cured venison. Paired with a soft-boiled egg, it was so delectable that it nearly made one want to swallow their tongue. It was February 1918, and Belgium had just entered its snowy season, with heavy snowfall blanketing the village the previous night, transforming it into a winter wonderland. This place was truly remarkable. Belgians, French, and Dutch cohabited here, all under the governance of the German Empire for over half a year, despite not facing any overt injustices during this time. The training sounds from the German troops had significantly disrupted the locals' lives. Thus, when Diana and her motley crew stormed in yesterday morning, The villagers chose to rise up in defiance. Yes, it was precisely for the sake of a good night's sleep. Standing on a high mountain overlooking the village, Joey admired the Nordic-style architecture surrounding him, the cold air invigorating his lungs. Diana seemed absent from this place. Echidna furrowed her brow, noticing that the villagers appeared quite pleased. They had just emerged from oppression. Echidna, you cannot fathom how precious freedom is to humanity, Joey shrugged. He tucked Daniel into his pocket. There was no specific entrance since there were no walls. However, a primary muddy road did exist, albeit obstructed by various debris, presumably to prevent the Germans from returning. A few slightly underdressed young boys scampered across the road, clutching rudimentary homemade kites, their laughter ringing out. Halt! Who goes there? An elderly man, trembling, blocked their path. Leaning on a cane with a pistol in his other hand, dressed in a tattered, indeterminate militia uniform. With a cheerful smile, Joy approached and handed a small bottle of rum to the old man. We are friends of Diana, sir. Where has she gone? No, I don't drink. The old man replied, putting away his handgun. He glanced at Echidna behind him, perhaps reasoning that the Germans would not allow such a beautiful woman on the battlefield, and thus lowered his guard. Miss Diana and Mr. Trevor have gone to the fortress not far ahead. It is now under German control. Chapter 28. Poison gas. The elderly man named Henry sat in a rocking chair woven from dog hair, resting a handgun against his chest while continuously puffing on a pipe. The name Henry resonates throughout the Western world much like the name Wei does in China, common and numerous, akin to Zhang Wei, Wang Wei, and Lu Wei. He exhaled clouds of smoke. Remarkably, this old fellow appeared to be in good health, likely nearing 90, yet still able to guard the area and smoke. His teeth stained yellow without showing signs of lung cancer. The old man is quite healthy, Joy remarked, giving a thumbs up in praise. Echidna was hiding under the eaves of a building at a distant intersection, distributing candy to the children. She always seemed to conjure an abundance of treats from her pockets. Perhaps her fondness for children stemmed from her past brush with death, leading to a transformation in her temperament. Holding a pipe in one hand and stealthily tucking the small bottle Joy had given her into her waistband, Henry, who had just claimed not to drink, now had the bottle quicker than anyone else. I am 65 this year. How about that? You can't tell, can you? They all say I look like I'm 50. Henry seemed somewhat proud, raising his eyebrows as he spoke. However, Joy's facial muscles twitched slightly as he chuckled and asked, So, old man, you must be a programmer. Looking so young. Not at all, but what is a programmer? I used to be a militia member here. Now I am the only armed force in Felt. Gently caressing his somewhat old and chipped handgun, old Henry looked at it with nostalgia, as if it were a voluptuous woman. He exhaled another plume of smoke. They all urge me to throw away the gun, fearing the Germans would catch me and send me straight to prison. Yet it is this very gun that has slain countless wretched wolf cubs. Joy, come here, take a look at this. Echidna called from a distance. Shrugging, Joy turned to old Henry and said, I'll be right over. Go on, go on. Miss Echidna is so beautiful, rivaling the seamstress at the west end of the village. You must seize the opportunity. Old Henry envied the lives of the young. He watched Joy walk away, taking a couple more puffs from his pipe. Look at this. Echidna pointed to the long focus wooden box camera perched upon a tripod. Such devices are not uncommon in this era, yet in this remote village, it is indeed a rarity. Joy approached, having never before encountered such a camera. Clunky and immense, it relied solely on film. Mr. Osterman, I hear you are a friend of Miss Diana. Just yesterday, I used this to capture some images in her honor. A diminutive, portly man in a bowler hat hurried over, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he gestured towards the camera displayed in the glass showcase. It is a true pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Adair, the photographer here, and it was Miss Diana who liberated us from the clutches of the Germans. Without her, we might still endure years of torment. He grasped Joy's right hand, bowing slightly as he shook it vigorously. Joy felt a twinge of awkwardness. This little fat man, beaming with joy, hardly seemed a figure who had suffered greatly. He appeared as though he had seized all the rations from the Germans. Can this capture our image? Echidna inquired, leaning close to Joy's ear. The local children adored her, enchanted by the candies brought from Germany, which she had originally intended to keep for herself. Indeed, beautiful lady, Adair replied, removing his hat and directing his voluminous curls towards Echidna. If it weren't for the lack of film, I would certainly invite Mr. Osterman and the lovely lady to create a cherished memory with us. What a pity. Echidna pouted, her expression tinged with disappointment. The place was indeed delightful, characterized by its simplicity and warmth. Yet, there was a hint of foolishness. The Germans had not harmed them, and in fact, had bestowed improvements to their lives before the occupation. This area had no electricity. Nonetheless, The villagers had expelled the Germans, who bore no ill will. Perhaps this was merely the instinct to defend one's homeland. A conflict devoid of justice, where neither side truly embodied righteousness. The Germans sought land bathed in sunlight, while the British aimed to protect that very land. It was a contest without victors. Suddenly, joy furrowed his brow. Something was approaching. He blinked vigorously, raising his gaze towards the northern sky, which revealed nothing save for flocks of disturbed migratory birds. Despite having endured a heavy snowfall just yesterday, the nearby forest remained as profound as an ocean above an abyss, a deep green sea. The branches, dancing in the frigid wind, seemed to whisper secrets. "Come, children, over there. Let us play a game by Grandfather Henry's side. Run outside, and whoever is swiftest shall receive 10 candies as a reward." With a serene smile gracing his lips, Joy endeavored to project an aura of warmth as he nodded slightly at Echidna. The latter comprehended his intent. "Come along, children. Your brother Joy has delightful rewards for you." "Wow, 10 candies. They're all mine. Little Agatha, why did you run off first? Come back. Go gather the villagers. We must evacuate. I'm uncertain if I can manage this." Joy conveyed with a shake of his head toward Adele. Before the latter could fully grasp the situation, Joy soared skyward with a thunderous explosion, propelling himself toward the northern horizon. This time, he had pinpointed his direction. The portly Adele stood agape at the massive fissure before him. Yet the years of warfare had honed his instincts, prompting him to react swiftly. "Leave the village. We must abandon the village. Something is amiss." Regardless of what was about to transpire, he deemed it prudent to heed Joy's words. Ordinary folk cannot fly. Meanwhile, Joy was airborne. His initial velocity was so tremendous that the shockwave generated as he broke through the air resistance uprooted the trees below. Suddenly, a memory ignited within him. In the film, Ludendorff staged a grand firework display, one that symbolized death and despair. A toxic gas bomb. He intended to obliterate the small village of Feld with it. The reason for dispersing the village was that Joy could not guarantee with absolute certainty that he could intercept the gas bomb. There was always room for error. Even with a mere 1% chance, he was unwilling to take that risk. The fierce wind whistled past his ears, though it seemed to unfold slowly. It transpired in mere seconds as he confronted the missile-like projectile head-on. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Dark green smoke burst forth from the sky. Chapter 29. The sense of being watched. The dark green haze lingered in the air, as if the wind had suddenly ceased. It neither descended nor ascended. Its immense volume could effortlessly envelop the entirety of Feld Village. Fortunately, he had intercepted it. Joy descended from the sky, crashing through several tall trees. His form now dusted with a fine, grayish-green substance, highly toxic. Yet it posed no threat to Joy. He was impervious to poison. With his right hand, he pressed against the bark of a European red pine, the texture reminiscent of the cypress found in mainland China. With his left hand, he removed a boot to shake out the pebbles that had found their way inside. As he brushed against the tree, it crumbled under his touch. Boom! Casting a glance at the substantial chunk of tree he had effortlessly crushed and the toppled timber around him, Joy shook his head slightly. He had anticipated this outcome. However, Joy soon sensed something amiss, a peculiar sensation of being watched. It was an odd feeling, akin to a sixth sense. This heightened ability had emerged after his arrival in this world, reminiscent of a diluted version of spider sense. Shaking his head, Joy chose to disregard it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. In this era, could there truly be satellites surveilling them? He slipped his boots back on and glanced up at the cloud of smoke being swept eastward by the fierce wind. After a moment's contemplation, he noted that there were few inhabitants in that direction, which brought him solace. Yawning, Joy turned back toward Field. Meanwhile, on Diana's end, she had initially intended to assassinate Ludendorff within the castle, but was thwarted by Trevor. Just moments before, she had witnessed the gas canisters being launched towards the village of Field and had galloped back in haste. She had anticipated the most harrowing of sights, perhaps a village engulfed in toxic gas, bodies strewn about, and an overwhelming sense of death and despair pervading Field. Yet, to her surprise, the scene was quite the opposite. The villagers, under the guidance of Echidna, had retreated outside the village. "You saved these villagers?" Diana questioned, her feelings toward Echidna being far from amiable. Echidna, as the mother of all demons, despite her reluctance to admit it, had always been aligned with malevolence. Shrugging, Echidna's ponytail swayed with the motion. She smiled widely, revealing a sharp canine, her dimples seemingly capable of stirring ripples in the air. "No, it was Joy. He went to handle that matter." "You mean Joy went?" Diana's voice rose slightly, causing the villagers to glance curiously at the two strikingly beautiful women, unaware of the nature of their dispute. Echidna nodded, feeling she had spoken no falsehood. and felt a twinge of grievance. Indeed, Joy went. But he is but a human. Diana appeared quite vexed. Even though Joy was immensely powerful, potentially surpassing even the gods, the lethality of the gas was far too great for a human. And her concern was palpable. What are you discussing? At that moment, Joy's voice echoed from behind, as he returned with remarkable speed. He also felt as though there were small pebbles lodged in his boots, causing discomfort. All right. Friends, you may return to your homes. The threat has been neutralized. Are you truly fearless? Before he could finish, Diana interrupted him with an exasperated retort. Joy adjusted the slightly crooked starry crown upon her head. With a smile, he remarked, "That dress is rather lovely, but I still prefer seeing you in your former attire. The armor that belonged to her, a fitted battle skirt, a silver corset, and thigh-high boots, was the true garb that showcased the vibrant beauty of an Amazonian warrior. Of course, that was only for the moment. Typically, Joy believed it was best for her to wear attire. Is that so?" Diana replied with a slight smile, shedding her sky-blue gown to reveal her battle attire underneath, along with her two fair legs. At that moment, Trevor finally made his return. His bicycle truly pales in comparison to Diana's horse, and he found himself slightly out of breath. "Your coat, Diana," he said, handing it to her before greeting Joy and Echidna. "Hello, Mr. Osterman and Miss Echidna. I thought you would be delayed." "Feld is fine. That is splendid news," Trevor sighed with relief. He turned his gaze towards Diana. Yet her full attention was fixated on Joy, which left him somewhat disheartened. Last night, a bonfire gathering had taken place in the village, where several companions played music. It was amidst such merriment that Trevor had attempted to invite Diana for a dance, only to be met with rejection. "I thought there would be more than just the two of you," Joy shrugged, clearing a path for a few villagers to return to the village. Now that the crisis had abated, there was no need for them to remain outside any longer. Trevor furrowed his brow, a hint of concern evident in his blue eyes. He swallowed hard, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "I don't know what happened earlier, but Ludendorff and Dr. Moreau suddenly decided to withdraw. I had the chiefs follow them discreetly and leave us some markers along the way. Thanks to Joy, who arrived just in time. We are unaware of what might have transpired otherwise." Diana also frowned, directing her gaze at Joy. "Will you accompany us to track them?" "Track Ludendorff?" Joy expressed his reluctance. After all, he was not truly Ares. It was merely Diana's misguided belief. Ludendorff might be one of the most wronged characters in film history, inexplicably scolded by Diana. He glanced at Echidna, seeking her opinion. Ares, being an enemy of both Diana and Paradise Island, naturally stood as an adversary to Echidna, who was now an honorary resident of Paradise Island. "All right, we can investigate," Echidna replied, her face lighting up. "It has been years since I last saw Ares. It will be nice to catch up." With their decision made, they prepared to set off immediately. However, Joy felt a peculiar unease. He glanced around, and Diana noticed his disquiet. "What is it? Have you noticed something?" "No, nothing. I just can't shake the feeling that something is watching us." Joy shook his head, attributing it possibly to a mere illusion. He was unsure of the source of this sensation, only aware that he felt as if some presence was observing him. It was indeed strange. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation since arriving in this world. Could an ancient and mysterious creature have taken note of his presence? "Let us proceed," Joy declared, unwilling to linger on the matter any longer. It is not due to indifference, but rather because he is currently not in his prime state. He has only regained about half of his strength. After a few more days, once he fully recovers, perhaps he will discern the source of that peculiar sensation of being observed. Chapter 30. Conflict. Do not disturb those chickens. Joy. As Joy rolled up his sleeves to catch a few free-range hens by the roadside, Diana slapped the back of his hand, rolling her eyes. Joy protested, stating that he had not eaten for a day. Surely, he should be allowed to catch a chicken for a barbecue. What? Are these chickens the deities of Creekwood? Would a single cut lead to him being pursued to his demise by countless villagers? Not long ago, they had departed from Feld, following the smoke signals left by their earlier companions. Joy had mentioned the possibility of flying over with them or having Daniel teleport them. However, Diana insisted on walking. She argued that Joy's methods would attract the attention of Ares, suggesting that walking would go unnoticed. "Diana, you truly underestimate the divine. Now, it is uncertain how long they must walk. Look ahead." Trevor pointed to the rising smoke in the distance. It was a unique means of communication, seemingly conveying information based on the smoke's shape. However, to be honest, Joy perceived these plumes as lacking form. "Here, take this." Echidna pulled a large piece of roasted meat from her bag. Although it had cooled somewhat, it still made Joy's mouth water. She wrinkled her nose. In a flash, the grease on her fingers vanished entirely. "This is some meat from Hydra that I saved while on Paradise Island." Joy accepted the meat, noting Trevor's swallow. "Isn't it your son?" Bringing the roasted meat close to his nose, Joy felt his stomach rumble, yet he hesitated to eat it in front of Echidna. "I never claimed that," she replied, wrinkling her nose. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Echidna's crimson eyes as she leaned closer to Joy's ear, ensuring Diana was not watching. "Typhon, the progenitor of monsters, is my father. The hydras are my sisters." Joy nearly spat out his soda, the liquid splattering into the fire and nearly stirring up a gust that would send sparks flying into the forest, but fortunately, Happy managed to control the flames in time. He stuck his tongue out at Joy. Joy's eyes widened, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend. He swallowed hard. Although Greek mythology is often convoluted, having it manifest before him was indeed overwhelming. "I have never considered myself the mother of all monsters, merely the daughter of the progenitor of demons. Yet, for reasons unknown, not only mortals, but even gods perceive me as the mother of all monsters." Echidna shook her head, pouting as she glanced into the small pouch at her waist, where a few pieces remained, just sufficient to replenish her strength. It was akin to a spatial ring. Yet this artifact was directly linked to a realm where the flow of time was utterly stagnant, capable of storing a myriad of sustenance. With the hem of her coat, Diana vigorously wiped the blade of the god-slaying sword, stifling a yawn as she lifted her gaze and softly declared, "Whether you are the mother of all demons or the daughter of the demon ancestor, you remain a demon god, eternally opposed to the gods and mortals. Yet, for countless years, it is we, Diana, who have safeguarded this world, not the gods you speak of, nor your Amazonian kin." Zeus vanquished Typhon, ascending to the throne of the gods. Yet what of it? He cloaked his frailty with schemes and deceit. Typhon fell beside the Sicilian volcano, his divine fire dispelling the demons of the underworld, while we, my sisters and I, were compelled to battle in those waters for millennia, seeking peace for mortals, for you, and for the gods. Crimson gathered in her eyes as thunder roared above. The sharp hiss of serpents echoed through the air. Echidna's hair, tied in a ponytail, writhed like frenzied serpents, her legs twisting grotesquely into serpentine tails. With a flash, the god-slaying sword gleamed coldly, and a fierce wind howled. Diana remained on high alert, for she never trusted Echidna. Deities seldom ponder the thoughts of demons. From her fingertips, it seemed as if tiny crimson serpents slithered along her wrist towards her heart, the divine power within Echidna surging tumultuously. That power had been sealed away, she had never been weak. As the imminent clash loomed, the night sky roared with thunder, flashes of light resembling silver serpents undulated, illuminating the distant mountains and forests in grandiose splendor. "I have finished my meal, let us depart," Joy announced, rising to his feet. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief embroidered with swans, casting a glance at the bewildered Trevor before tucking Daniel back into his pocket. Grasping Echidna's icy wrist, he felt the tumultuous power coursing beneath her smooth, delicate skin. The air currents generated by her divine energy tousled her hair. Joy was momentarily taken aback. Raising his gaze to her face, she was crying. Her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes reddened, seemingly struggling to contain her tears. Joy was astonished. He had not anticipated that a demon god could exhibit such vulnerability. However, as he held her wrist, the thunder subsided, and the winds calmed under the luminous moonlight. The divine power surging within Echidna dissipated in an instant, her gaze shifting away from Diana as she gently pried Joy's hand away. She retied her hair into a ponytail, for they both understood that with Joy present, conflict was wholly impossible. Diana harbored no malice. Rather, her long-standing education on Paradise Island, the historical narratives she absorbed, and the values instilled in her led her to believe that any foe of Zeus and humanity must inherently be evil. Yet, the world is not merely black and white. Echidna has committed malevolent acts. Yet, as she herself asserted, she has indeed safeguarded this realm for millennia. Although Joy remained uncertain of this claim, under the moonlight, her serpentine tail transformed once more into legs. Echidna secured her ponytail and smiled brightly. "Would you like some?" She produced a piece of roasted meat from her bag and extended it toward Diana. After a moment's hesitation, Diana accepted it, her divine sword sheathing gently. "I am truly sorry," she remarked. "There exists nearly no possibility of reconciliation between the inhabitants of Paradise Island and those regarded as enemies by the Pillar Gods." Even Hippolyta's willingness to accept Echidna as an honorary resident was merely a concession to circumstance. After all, the latter is a creature that has survived since the mythic ages, and none can fathom the extent of her power. Once Joy departs, she may very well upend the entire Paradise Island. Chapter 31. The The base traversing this mountain forest along the railway, the surroundings were marked by narrow paths, the fallen leaves trodden into the frozen earth, as hard as stone. Few would pass through here. Mostly, it was frequented by elk or wild rabbits, with the occasional feral cat, not the traditional mountain feline, but rather domestic cats abandoned by humans to the wilderness. White poplars, birches, and red pines grew rarely in the same soil, and a few steps further revealed some empty cans discarded by the Germans. They traveled on a green train, its locomotive belching thick smoke, making its way from Belgium to the Netherlands or, in another direction, towards France. Often, there were soldiers, irretrievably wounded, missing limbs, who were unceremoniously thrown from the overcrowded carriages by noblemen seeking military accolades. The sky remained a brilliant blue. Alongside them, their personal belongings were cast aside, including precious items such as rings or watches. Thus emerged a peculiar profession, the scavengers of corpses. These wanderers, while claiming the wealth of the deceased, also buried the bodies, a transaction that was both retrieval and burial. Thankfully, today, Joy did not encounter them. Legends spoke of how those who scavenged corpses brought misfortune to everyone they encountered. Though unafraid of such supposed ill fate, those who dealt with corpses daily carried an inherent chill. After scaling a small ridge, Joy finally beheld the last bonfire, still emitting smoke. Four men huddled together, roasting chicken over the flames, the aroma wafting enticingly. "Hey, we're here," Trevor shouted loudly, seemingly unconcerned about being overheard by the distant Germans. "This is a military base, also serving as a stockpile for toxic gases. Ludendorff concealed chemical weapons here, ever ready to deliver a lethal blow to the forces of the Allies. His grand empire is on the verge of defeat." From the perspective of an imperial general, Joy does not perceive his actions as erroneous. Indeed, until his last breath, Ludendorff fought for the empire to which he dedicated his life. It is rather theatrical. In Joy's previous world, Ludendorff had utterly lost his fighting spirit by the war's end, perhaps crushed by the news of his son's death on the battlefield, or perhaps his faith shattered by the bleakness of the conflict. In any case, he became a mere shell of his former self. Yet in this world, Ludendorff appears to have transformed into a complete warmonger, seemingly convinced that victory belongs to Germany, even in the face of an undeniably grim reality. Perhaps it is indeed linked to Ares. A man in a skirt waved at them. The moon shone faintly amidst the sparse stars. On the opposite side of the small hill where the four men ignited a bonfire, 5 stout columns of gaslight ascended into the sky, illuminating every inch of the atmosphere. They were on high alert. The chief's friend was of no assistance in helping them gain entry. In fact, he had even resolved to flee the area. As Joy and the others approached, Charlie, clutching his rifle, addressed Trevor, indicating that their mission would proceed without external support. "Diana, are you all right? How is Field?" "Field is fine, thanks to Joy," he replied, nodding at his temporary companions before him. They had already acquainted themselves. Samir, Charlie, and the chief, who joined later, all nodded in acknowledgement of Joy. Trevor had subtly alluded to Joy's strength, which garnered considerable respect from them. It seemed that the tide of time had shifted. Joy noticed Samir's pallor, indicative of illness, with his coat slightly tattered. It was understandable. This was no London. The chief remarked, "We have been here for over half a day. This position is exceedingly concealed, allowing us to observe nearly the entire base." He then led Joy and Diana up the small hill. It was evident that no one had traversed this area, as the grass underfoot remained untouched, with a rabbit burrow partially concealed by snow in the distance. The military base ahead was ablaze with light. Compared to the military installations in the Blankenfeld suburb of Berlin, which housed those enigmatic beings, this place appeared far larger and considerably noisier. The number of individuals within remained unknown. Joy furrowed his brow, with his keen eyesight. He could distinctly make out structures reminiscent of the bus stations found in small towns of early 21st century China. Ammunition, provisions, and chemical weapons. The entire base was encircled by an iron wire barricade, with checkpoints established to inspect passing vehicles, and a watchtower positioned every 10 meters. The security was formidable, undoubtedly. Such fortifications were virtually impenetrable in this era, especially considering that British bombers could not reach this location. They could scarcely defend their own London. Joy remarked, "There is something inside." Deep within the base, a small warship, no longer than 20 meters, was docked on the expansive tarmac. Although it did not resemble a landing craft that might be produced by an advanced alien civilization, it was certainly not a weapon befitting the Earth of World War I. It bore a striking resemblance to a 21st century American fighter jet, albeit more robust. What could it be? Joy immediately thought of the Daxams who had fled from the Berlin base. Perhaps it was not merely a solitary entity that had arrived on Earth. Perhaps an entire colonial fleet had come. All of this remained uncertain. Could it be that the Germans of this world were, in fact, representatives of an extraterrestrial civilization, inciting war for some peculiar purpose? Yet, this notion seemed implausible. If they were in collusion, why would one of their kind be captured by the German government? Nevertheless, Joy was invigorated. This operation might not unfold as simply as initially presumed. If it were merely Ares, it would be manageable. But if there were a cadre of perilous Kryptonians concealed within the base, even Joy found himself hesitating about whether he could gain the upper hand against multiple Kryptonians. Diana suddenly exclaimed, "I see Ludendorff." She swiftly drew her weapon, the Godslayer, spotting Ludendorff directing the transmission of a telegram from a nearby signal tower. Only they could perceive him. Ordinary individuals like Trevor and Jarvis were acutely aware that this military base was nearly impossible to breach. Joy and Echidna exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the unusual warship that had appeared in the center of the base, a creation that did not belong to this era or world. Joy grasped Diana's arm, saying, "Hold on a moment, Diana, we need a plan." Chapter 32. A plan is no plan. Planning was not within Joy's expertise. In the first world, he was merely a naive youth, recently graduated and yet to experience the world. He tended to charge headfirst into situations without much thought. As for the second world, it was needless to say that he was one of the most exceptional among 7 billion, capable of physically moving a 10,000-ton tanker and effortlessly toppling a small nation's regime. Though he had never borne a nuclear bomb himself, traversing a battlefield while withstanding ordinary missiles would certainly pose no challenge. In such circumstances, one need not engage in extensive contemplation. The sort of disdain that Hancock faced from ordinary people, as depicted in films, would never befall Joy. He was not Hancock. He usually appears kind and gentle, often speaking in a flowery manner, yet in reality, he is a person who harbors a vengeful spirit. At that time, in Mexico, there existed a group of multinational criminal organizations primarily engaged in the trafficking of addictive substances. This audacious gang even went so far as to murder the mayor and seize the local military's weapons, thereby establishing themselves as a marauding military faction within the territory. The leader, in a fit of arrogance, fancied himself capable of deciphering the genetic makeup of individuals like Hancock, believing that he could render himself impervious to harm. However, Hancock's formidable presence in the news overshadowed him, making the more unassuming Joey appear as a harmless soft target. Consequently, one fateful night, Joey was abducted. A substantial dosage of tranquilizer darts and sprays, sufficient to incapacitate dozens of elephants, was employed. Yet, to their astonishment, it proved utterly ineffective, and Joey himself captured one of the assailants alive. Within a single day, he annihilated the entire criminal organization, leaving no trace behind. Plans? Joey declared that he had no need for plans. His strategy was simply to deliver a punch. If one punch was insufficient, he would follow it with another. This incident sent shockwaves around the globe, with headlines such as the fall of the Mexican military group, a divine or demonic manifestation, gracing the front pages of various news outlets for an extended period. Photographs of Joey, clandestinely taken by paparazzi, accompanied these articles. This event marked a significant turning point for Joey, leading him down a path starkly different from Hancock's. He chose to be assimilated, not by a single government, but by nearly all legitimate regimes worldwide. In essence, he agreed to accept remuneration without undertaking any responsibilities, unless a formidable figure from the 78-star cloud emerged to instigate expulsion. As long as he did not disrupt public order, his obligations were minimal. Fortuitously, Joey was a person of great contractual integrity, and thus, the relationship between the parties endured. This lengthy exposition underscores one undeniable truth: plans were not within Joey's purview. Consequently, it is Trevor who now oversees related matters, especially since they can readily communicate with his secretary for remote assistance from London. He is merely a mortal, far from being Ares. Echidna furrowed her brow and quietly remarked to Joey. Her perspective far exceeded that of Diana, enabling her to discern that the figure before them, Ludendorff, bore little resemblance to Ares himself. Moreover, she had previously encountered Ares in the guise of Baron Patrick Morgan alongside Joey in London. Joey shook his head, directing his gaze toward the conspicuously stationed vessel within the base. Ares is not the focus, that vessel is. Echidna, a primordial deity from the age of the ancient gods, ought to be formidable enough, even if not on par with Ares, perhaps only marginally weaker by a ratio of 1 or 2 times. With such a reference point, Joey felt little trepidation regarding Ares' combat prowess. After all, if he could easily crush Echidna, then dispatching Ares with a bit of effort should pose no significant challenge, unless, of course, The divine entities of Olympus suffered a severe decline in their combat effectiveness. What truly incensed me was the warship opposite. That vessel might very well have originated from Krypton, or perhaps it harbored ancient Kryptonians who had escaped from the Phantom Zone. As for Kryptonians, Joy had yet to engage with them, leaving him uncertain of how they would measure up against himself. Should each of them possess strength comparable to Superman, or even greater due to prolonged exposure to the sun's radiance, it would be unlikely for Joy to prevail against multiple foes. To put it plainly, there was still no point of reference. If Joy had clashed with these individuals, matters would have been more straightforward. If he could overcome them, there would be nothing more to discuss. He could simply charge ahead. If he could not, then retreat would be the only option, allowing him to roam freely across the vast expanse of existence. Many years ago, this world experienced a period of remarkable unity, when we collectively resisted an otherworldly deity who referred to himself as the Dark Master. Echidna remarked, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting deep green, reminiscent of rippling waters, as she gazed upon the vessel. However, the ship of that Dark Master and his minions bore a style entirely distinct from what lay before us. If memory serves, the Earth Coalition had been resisting Darkseid, who sought the anti-life equation throughout the cosmos. He was, indeed, a true cosmic overlord, formidable beyond measure. Yet, it is said that Darkseid was still in his youth at that time, which allowed the gods to triumph over him. Joy speculated, it must be a relative of that Daxamite. Otherwise, how could there be so many extraterrestrials on Earth appearing concurrently during this period? However, I suspect there is a connection between Daxam and Krypton. Krypton, a remarkably powerful alien civilization, one that even the minions of those Dark Masters who once came to Earth regarded with trepidation. Joy elucidated. Kryptonians are akin to entities of the cosmos, with nearly limitless potential for growth. Any single individual, after basking sufficiently in the sun, possesses the capacity to annihilate civilizations. Is it not feasible that a contingent of such beings, if organized as a military force, perhaps even a single battalion as found in the modern German army, could establish a Dyson sphere near the sun, and after several decades emerge as unstoppable forces, capable of vanquishing gods and demons alike? It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they could strike at Apocalypse and dismantle Darkseid's stronghold. While Joy and Echidna had yet to reach a consensus, Trevor and Diana were already engaged in a heated discussion, formulating strategies. They were acutely aware that this base likely harbored entities beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with. Thus, nearly all operational plans were directed towards Joy and Diana. This was only logical, for based on their current capabilities, these two could single-handedly dismantle the military base before them. As for Echidna, having not demonstrated any power, she was entirely excluded from Trevor's calculations. Your singular objective is none other than Ludendorff. Given the substantial likelihood that Ludendorff is the fabled Ares, our recommendation is to act swiftly, capturing him without disturbing the entity within, Trevor whispered. Joy couldn't help but roll his eyes. What sort of plan is this? If there truly are Kryptonians inside, with their super senses, how could they possibly remain oblivious to the battle outside? Suddenly, he paused, a chill creeping down his spine. Super senses? Chapter 33. Diana burst forth like a nimble cheetah, darting through the moonlight with unparalleled swiftness. Shaking his head slightly, Joy instructed Daniel, follow her closely. Keep an eye on her. He observed as Trevor cautiously led his companions to the edge of the barbed wire perimeter, crouching low to evade the sweep of the searchlights. And one more thing, he added, Ludendorff will drink a potion shortly. See if you can find any remnants. If not, bring back the empty vial. I have a use for it. Joy vaguely recalled from a film that Ludendorff had indeed utilized some substance that enhanced physical abilities. While such a thing would be of little use to Joy himself, having it in his pocket would provide a sense of security. What if it might be needed in the future? With that, Daniel vanished into the shadows. Joy shook his head, feeling like a quintessential nouveau riche. Possessing immense power, yet still yearning to hoard a bit of surplus for himself. Not so much hoarding as seeking reassurance. Standing atop a small rise, he gazed at the heavily fortified military base before him, stretching and inhaling the crisp night air. The moon hung high, stars sparse. In Belgium, February heralded the snow season. A jet stream, exceeding 100 miles per hour, swooped down from the British skies, redirecting a wave of frigid Arctic air toward northern Europe. Undoubtedly, Belgium lay in the path of this cold front, promising a challenging early spring. Taking a deep breath of the biting air, Joy suddenly froze. Beside the warship, the vast expanse had been entirely cleared, revealing three men clad in an unknown black metallic armor, draped in crimson cloaks, now gazing directly at him. Yes, he could ascertain they were indeed focused on him. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on his position, their cloaks billowing in the fierce wind. Disregarding his coat, Joy rolled his neck. It was time to ascertain just how formidable these suspected Kryptonians truly were. A slight smile crept across his face as he crouched down. Boom! A tremendous sonic explosion erupted from the small rise, the violent tremors and deafening sound triggering alarms throughout the entire base. Since they had already been spotted, there was no need for concealment. He would charge right in. It appears to be the arrangement of either Ludendorff or Ares. Or perhaps it is directly orchestrated by the Daxam aliens. Just moments ago, an entire battalion of German soldiers had retreated, akin to meteors gliding across the ground, charging into the base with tremendous energy. The violent friction with the air ignited everything around into ashes, and the ground was furrowed into deep ravines. As 3 Daxam individuals assumed a defensive posture, Joy materialized before them. To halt his momentum, the intense impact caused the land before him to crack and collapse, unleashing sewage from the pipes beneath. Wherever he tread, the terrain lay in ruins. Extracting his feet from the earth, Joy brushed off the dust from his attire. Surprisingly, it remained relatively intact, not entirely destroyed. Suddenly, 3 massive gas lamps illuminated the area, casting light upon a small landing craft and the 3 Daxam beings. The central Daxam individual was remarkably slender, reminiscent of the quintessential butler from British cinema, his cloak even elongated. Esteemed Mr. Joy Hall, I regret having to meet you in such circumstances. The lean man stepped forward, flanked by 2 others who resembled bodyguards. He removed his glove and extended his right hand. I am Baron Kevin Lehman of the Kraut region of the Daxam Empire, here at the behest of the great Emperor, awaiting your presence. Your Emperor? Joy furrowed his brow. If the Emperor of Daxam had indeed graced Earth with his presence, it might suggest that such foes were limitless and insatiable. Even though Baron Kevin Lehman exhibited no hint of hostility, Joy remained vigilant. The great Emperor Kurgan, the most tolerant and compassionate sovereign across the cosmos. The greatest monarch of Daxam in millennia, Lehman nodded slightly. After a gentle handshake with Joy, he withdrew his hand and signaled to one of his companions to retrieve a metallic box from the ship's entrance, offering it to Joy. Joy was perplexed by this gesture. Was it a sign of goodwill? A display of weakness? No, he found it hard to believe that the Daxam, known for their brutality, would act in such a manner. He preferred to consider it a ruse. We have no intention of being adversarial towards you, Mr. Hall, and thus we have come to initiate diplomatic relations. Here, a small token of our intentions, Baron Lehman elucidated. Despite sensing something amiss, Joy refrained from immediate action. Recalling the wisdom of his ancestors, one should not strike a smiling face. What lies within? He pondered, weighing the box. It was surprisingly light. We have observed through surveillance that Mr. Osterman's clothing frequently vanishes during battles or operations. Hence, we have specially crafted this combat suit for you, one that will withstand damage. Baron Lehman maintained a smile upon his face as he declared, after communicating with the commander of the station troops here, we have secured a brief period of temporary stay. However, the time has come, Mr. Osterman, for us to take our leave. Communication? Observing the 3 individuals turning to depart, the landing craft ascended vertically. Blue plasma jets striking the ground, rendering them invisible in an instant. Joy shook his head disdainfully. What were these Daxam people thinking? Chapter 34. I am Diana from Paradise Island, daughter of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. It seemed as if she were pronouncing a verdict. As Diana leaned upon the Godslayer's sword within the illuminated watchtower, surrounded by raging flames that soared 10 meters high, the heat melting everything in its vicinity. Raising her gaze, she was certain that Ludendorff, who was desperately attempting to fight back at the summit of the tower, was no ordinary mortal. He could not possibly possess such strength to confront her directly. A terrifying and searing aura emanated from the Godslayer's sword, and Diana refused the assistance of Echidna, convinced of her own capabilities. She must succeed. The long sword was drawn from the floor, its gleaming edge seeming to sever the column of flames from the gaslight. The billowing black smoke released by the burning coal gathered ominously in the distant sky. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Trevor could only mutter curses under his breath before pressing onward. Regardless of whether Ludendorff was Ares, their ultimate aim remained to prevent the German Empire from launching that bomber laden with gas bombs. Should these chemical weapons, impervious to gas masks, be unleashed upon the battlefield, millions of soldiers and civilians would perish. Your anger towards this world ends here. I represent all that is virtuous in this realm, and I shall fulfill the mission of the Amazons. The lasso of truth, like a sinuous serpent, ensnared Ludendorff the moment Diana ascended from the window, this aged yet keen-eyed German general. In that instant, it seemed as if everything was about to conclude. and the gaslight abruptly extinguished. Bang! Ludendorff fell heavily atop the watchtower, blood spilling from his lips. The potion he had ingested merely transformed him into a super soldier akin to Captain America next door, but it could never empower him to confront a deity. Diana was, indeed, a divine being. Her eyes remained sharp, yet this general remained oblivious to the reason for his impending demise, gripping the lasso of truth tightly around his neck. Boom! The Godslayer's sword plunged forcefully into his heart. Heat and death radiated through his body, as nearly all electrical energy dissipated. Diana pronounced her final decree. I expel you from this world, forever. A visible wave of milky light rippled outward. The world fell silent. The blood of Ludendorff was entirely consumed by flames, reduced to blackened ash, his complexion paling as his hands gripped the blade with unwavering resolve. Exhausting his final reserves of strength, he murmured softly, "Long live the fatherland." Even in his last moments, Ludendorff remained convinced that Diana was a spy sent by the Allies, albeit one who had ingested a more potent concoction than he had ever used. Life ebbed away from Ludendorff, a general who had commanded nearly half of the German Empire's military might in the waning days of war. He was dead. Diana gasped for breath, not from exhaustion or anger, but perhaps because she felt she had vanquished Ares. The war was nearing its end. The malevolent deity had perished. Thus, peace should follow. She gazed skyward, bewildered as the once sparse starlight blossomed into a myriad of glimmers, twinkling like diamonds reflected in her eyes. The celestial glow radiated a faint luminescence, absorbing the energy bestowed by the night sky, divine power. The Amazon's mission was accomplished. The vibrant flames illuminated the contours of Diana's profile as she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Humanity was inherently good, or so she believed. With Ares defeated, surely tranquility would ensue. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, the cacophony of battle surged once more into her ears. German soldiers continued to emit a clamor, seemingly preparing to rescue the already deceased Ludendorff. Her expression fell into silence. Diana noticed Trevor and his comrades still engaged in a desperate firefight against a throng of soldiers, striving valiantly to prevent the colossal bomber from taking flight. There was no sign of change. The situation remained dire. No, this cannot be. Her steps faltered, her body swaying. Overwhelmed by disbelief. Ares should be dead. The war must come to an end. Humanity needed to awaken. The flames revealed the fear etched upon her features. Do you ponder why? A gentle voice emanated from behind her, a warm hand resting on Diana's shoulder. Joy's voice was low and soothing, clad in a sleek black suit. He reflected on the inadequacy of armor in providing adequate protection, pondering why not don a form-fitting garment capable of withstanding immense pressure instead. This was Joy's rationale. The Daksham's attire could morph its shape, hence he chose to wear the suit. Arriving on the scene, he had stumbled into this very moment. Diana believed she had slain Ares, yet the war raged on unabated. She believed the world was a dichotomy of black and white, that human nature was inherently good. She was convinced that humanity fought because the god of war incited them, and that by vanquishing this deity, peace would reign. In Joy's eyes, such naivety was disheartening. Indeed, after Diana slayed the god of war she perceived, she surveyed her surroundings, only to find that the bloodshed persisted, leaving her utterly bewildered. So resolute in her belief that she was the embodiment of all that is benevolent in the world, determined to rescue the virtuous among humanity. What if human nature is, in fact, wicked? From her days on Paradise Island, Joy discerned that Diana was a natural warrior, an impeccable ally, yet nothing more. The teachings bestowed upon her by Hippolyta and Antiope over the years led her to believe in the beauty of this world, almost becoming her creed. I am reluctant to believe it. Joy, truly, I am not willing. Diana's spirits were profoundly low. She was uncertain if her faith had crumbled. Yet the warmth of Joy's hands indeed provided her with considerable courage. With a deep sigh, Joy stepped in front of Diana, the wind tousling his golden hair, his long, robust legs seemingly rhythmically tapping upon the rooftop of the watchtower. He bent down to examine the lifeless Ludendorff, marking a cross. He is not Ares, he stated. But you must accept a reality, Diana. Not everyone can harbor the sun within their hearts. For many, their hearts are a chasm that seeks to devour everything. Diana was confronted with the most palpable issue of human nature. He must become the guiding light. Of course, perhaps his presence would not be necessary. Approaching Joy, Diana knelt beside him. She embraced Joy briefly before releasing him to stand once more. Perhaps we should continue to fight, she declared. If faith has crumbled, then let us rebuild it. If Ares has not perished, then let us seek him out and destroy him. Chapter 35. Ares. Diana was engaged in this very quest. She was in the process of rediscovering her faith. The collapse of belief was tragic, Yet if it merely overwhelmed her, she could not become a hero. Thus, a crucial aspect of Diana's heroic journey was the reconstruction of her faith. In the face of such brutal and dark realities, after enduring trials that tested her spirit, and following the shattering of her perceptions by the truth, she remained willing to fight for her initial ideals. Initially, Diana fought because she believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, but the harshness of reality awakened her, revealing that the truth was far from glorious, diminishing her will to battle. Yet, spurred by Joy's reminder, she resolved to re-enter the fray. She was no longer the naive soul who first stepped into the mortal realm. Yet her desire to save humanity endured, now fortified by a more resolute will and an unwavering passion. From believing in the inherent goodness of humanity and thus seeking to save it, to recognizing that even if human nature harbors evil, she would do all within her power. This is the path to becoming a hero. Ultimately, Diana would indeed be a hero. And what of me? Joy settled atop the watchtower, gazing once more at the distant battlefield, where the flames had extinguished and Daniel was en route to assist Trevor. Suddenly, Joy found himself lost in contemplation, uncertain of his direction or purpose. It had been nearly 10 days since his arrival in this world, and he felt a profound disconnection, as if merely a fleeting visitor, a mere player in the grand tapestry of existence. What did this world signify for him? He did not know. He merely sensed that the tattoo on his back was growing increasingly fervent, almost searing. Ares was nearby. At last, the gaslights no longer illuminated him. Only the vast starry sky and the silvery moonlight remained. How long will you hide? Stretching languidly, he stood up. Joy peered into the distance, watching Diana as she attempted to breach the German blockade and enter the gas shell storage. She appeared even more formidable than before, a kind of transcendence, perhaps. Yet, Joy's words were not meant for Diana. At this distance, she was no superhero and could not hear him. In the shadows, where neither starlight nor moonlight could penetrate, crackling arcs of electricity inexplicably emerged from the air, gradually coalescing into a figure. Patrick Morgan, or rather, Ares. He donned a suit identical to Joy's, his hands resting naturally at his sides, a slightly yellowed book tucked under his arm, and a daisy pinned to his chest, the national flower of Germany. They both turned their gazes deeper into the military base, toward the place where Diana and Trevor charged forth. With a resounding thud, a slender shadow fell beside them. Echidna descended from above. "Long time no see, and Echidna. You still look as stunning as ever," Ares remarked with a slight nod, his face adorned with a friendly smile. Unlike the aging deities depicted in traditional iconography, Ares resembled a vibrant middle-aged man. Echidna smirked and replied, "You, like your father, are quite the smooth talker, Ares. Typhon is the son of Gaia, who in turn is the mother of Cronus, and Cronus is the father of Zeus. Viewed this way, Echidna is indeed of the same generation as Zeus. Ares addressing her as aunt is therefore not entirely inappropriate. Are you not afraid I might end your life? Your target is Diana. Ares, not me. Please recognize that," she admonished, shaking her head. Joy once more took a seat. Echidna joined him, but Ares merely smiled. He turned his gaze to Diana. "Look, my sister, Diana, daughter of Zeus, the true slayer of gods, yet she remains oblivious, hoping to rely on a sword forged for god-slaying. One must grow, after all." Joy interrupted Ares, fully aware of the nature of Ares's incarnation. Ares, in turn, was cognizant that Joy understood his incarnate identity. Thus, there was little need for concealment among them. Trevor and his companions had approached the bomber. Yet Joy recalled that it was precisely this proximity that had cost him his life. It was uncertain whether they could be deemed friends. Perhaps they were merely acquaintances. Nevertheless, one cannot stand idly by while another is in peril. "Go lend a hand. Echidna, allow Trevor to detonate that device in midair, and then bring him back," he urged. Echidna gestured affirmatively. As the demon departed, Ares settled down and turned to Joy. "I have witnessed the conclusion of this history across 7 other universes." "Which history?" Joy inquired. "The tale of myself and my sister, Diana." Ares lowered his gaze, inhaling deeply. No matter how fiercely he struggled, the god of war was destined to fall. And this universe had gained an individual like you, Mr. Hall. He had glimpsed the histories of 7 universes. Such occurrences are indeed rare. "What did you see?" Joy asked. Intrigued, he bore no significant resentment towards Ares, for war was not instigated by him. Humankind is inherently a species fond of conflict, development, prosperity, and destruction, Ares replied candidly, his eyes seemingly reflecting the majestic scenes playing out in his mind like an epic tableau. Joy rolled his eyes. It was akin to saying nothing at all. His true intention was to ascertain whether there existed another Joy Hall in the alternate universes, rather than receiving a trio of formal words. Thus, he posed the question, "So, what do you intend to do?" This inquiry was quite straightforward, yet, in contrast, it might have been the most effective way to ask. Ares was momentarily taken aback. He likely did not expect Joy to be so direct. The shift in his gaze from evasiveness to determination transpired in an instant. "Those extraterrestrial beings from the cosmos revealed an image concerning you, Mr. Hall." "How so?" "Hydra, when you vanquished Hydra." The barrier of Paradise Island was fortuitously in a state of disrepair. While the reason for this state remains unknown, they possessed the means to detect that segment of video. He suspected that the barrier's deterioration was also a result of Joy's actions, yet he lacked evidence. Even if evidence were found, it would be futile, for the barrier could self-repair. Moreover, no one could hold Joy accountable. Yet, Joy's pupils dilated in realization. This meant that since his arrival in this world, he had been under the surveillance of an extraterrestrial faction. However, the logic appeared flawed. The Germanic records regarding the Dark Sam indicated that the escape pod had only recently been discovered. It seemed implausible that the escaped Dark Sam would immediately summon a large force. Furthermore, even if they had called upon a substantial contingent, what grounds did they have to know of Joy's existence and maintain constant surveillance? Furthermore, it appears that the time at which the Daxamite fled must have been within the past few days, which does not align at all with the moment Joy arrived in this world. However, if the Daxamite forces have been concealed on Earth for an extended period, how could they possibly fail to discover their own civilization's escape pod and initiate a rescue? This is illogical and presents significant issues. Yet, such questions are not meant to be pondered at this moment. Thus, Joy inquired, "So, Mr. Hall, you and Echidna both possess tattoos that embody some form of power from beyond this world, correct? And if I am not mistaken, Echidna's original form should be deceased, with only a feeble manifestation of will remaining, possessing less than half the strength of the original." Ares gazed intently at Joy. "I have witnessed history and am aware of my fate, yet perhaps this world differs. I surmise that you were the very courage that allowed Hippolyta to permit Diana to confront me, were you not?" Joy did not deny this assertion. Ares waved his hand, and two entities emerged from his form, exuding nearly identical auras and energy fluctuations, essentially two more of himself. He declared, "These are the demigods I have spent a millennium creating. Unlike humans or Amazons, I have stripped them of their thoughts, rendering them my puppets." A fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossed Joy's eyes. What remarkable creations! If only I could manifest two such avatars, even at a fifth of full power, they would be formidable enough to challenge our foes. We have always harbored distrust towards external forces. Thus I have confined the tattoos and their powers to this particular avatar. Ares indicated the one on his left. Joy could perceive no discernible difference in their powers. Yet, Ares provided clarification. Originally, he possessed merely 30% of my original strength, if not less. Yet now, in terms of energy and divine potential, he surpasses my own original form. This tattoo guides me to confront other tattoo bearers. The only presence I can sense is yours. Mr. Hall, your purpose in coming here to eliminate me is for this tattoo, and thus it rightfully belongs to you." Ares' original form slightly bowed, indeed pushing the avatar imbued with the tattoo's power forward. He then turned to Diana, "And she, my sister, seeks to take from me that which I have entrusted to another avatar, which she can easily acquire after our battle." This seemed a foolproof strategy. Joy gained the tattoo. Diana acquired divine power, and Ares could evade his prophesied demise. Yet, do you not wish to resist? Joy asked, his expression revealing no change. Ares hesitated not for a moment. "No, I do not wish to. I have witnessed the Hydra, augmented by the tattoos of Echidna, rivaling most of my kin and brethren. Yet it was easily vanquished by you. I do not believe I can triumph over both you and Diana. Furthermore, Mr. Hall, you are the only variable I have observed across 7 histories. Perhaps you could bring forth something novel for us, or even usher in a new era. Power is a splendid thing, yet in the annals of the 7 worlds I have traversed, I have been intoxicated by the power of this planet, losing myself and ultimately facing annihilation. I have pondered for an age, 700 years, 1,000, or perhaps 2,000. In you, Mr. Hall, I have found the answer. Your strength is captivating, intoxicating. We all know that when we gaze upon the starry sky, life extends beyond the terrestrial realm that nurtures us. Countless extraterrestrial races await our conquest. Perhaps those enigmatic Dark Sam will serve as our springboard into the cosmos? Chapter 36. And for now, I merely wish to establish my footing in this world. Your notion of celestial colonization holds no allure for me. However, I shall not take your life, Ares, my friend. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning danced and flickered in this dark corner, and with the grasp of a hand, all phenomena vanished. Lightning is not solely the domain of the divine. It is a natural phenomenon, equally within Joy's control. A profound dread suddenly engulfed Ares. One hand, before him, Joy effortlessly crushed a manifestation, infused with tattooed power, that was no weaker than its original form. Quite impressive, Joy remarked casually, absorbing the tattoo's power and flexing his arm. With the conversation reaching this juncture, there was no need for Joy to maintain a stern demeanor. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the edge of the watchtower. With Ludendorff's corpse just behind them, Ares had dispatched the remaining manifestations. Soon, a spectacle of Diana battling Ares would unfold. This, too, could be seen as fate's design. In Diana's memory, she would indeed slay Ares. Shaking his head slightly, Ares opened the book he had clutched under his arm. Jane Eyre, he said, as a realist author. This is the most romantic tale penned by Charlotte Brontë. Joy glimpsed the title on the cover. The book appeared somewhat aged, at least a decade old. He scratched the back of his head, peering at Ares under the starlight. Are you truly the god of war? Ares' response was somewhat cryptic. So many years of vicissitudes. So much passage of time has washed over me. Finally, in a whisper barely audible, he added, yet, fortunately, change has begun. Joy feigned ignorance of the last remark. Ares retrieved a gold-rimmed monocle from his jacket pocket and began to peruse a book. Shaking his head, Joy lifted his gaze to the heavens. Acutely aware that his every move was under the scrutiny of a multitude, the Daxamites undoubtedly possessed the capability to traverse the expanse between Earth and the Moon, employing their advanced technology to spy on Joy's existence. Yet, what could be done? In the vacuum of space, sound has no medium for transmission. As long as these individuals concealed themselves on the far side of the Earth, Joy would remain oblivious to their whereabouts. Moreover, their presence at this base seemed bafflingly trivial. Merely to deliver a set of garments? Taking a deep breath, he inquired, have the Daxamites sought you out? Ares abruptly halted his page-turning, responding to Joy's question, indeed. I offered them a temporary refuge. However, this is not their first visit to our realm. Oh, he continued, approximately 4 millennia ago. 2 groups of such mortals descended upon this world. One identified themselves as Kryptonians, while the other claimed to be Daxamites. Ares softly recounted, closing the book, Jane Eyre, which seemed so incongruous with his identity. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. We intercepted them and endeavored to annihilate them, yet some managed to escape eastward. I am uncertain of their ultimate fate, but they all perished. They perished? Joy echoed, incredulous. All of them. I witnessed it with my own eyes, each one decapitated. Their heads suspended high upon jade columns, the stench of blood wafting from the east, nearly reaching Greece. Is there any mention of Daxamites in the histories of other worlds? Joy queried softly, observing Ares' facial expressions. However, lacking expertise, he could only grasp fleeting impressions without analysis. Ares replied, no world holds the existence of Daxamites. Save for ours. I understand. In the distance, bombers ascended into the sky, flames engulfing the warehouses that stored toxic gas munitions. Fortunately, these toxins, having been modified, were rich in hydrogen and could be easily incinerated. Thus, Dr. Isabelle Moreau, are those brilliant ideas regarding chemical substances truly a product of your guidance? Joy posed his final question. Do you understand chemistry? Not quite. I merely ignited her cerebral potential. Observing Joy rise to his feet, Ares followed suit. Signaling the conclusion of their dialogue, this meeting was drawing to a close. Give her to me. With your support, I may indeed devise some plans moving forward. Joy smiled faintly. Isabelle Moreau is undoubtedly a rare talent, yet she is undeniably a certified madwoman. But genius resides on the left and madness on the right. A blade can take life, yet it can also save. Very well. Ares placed the book back under his arm with a decisive nod. A mere mortal with a hint of talent. Who can relinquish even his own pseudo-divine avatar? Does he truly care about this? He smiled and spoke. The future, at least during non-essential moments. Perhaps I must conceal my identity, mustn't I? Joy nodded slightly. Ares is dead. He seemed to declare a fact, while simultaneously issuing a warning. Ares also nodded, affirming, Ares is dead. Then, like a gentleman, the war god's elongated form transformed into swirling black smoke, vanishing from Joy's sight. Boom! A dazzling firework erupted in the distant sky, as Trevor piloted the bomber vertically upward, detonating countless gas bombs without any concern for the ground below. No, Trevor! Diana roared in fury, witnessing the bomber explode like a firework, seemingly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of emotion. Undoubtedly, the avatar crafted by Ares was immensely powerful. Joy even questioned whether Hephaestus, the somewhat feeble god of fire, could triumph in battle against him. Diana had been suppressed, but now she erupted. As the daughter of Zeus, the master of thunder, she faced an avatar imbued with Ares' divine power, which sought to vanquish her with lightning. The moment the divine gauntlet crackled with electricity, the outcome became inevitable. The avatar swiftly fell, pierced through the heart by the godslayer's sword, its fierce and violent lightning turning its entire form to ashes. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world paused. Joy almost believed this was the true Ares. Diana knelt upon the ground, directing her gaze towards the cowering Dr. Maru, who shrank in a corner, her grotesque visage now exposed, marred by scars. Yes, you have triumphed. Ares is dead. Joy suddenly appeared, placing a hand on her shoulder. Such a short distance was nearly non-existent for him. Meanwhile, Trevor, having narrowly escaped death, reappeared on the relatively intact path of the base, accompanied by Daniel. The death of the Supreme Commander caused chaos among the German ranks, and combined with the formidable power displayed by Diana, few soldiers remained steadfast in their fight. Chapter 37. The Kaiser time ebbs and flows. Spring gives way to autumn. In the blink of an eye, 7 months have passed since that battle. It is now November 4th, 1918. The war has not concluded, yet peace looms on the horizon. Last month, the German forces retreated to the French-Belgian border. 5 days ago, Turkey, the last ally of the German Empire, surrendered. Yesterday, a rebellion erupted among the sailors of the Kiel port in the German Empire. The beast, bearing its fangs and claws in a futile attempt to challenge the British Empire and seize dominion over the lands beneath the sun, now lies battered and bruised. The German Empire is on the verge of demise. Joy, Diana, and Echidna find themselves in the quaint town of Spa, nestled in the eastern Ardennes region of Belgium. It is almost inconceivable that the very Emperor Wilhelm II, who ignited a conflagration that engulfed the entire capitalist world in war, resides in this humble town. Wilhelm II is a legendary figure, having propelled the German Empire to the pinnacle of global prominence, capable of contending with venerable empires such as England and France. Yet, his actions that precipitated the Great War ultimately led to the empire's ruin. Born Friedrich Wilhelm Victor Albert von Hohenzollern, he gazes upon the valley beyond, where military edifices stand tall, as this place has been transformed into an impregnable fortress under his command. With a furrowed brow, Joy reflects on the emperor's birth, marked by a breech delivery that resulted in severe Erb's palsy, leaving his left arm atrophied. They stand atop the valley, casting their eyes down to the steaming hot springs below. Truth be told, he has a knack for choosing locations. His assertion bears merit. The globally renowned spa phenomenon derives its name from this very town and the small valley they overlook. This region, rich in minerals, offers therapeutic benefits through its thermal baths, alleviating various ailments and pains. It is likely that Wilhelm II recognized this advantage, as illness has plagued him throughout his life. At the town center, the Grand Peter the Great Palace, funded by Tsar Peter I of Russia, has been entirely appropriated by Wilhelm II, including the invaluable artworks housed within. The weather is mild, yet Echidna and Diana opt for flowing robes that trail on the ground to conceal their figures. Over the past few months, Joy has had to navigate numerous troubles to ensure their graceful silhouettes remain intact. Daniel peeks out from Joy's coat pocket, propping himself up as if leaning on a railing. His curiosity piqued about the disabled emperor. Echidna scoffs, remarking that in their time, individuals with such physical impairments would not only be denied the throne, but would likely face death at birth in certain city-states. The European royal families are indeed tumultuous. Inbreeding has left them riddled with genetic maladies. If one were to follow her logic, it is doubtful that Queen Elizabeth would have been able to bear a single heir. Joy rolls his eyes, for Wilhelm II is the maternal grandson of Queen Elizabeth. A deeper examination reveals that all European myths, including those of the Olympian gods, are entangled in chaos. Zeus himself, a notorious libertine, took liberties with an array of creatures, cows, snakes, mares, and sows alike. It is often said that mythology transcends life, yet it undeniably springs from the very fabric of existence. The European royal families have inherited a certain chaotic trait reminiscent of Zeus, despite their lack of blood ties to the divine. What constitutes consanguinity? Diana had yet to encounter such terminology. With a slight pout, Echidna patiently elucidated, for instance, if Ares were still alive and wished to marry you, that would be considered consanguinity. I have no desire to share a bed with Ares, Diana protested. Under Echidna's influence, Diana's understanding of marriage, a sacred institution, had been distilled to a single notion, the act of consummation. Although this was indeed the case, At the wedding, the pastor spoke eloquently, and the guests heartily congratulated the beautiful couple, while the bride's father glistened with tears. Yet, the groom's thoughts were solely fixated on hastening through the ceremony to possess this exquisite woman entirely. Thwack! Joy flicked his finger against Daniel's forehead, producing a metallic sound. He whispered, "Have you managed to clarify the matter regarding Germany?" "Yes, I have," Daniel replied. "That Baden fellow not only intends to strip Wilhelm II of his title as Emperor of the German Empire, but also seeks to remove his title as King of Prussia." Daniel nodded emphatically. "It's Max Baden, the Chancellor of Germany." Joy rolled his eyes, noting that the news had yet to reach Wilhelm II. The latter, already burdened with royal titles from two nations, now faced the prospect of being rendered emperorless by Chancellor Max. Joy continued, "I have a brilliant idea. Your idea has surely been brewing for some time. Otherwise you wouldn't have brought us here directly." Echidna sneezed lightly, temporarily sealing her remaining divine powers to experience the life of an ordinary person. Living in Steve's apartment in London was quite comfortable, after all. Scratching the back of his head, Joy reflected on the events of the past 7 months since Ludendorff's death, during which the power of the German Empire had been monopolized by Marshal Hindenburg. He was loyal, yet ultimately just a solitary figure. The German populace increasingly believed that Wilhelm II obstructed their path to peace, and the calls for his abdication grew ever louder, to the point where even Hindenburg could no longer suppress them. Wilhelm II's imperial existence was on the verge of conclusion. World War I would culminate against this backdrop. After experiencing various events, I realized something important. Joy extended a finger, speaking with conviction. "We require an organization, one sufficiently powerful to command the strongest military in the world, to safeguard this realm. In my vision, Wilhelm II shall be the inaugural member of this organization. Of course, that's merely the rhetoric. We aim to shield the world from the shadows, warding off external threats beyond our planet. Blah blah, and so on." But if one were to inquire whether Joy harbored ulterior motives, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. Moreover, it is undoubtedly significant. Ares has provided him with some inspiration. In this era, Earth can be regarded as a companion to Ares, especially since, apart from the elusive Darksim faction that has recently emerged, there are no other known mystical or foreign influences, rendering the situation rather straightforward. To manipulate the course of history to a certain degree is, in fact, not particularly challenging. Furthermore, the timing is quite opportune. The royal families of various nations are either yet to be overthrown or still wield considerable influence. If George can extend a helping hand during their moments of peril, through coercion, inducement, division, or alliance, he could swiftly establish a formidable organization on the European stage. This organization's strength does not stem from unparalleled individual prowess akin to that of a Justice League, but rather from its unparalleled charisma and its ability to sway nearly the entirety of human society. Consider this. During World War I, various royal families were able to unite under Joy's impetus, and although they were ultimately compelled to transition to a constitutional monarchy, they had already amassed a terrifying amount of power prior to that. The benefits it could yield Joy later on are simply incalculable. Chapter 38. Conception. This is merely a modest endeavor. Politics is not Joy's forte. However, he is acutely aware of when to step forward, particularly in front of this incapacitated emperor. It suffices to provide him with hope, just as the Germans are on the verge of utterly defeating Wilhelm II and exiling him to the Netherlands, as history has shown. Is there truly a better moment than now to assist this solitary emperor? Joy can offer him power, life, and health. Ares can tempt a cohort of humans, and Echidna can do the same. If the German Empire aspires to become a republic, it must acknowledge Wilhelm II's legitimate existence as an emperor, even under a constitutional monarchy. This is power. As for life and health, that is even simpler. Moreover, Joy can provide him with the strength-enhancing serum developed by Dr. Rudnow, which, after over 300 human trials in the past 7 months, can now be manufactured to perfection. It promotes telomere growth, slows metabolism, increases muscle strength and bone density, and reconstructs bodily deficiencies. This serum is nothing short of flawless. There is, however, a minor caveat. The user must periodically consume the serum. In comparison to the super soldier serum of the neighboring universe's Steve Rogers, this is undoubtedly less impressive. Yet, in Joy's hands, this can be seen as an advantage. These emperors are not merely obedient subjects. Confirming that Wilhelm II is indeed in this valley, he spends most of his time indulging in hot springs. Nevertheless, it must be said that, at least for Germany, he still qualifies as a competent monarch, having devoted nearly his entire life to his people and country. As Xiang Yu once proclaimed, failure is not solely the fault of warfare. For the German Empire to advance further, it must challenge the authority of the established capitalist powers. War is inevitable. Wilhelm II merely became a scapegoat in this grand narrative. They turned away from the valley, heading toward the residential area of Spa, which, despite recently becoming the headquarters of the German army, remained Spa. Wilhelm II did not impose any demands on the local populace, but merely occupied the palace of Peter the Great. Joy and his companions temporarily resided in a quaint lodge on the outskirts of the town, characterized by a distinctly Nordic ambience. The proprietor, Old Tom, was a solitary figure, with walls adorned by an array of animal trophies, the most striking being a pair of enormous moose antlers. Soon, they arrived at the lodge, where a towering red pine stood beside it, its needles beginning to turn a delicate yellow. Old Tom, wearing an apron, herded a gaggle of white geese back to a nearby pond. "Uncle Tom, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Joy called out, having stayed there for over a week. Much to Old Tom's delight, as he seldom had anyone to converse with, Joy and Echidna often engaged in lively discussions. "I've had young Wicks bring over some steaks. Tonight you shall sample my culinary skills," Old Tom replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile breaking across his face, etched with wrinkles like a chrysanthemum. He once had a son, now deceased, not at the hands of the Germans, but rather perished in an air raid by the Allies. "Then we must make room for our appetites." Joy laughed as they entered the lodge, greeted by a massive portrait, the self-portrait of Old Tom's son. Navigating carefully around this wall, Joy nestled into an armchair before the fireplace, glancing at Diana, who appeared lost in thought. "What occupies your mind?" he inquired. "I ponder. If we require companions for this battle, why not seek stronger allies?" she replied, her brow slightly furrowed, the starlight on her forehead reflecting Joy's visage. "Such as myself and Echidna, or that race from the depths of the ocean, or even those in London who consort with demons." With arms outstretched, Joy gazed at the ceiling. After 7 months, he felt anew the undeniable force of his own power upon this earth. No one could stand as his adversary. Even the legendary Clark Kent would remain unchanged. "If I am a solitary army, then why do I need allies?" Joy mused. He believed he did not require a Justice League or Avengers to compensate for his shortcomings, nor the assistance of other heroes to resolve nearly all troubles. What then did he truly need? Logistics and technological support. Even the mightiest of beings harbor their own sanctuaries of solitude. Joy, however, felt no such isolation. He had no need for a fortress. What he sought was a dedicated team that could consistently provide him with technological support. He yearned for a voice on the grand stage of global politics. He desired assurance that, amidst his battles, no lurking shadow would conspire against him. Clearing his throat, Joy cast a glance at Echidna. Ever since he learned that she was not the mother of all monsters, this so-called deity had increasingly taken on a more mortal demeanor. She was even studying a form of sorcery that could transform her serpentine tail into legs. Joy was acutely aware of Echidna's affections, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt little desire towards her. Perhaps the influence of the Bulgarian demon king had profoundly altered his perspective, rendering him more philosophical. "Tell me, Diana, what is the greatest threat this world currently faces?" Joy inquired softly. "Aside from the ongoing wars, we have the Daxamites you mentioned. Together with them, what can I possibly impede?" He could certainly wield violence to eradicate conflict from the world, but to what end? To become a tyrant like the unjust Superman? While not entirely out of the question, he simply lacked the inclination at this moment. Perhaps in the future, Joy might entertain the notion of experimenting with new methods and act accordingly. In truth, he harbored deep concern. The Daxamites had seemingly vanished since their encounter 7 months ago, eluding all attempts at discovery. Echidna was unable to traverse the cosmos, and most deities on Earth struggled to surpass the second cosmic velocity required to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth-Moon system. One must believe that the Daxamites were concocting some plan, likely one that could wreak havoc upon the entirety of the planet. They were waiting. Joy was waiting too. The fact that these beings had not yet made a direct move against him suggested that they had their reservations. Perhaps they had even obtained samples of Hydra for analysis, deeming him invincible. Yet, while Joy could afford to wait, their kind possessed lifespans that spanned nearly an eternity. But what of the Daxamites? How long could they endure? Chapter 39. The meeting in November in Spa. The air had begun to chill. This was Belgium, where warmth graced only a fleeting portion of the year. Shaking his head gently, Joy closed his eyes, recounting mythological tales from China to Diana and Echidna. Daniel sat at the table, adorably awkward, letting his feet dangle. Within Uncle Tom's inn, the flickering firelight illuminated Joy's face, while a small table at his feet bore 3 cups of steaming bitter wheat tea. The warmth enveloped him. Uncle Tom had once been a pastry chef, The desserts he prepared for Joy and the others were exquisite. Yet the recent blockade imposed by the Allies on the transport of supplies to this area compelled him to reduce his usage. Is it truly possible to attain immortality by consuming the flesh of the Tang monk? Has the monkey been imprisoned beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years in earthly time or celestial time? Is the red boy the offspring of the bull demon king or that of the supreme old lord? Diana inquired with curiosity. With a shrug, Joy replied, I too am eager to know. Why is it that male demons wish to devour the monk, while female demons aspire to marry him? Echidna posed yet another question. For if a male demon desired to marry a monk, it would indeed be rather bizarre. Joy cleared his throat gently, raising his gaze towards the center of the town. Then he patted his knee, brushing off the white fluff that clung there, remnants of old Tom's white cat. Rising to his feet, he declared, It is time. Our moment has arrived. Echidna, release your seal. If you find common ground with His Majesty the Emperor, accompany Daniel into German territory to assist us with certain matters. And what if we cannot find common ground? Are you prepared to eliminate him? Never underestimate human greed. Joy chuckled softly. The enhanced potion developed by Dr. Maru has the capacity to induce a form of reverse aging in ordinary individuals, meaning that during the effect of the potion, the user experiences a youthful resurgence without depleting their innate potential. To say nothing of the fact that extending an ordinary person's lifespan by several decades should not pose a significant challenge, provided they can sustain long-term usage. The date is November 9, 1918. In Germany, due to the catastrophic spread of war, many have come to realize that the Kaiser is an obstacle to peace. They believe that if Germany were to present itself as a republic before the Allies, it would secure more favorable terms. Thus, on this day, within the palace of Peter the Great, now also known as the Wilhelm Palace, Kaiser Wilhelm II received a telegram from Prince Max von Baden. He is not only a prince, but also the chancellor and a significant member of the newly formed cabinet. Abdication is a most unpleasant matter. However, a government devoid of socialists poses a greater peril to the nation. The telegram contained this message. Just a day prior, the socialists demanded that unless Wilhelm II abdicated, they would withdraw from the newly established cabinet. This would strip the German Empire of its legal identity as a nation. The entire palace was enveloped in a peculiar silence. The station troops were methodically retreating to the borders of the German Empire under the command of Chief of Staff Wilhelm Groner. Wilhelm II had lost everything. Now, apart from his wife, Dona, there was no one else to be found within the palace. He had been betrayed by the entire world. The dome above was adorned with various grand crystal chandeliers, glittering brilliantly, while the side walls depicted murals of the Last Supper, with the dome illustrating the descent of the Holy Son. The intense religious undertones permeated the air. Thud, thud, thud. The slow yet resolute footsteps echoed at the palace entrance, and in the waning light of the sunset, Joy's shadow was cast directly at the feet of Kaiser Wilhelm II. His Majesty lifted the goblet beside him, the deep crimson liquid swirling within. He had removed his crown, meticulously adjusting it before placing it upon the table. You are late, soldier. I have already distributed all the artworks and gold coins. The war is over. Return home. Return to your mother. Kaiser Wilhelm II's voice was gravelly, as if he had smoked for decades and endured all the world's tribulations. After downing the entirety of his drink, he caught sight of Diana accompanying Joy, which rendered his expression gravely serious. His splendid robe concealed the left side of his body. Even now, the emperor maintained his dignity, though his left arm had severely atrophied. The doors thundered shut behind him, extinguishing all candle flames, followed by what appeared to be a beacon, with flames swirling into the air. Igniting the flammable substances in the atmosphere to their flashpoint was merely one of the most trivial displays of power. Joy illuminated the entire palace. Wilhelm II's once clear gaze now clouded slightly as he folded the telegram in his hand and tucked it into his garment. He now understood that this young man before him was not merely a soldier. Perhaps he was not even human. As his robe fell away, revealing the sharply tailored military uniform beneath, Wilhelm II rose and descended from his throne. The loss of his crown was a painful blow. Yet for the sake of saving Germany and his people, he was willing to make sacrifices. He no longer concealed his left arm, exposing his flaw to the light. Wilhelm II extended his arms. Proceed. He presumed Joy had come to take his life. We are not enemies. Yet Joy merely smiled and shook his head. For a deposed emperor, respect was the highest form of courtesy. Joy did not withhold this reverence, for it was of little cost. He stepped forward, approaching Wilhelm II. The emperor's left hand was severely withered, his hair graying, yet his youthful visage had once been quite handsome. His left hand adorned with a golden embroidered white glove protruding from his sleeve, He leaned upon a cane of indiscernible material. He gazed at Joy for a long while, then chuckled softly. I can offer you nothing, young man. What you seek, I cannot provide. This statement bore truth, akin to the last Emperor Pwai. Stripped of his crown, he was nothing. Yet Joy could not help but admire Wilhelm II. Indeed, as a descendant of kings, that air of nonchalance was something beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. In truth, your majesty, you must understand that all I desire is you, Joy said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. An undeniable force was exerted upon Wilhelm II, as if propelled forward by the wind. They approached the nearby conference table, and once Wilhelm took his seat, Joy and Diana exchanged glances before also sitting down. Joy cut to the chase. Are you truly content? Content to exit the stage in disgrace, your body impaired, under the duress of traitors at home? Chapter 40. Persuasion. A palpable silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the howling wind outside. Joy clasped his hands on the table, while Diana gently caressed the hilt of her sword. After a moment, Wilhelm II inquired with a somber tone, Are you suggesting that you can heal my body, or assist me in reclaiming my power? How astute. He inferred from Joy's earlier statement that he might offer something of value. He replied, If we can collaborate, both tasks would not pose a challenge for me. And what are you? Sorcerers? Devils? Or perhaps deities? Wilhelm II queried, scrutinizing the pair before him. Young, they appeared no different from ordinary individuals. Joy nearly laughed aloud. Think as you wish. Would you like me to prove it? If possible. Very well, sincerity must be demonstrated. Joy was unfazed. After a brief hesitation, he smirked, Look outside. The wind ceases. As Wilhelm II turned to gaze out the window, Joy commanded the tempest to halt. Wilhelm's pupils dilated momentarily, then returned to normal as he faced Joy. If it were merely a one-time occurrence, I might attribute it to a natural phenomenon. But what of this? Joy snapped his fingers. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated, and radiant beams of sunlight cascaded down upon the chilly town, bathing it in warmth. Wilhelm II sprang to his feet. The ability to control the weather. Could it be that he was indeed a god? He strode to the window, instinctively reaching into his pocket, yet finding it empty. He then gazed skyward until the brilliance of the sun became unbearable, finally exhaling a deep sigh. In what capacity shall we collaborate? I intend to establish a parliament, enabling true power and authority to work in concert, becoming a catalyst for progress throughout Europe and the world. Interpret it as you will. Be it the underground king or an ambitious figure. At last, Joy revealed his true intentions. Wilhelm II returned to the table, regaining his composure. Though his brow furrowed, with a government in place, is a parliament truly necessary? His implication was clear. A dethroned emperor, stripped of his empire and crown, would hold little significance in such a parliament. Joy might possess abilities akin to a sorcerer, but how could that facilitate the creation of such an assembly? In the wake of the First Industrial Revolution, the Western world's reliance on mystical powers had evidently waned. In the northern outskirts of Berlin, in Blankenfeld, there existed a military base that was entirely free from the dominion of any general or chief of staff. Correct, Your Majesty? Joy steadied himself, realizing that persuading Wilhelm II might require some effort. 7 months prior, your soldiers retrieved an egg-shaped aircraft from the Mediterranean and placed it within that unrecorded military base. Yet almost simultaneously, the base lost its significance. On February 25, 1918, at the highest security containment center in Blankenfeld, a suspected extraterrestrial entity went rogue, resulting in the demise of 38 independent mysterious individuals within the containment chamber, while one supernatural entity vanished without disturbing the station troops, disappearing completely. Upon hearing Joy's words, Wilhelm II's expression underwent a subtle transformation. He gradually reverted from a dethroned emperor, a frail old man, back to the spirited Kaiser of Germany. Even his gentle countenance momentarily hardened, as if forged from steel. Just moments ago, he had responded to Joy's assertions, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. Joy murmured to himself, as he had anticipated, the military base in Blankenfeld, which had facilitated the escape of the Doxa people, was likely beyond the control of any German military leader, especially during these past 7 months, with Trevor's assistance in compiling the internal military materials of the German Empire. Joy felt increasingly assured of this fact. Throughout Germany, no records indicated the existence of this base. It was as if it did not exist at all. Yet it undeniably did exist. Here it was, in this realm, whether it belonged to this world, or perhaps one among the 52, it was indeed real. Such a world should not be measured by common logic. Even in Joy's previous world, the foundation of a feudal monarch was formidable enough to incite envy, let alone in this place. To say nothing of the matter, Even if Wilhelm II were to present evidence linking his ancestry to Zeus, Joy would believe it. He patted his pocket, and Daniel's head popped out. Wilhelm II furrowed his brow. He certainly recognized Daniel. The little stone creature he had perused numerous times in the palace archives concerning those contained entities. As you can see, Your Majesty, I have visited that base and brought away the last survivor. Daniel, Joy stated with a nod. One could detect a slight tremor in Wilhelm II's body. Diana glanced at Joy, unaware of this event, as he had never shared it with her. Furthermore, those Doxa people indeed had some connection to Ludendorff. You must know how formidable they are, correct? Ludendorff is loyal to the Empire. I am well aware of those extraterrestrials, Wilhelm II did not deny. Joy nodded. Then it shall be manageable. The scarlet cloak unfurled in a nano-extended form. A suit of black armor materialized upon Joy's form, devoid of any insignia upon his chest. Wilhelm II, astonished, recoiled in disbelief. Are you one of them? I am not, Joy refuted, but I suspect they fear me. This attire may possess a tracking device, or perhaps a self-detonation mechanism. Nonetheless, it functions splendidly, exhibiting negligible wear within the existing terrestrial environment. Thus, Joy had not seen fit to replace it. Was the purpose of the Daxamites merely to make Joy's acquaintance? He harbored doubts. They do not even dare to strike at me, Joy asserted, even when faced with potential hostility. My power, under extreme circumstances, can indeed shake this entire continent, not through brute strength, but by manipulating lava and tectonic movements. I believe you possess such capability. How should I address you? Joy Hall. He replied, You may call me Joy. Wilhelm II appeared somewhat taken aback, his brow arching slightly. A descendant of the Hall family? You are, in fact, British? I am stateless, Joy clarified. Wilhelm II nodded slightly, his peripheral vision catching sight of his throne. This time, however, he did not lower his gaze nor conceal his left arm. He raised his right hand, stating, I had intended to seize this opportunity to transform Germany into a republic, rather than perpetually existing under the shadow of an emperor. Impeachment, was that your own idea? Joy's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a revelation. What manner of individual would willingly relinquish their power, forsaking that grand throne? Germany requires a competent leader, not an emperor. Joy, I am the greatest obstacle to this nation's progress. A calculative smile graced Wilhelm II's countenance. I have relished all the splendor and wealth, and endeavored for Germany to supplant England. Though ultimately unsuccessful, surely this narrative deserves a conclusion, does it not? Although still tinged with melancholy, Wilhelm II, in Joy's estimation, indeed embodied the essence of a worthy emperor. An emperor willing to forsake his throne for the sake of his nation and its people. Joy could scarcely fathom what temptation could sway him otherwise. In light of this, perhaps it would be best to take his leave. Yet Wilhelm II continued, However, I find myself somewhat intrigued by your proposal. Even though I am no longer the German emperor and king of Prussia in a legal sense, I still possess 13 military bases akin to Blankenfeld, and the royal hand retains formidable military strength alongside technological prowess that surpasses this world by over half a century. This is my contribution. Wilhelm II once again crowns himself. His gaze is intense, seemingly rekindled with ambition. And what can you offer me? Joy softly replied, Power, strength, health. Everything you can conceive of is not beyond possibility. There are many things he cannot achieve, yet that does not imply that Echidna and Ares are similarly constrained. As true deities, even without employing the elixirs developed by Dr. Maru, they can effortlessly bestow upon a mortal unimaginable power. Deal. Chapter 41. The Divine Elixir. Thus, I need not venture to the German Empire, correct? Echidna yawned. Given that the grand spectacle unfolding in Berlin is merely a self-directed performance by Wilhelm II, there is no longer a necessity for Echidna to ensure his power remains unthreatened. The weather today is splendid, reminiscent of the days when Wilhelm II and his wife, Princess Augusta Victoria, despite the ravages of time, still bore traces of the beauty of their past as they traveled to the Netherlands. They rode in a carriage provided by the residents of Spa, Belgium, a nation perpetually neutral yet besieged. Even Diana, upon judgment, would struggle to assert that its people were mistreated. In this world, Wilhelm II is considered a relatively enlightened emperor. Perhaps his sole misstep was supporting the Austro-Hungarian Empire's declaration of war against Serbia. People spontaneously gathered in the streets to bid farewell to their king and his queen. The era of empires had concluded, and war had ceased. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that another conflict looms on the horizon. I have an inkling that there lies something more within the emperor's eyes. Diana furrowed her brow. She could not articulate it, but she sensed that Wilhelm II harbored many desires. 7 months of companionship had diminished the discord between her and Diana, fostering numerous shared topics. For the latter shared this sentiment as well. Joy leaned against the window, gazing outside. Beyond the throng, old Tom, clad in a moose-skin coat, raised his right hand in farewell. Just as they exited the small town, 2 carriages halted, and from the adjacent woods emerged a contingent of soldiers on spirited steeds, clad in immaculate military uniforms, taking command of the area. The coachman had received a handsome sum. Adorning the chests of these soldiers was the royal emblem of the German Second Empire, the double-headed black eagle, representing liberty and authority. They constitute but a minuscule fraction of the power that Wilhelm II had previously alluded to. Queen Augusta rapped on the carriage door. Joy gestured for Diana and Echidna to remain calm as he adjusted his collar and suit before stepping through the door. Despite the wrinkles that etched her face, the former radiance of the Queen was still discernible. She bowed to Joy, saying, "His Majesty has invited Mr. Hall for a discussion in his carriage and has sent me to temporarily accompany Miss Diana and Miss Echidna. I apologize for the inconvenience." Joy nodded slightly, granting the Queen passage as he assisted her into what was originally his carriage, while 12 soldiers, along with their majestic steeds, remained silent and still, a testament to their impeccable training. Alas, they were but mortals. He ascended into the carriage of Wilhelm II. "Please, Joy, everything here belongs to you, and, of course, to me as well." Wilhelm II lifted a cup of green tea, adding a piece of sugar, a personal preference, as many Europeans find bitter tea unpalatable. "If I may speak candidly, do you truly trust?" Joy refrained from expressing his thoughts openly. He was not fond of the local tea, so he directly inquired whether he wished for one of the most pivotal members of his intended council to be sent to the Netherlands, only to be handed over to Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands and subsequently sold to the Allies. Frankly, Joy harbored deep-seated distrust for those Americans and British. Wilhelm II gulped down his tea, emitting a satisfied sound as he reclined on the sofa. The road was broad, allowing the carriage to glide smoothly. He turned to Joy, pressing his right hand against his slightly aching left arm. "I trust Wilhelmina as I trust my wife, Augusta. We have exchanged numerous letters, so I understand her character well." "And what is that character?" Joy inquired. "Resolute and unwavering. Once Wilhelmina commits to something, she sees it through. Truly, I have never encountered a woman of such strength. Perhaps she ought to be the emperor of the German Empire." Wilhelm II shrugged. Now, not as emperor, he had become remarkably affable. Wilhelmina, as the Queen of the Netherlands, had a distant familial connection to Wilhelm II. She was still quite young. "Your left arm seems to be in pain." Joy furrowed his brow, steering the conversation away from politics and the interconnections of European royalty to express concern for Wilhelm II's well-being. The living embodiment of Wilhelm II before him appeared more suited to be a guardian shrouded in darkness, a shadow emperor. He retrieved Daniel from his pocket, placing him upon the small table. The carriage rolled smoothly, and as Daniel settled on the surface, he bowed to Wilhelm II. "This is the supernatural entity you brought from Blankenfeld." Wilhelm II straightened his posture. As an emperor, he had the capacity to perceive nearly everything in the mortal realm. At this moment, however, his gaze turned towards those things that might not exist. "My army discovered him in the suburbs of Berlin. He is our third documented supernatural entity, designated by the third letter of the Greek alphabet. You may call me Daniel, Your Majesty." Daniel bowed once more, then turned his attention to Joy, who nodded slightly in response. The stone-like palm opened, gathering a gray luminescence. In but a fleeting second, a small glass vial materialized in his hand, akin to a test tube. Within it lay less than 100 milliliters of a viscous golden liquid, interspersed with sparse golden crystalline powders that floated gracefully. Beautiful, enticing. The reflection of this splendid golden glow shimmered in Wilhelm II's eyes as he leaned forward slightly for a clearer view. Joy cleared his throat, a smile gracing his lips as he softly spoke. "This is a strengthening elixir. You may regard it as a divine substance that enhances the body, repairs lost limbs, and extends life. Its sole side effect is the necessity for prolonged consumption to ensure metabolic stability. In other words, this substance can heal my left hand. So this is your condition, is it not?" Wilhelm II cradled the strengthening elixir in his palm. Joy had demonstrated his abilities to him the previous day in the valley, convincing this last emperor of the veracity of his words. To torment a mortal, a deity need not conspire. Joy is a god. He raised his gaze towards the young man beside him. "What is its name?" "Divine Grace." Joy's lips curled upward. "Indeed, it is Divine Grace." Ares had invested considerable effort in enabling Dr. Juan to develop such a flawless elixir. Originally intended to enhance the faithful, it was intercepted by Joy. "Listen to me, Your Majesty, It would be prudent to secure it until you can consume it in the presence of Queen Wilhelmina, for this elixir consumes a substantial amount of energy, and our provisions are limited. Suddenly, Wilhelm II inquired, "So, what should this council be called? Who are its members?" He posed the question he had wished to ask since yesterday. "As of now, only you. However, I have another highly suitable member, an immensely powerful queen. As for the council's name, to be honest, I have yet to consider that." Joy turned back with a smile. The queen he referred to was Hippolyta. "You are indeed an incompetent president. Perhaps we should brainstorm collectively." Chapter 42, A Letter from Daxam, soon to enter Dutch territory. Joy tucked Daniel into his pocket, glanced at the carriage where Diana and Echidna resided, and then vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Emperor Wilhelm II drew back the curtain. A soldier was about to report what he had witnessed, but His Majesty raised his right hand, signaling him to remain silent. Mr. Osterman had gone to attend to his own affairs. There was no need to concern ourselves with him. We must hasten to the Netherlands, where Queen Wilhelmina has prepared a banquet for us. Wilhelm II once again assumed the demeanor of a formidable monarch, his left hand resting on a long sword as he mounted his steed. Indeed, one might assert that Wilhelm II was perhaps the most knowledgeable ruler in all of Europe regarding equestrianism. Simultaneously, Joy appeared atop the valley, gracefully landing before the newcomer. It was Kevin Lehman of the Daxam people, who had suddenly emerged in the path of Joy and his companions, seemingly awaiting Joy's arrival. "Why must you insist on wearing capes? What protective function could they possibly serve?" Joy inquired softly, his brow furrowed. This time, it seemed that the Daxam had sent only him. Lehman maintained a polite smile, stepping aside slightly to allow Joy a clear view of the interior of the landing craft, and replied, "Without capes, we would merely become grotesque figures clad in skin-tight attire." That certainly held a grain of truth. One could imagine a group of muscular giants, akin to Dwayne Johnson, parading through the streets of London or Berlin in their super-tight outfits, flaunting their chiseled chests and bulging biceps. Admittedly, the imagery was rather too vivid. Our planet, Daxam, had suffered a catastrophic blow from the non-periodic movements of its star, forcing us to seal off our entire nation. However, this was never intended to be a long-term solution. Shaking his head slightly, Lehman explained his purpose for being here. "For this reason, we are preparing to petition the legitimate unified government of Earth for a parcel of land on which to survive and procreate." Scratching the back of his head, he continued, "A legitimate unified government? Given that the Great War is still ongoing, it is evident that such a thing cannot possibly exist." Joy smirked and retorted, "Then why seek me out? I am not a political figure. I am merely a solitary wanderer traversing the world." A solitary wanderer, indeed. Though Lehman maintained a composed exterior, he pondered how such a person could exist, fully aware of the formidable power embodied in this young man. Without delving into further details, even this strength would be sufficient to overthrow the ancient feudal rule within Daxam. With an awkward smile, Lehman touched the tip of his nose and said, "Precisely because, at present, there is not a single government on your Earth capable of representing an entire civilization. Our great emperor has once again entrusted me with the task of locating you, the esteemed Mr. Joy Hall. This is the letter he has asked me to deliver to you. To the Honorable Mr. Joy Hall, with utmost respect. Having traversed light years across the cosmos to reach Earth, I must confront a most lamentable reality. Daxam is beyond salvation, on the brink of demise. Consequently, we are compelled to seek the assistance of the esteemed inhabitants of this magnificent planet, hoping to secure a modest expanse of land sufficient for the sustenance of my people. However, after an interminable wait of 5 years, 3 months, and 16 days, we have yet to encounter a government capable of aligning with our needs. Thus, I am obliged to extend an invitation to Mr. Joy Osterman, representing the people of Daxam, to convene aboard our mothership to discuss pertinent matters. Yours faithfully, Kurgant, the Sovereign Emperor of Daxam." The envelope of this missive is crafted from a peculiar metallic substance, thin yet resilient, exhibiting remarkable malleability. The letter itself bears no distinction from the paper found on Earth, comprising 4 sheets inscribed in English, Classical Latin, German, and Chinese characters. Joy likely comprehends its implications. Should this correspondence prove authentic, it is highly probable that the so-called Emperor Kurgant has irrevocably severed ties with his home planet. Daxam may indeed be lost. Should they wish, they could have resorted to forceful colonization of Earth. After all, even the armies under Kaiser Wilhelm II would be armed with weaponry far inferior to that of the 21st century. Yet, they have chosen the path of peaceful negotiation for their immigration endeavors. This, perhaps, elucidates Joy's position. Kurgan dares not take such a risk. The Emperor, seasoned by years of warfare, ultimately opts for capitulation. Of course, this could also be a cunning ruse. Folding the letter, Joy turned towards the valley's edge. Observing the retreating procession, Diana and Echidna had crossed into Dutch territory, while additional troops arrived at the border under Wilhelmina's directive to safeguard the last emperor of the German Empire. As Wilhelm II remarked, "She is indeed a person of her word." A chill wind brushed past. Joy pondered, for he had always harbored distrust towards the Daxamites, sensing an insidious plot brewing, one capable of annihilating humanity. Yet, evidence eluded him. Perhaps this moment presents an opportunity. If they genuinely seek negotiation for the continuation of civilization, Joy may acquiesce. Moreover, he would be willing to engage in discussions with various governments on their behalf. However, should Kurgan dare to employ his deceitful tactics, Joy would not shy away from welcoming war. The body of a king is no more steadfast than that of a commoner. When shall we depart? Having made his decision, Joy inquired, "I have nothing left to prepare." "If you are willing, Mr. Hall," Lehman smiled. "I mean, we can proceed now." He seemed to recall something and quietly reminded, "There is one matter you might need to consider, sir. You must don the attire we have provided for you, or utilize our garments once aboard the spacecraft, as the temperature within the vessel can reach exceedingly high levels, and the intense airflow will shred any terrestrial fabrics." Chapter 43. Conspiracy indeed, as Lehman had indicated. The temperature within the landing craft could soar to 200 degrees Celsius, and during the ascent phase, it would generate a remarkably powerful airflow. Truly, a civilization that has embraced militarization at its core. Even the landing craft is crafted with such robustness, seemingly without regard for the comfort of its pilots or passengers. Have you ever contemplated installing an air conditioning unit in this spacecraft? It is fortunate for me. Had it been someone else, they might have had to shed their undergarments. Joy secured his safety belt and settled into the cabin, surrounded by instruments he had never encountered before. Yet, the heat was indeed oppressive. As Lehman operated the controls, the viewport transformed into a virtual display, showcasing the current model of the Concorde's Mark I tank. Its silhouette was diamond-shaped, featuring rigid suspension and prominent turret mounts on either side of its chassis, with tracks looping over the vehicle's body and a pair of steering wheels extending at the rear. It was undeniably cumbersome, yet this tank had made a significant mark during the Battle of the Somme, heralding the dawn of mechanized warfare to the world. This also signified that warfare within Earth's confines would grow increasingly brutal. Joy had encountered such vehicles on the battlefield time and again, rivaling the speed of tractors. This was the pinnacle of mechanized warfare machines emerging in large-scale conflicts on your planet, what you refer to as a tank. Clearing his throat, Lehman took a seat opposite Joy, explaining that this warship was fully automated, requiring minimal operation. A tank is a rigid instrument of combat, designed solely for war, much like the vessel we are now aboard. Who would think to install air conditioning in a tank? Upon finishing, Lehman raised his gaze to Joy, his eyes reflecting a unique expression. Joy mumbled in agreement, "That is indeed true." Then, silence enveloped the cabin. He could hear the sound of intense electrical currents. Yet Lehman showed no reaction. It seemed this was quite normal. After all, these were advancements that surpassed Earth by several centuries, and it was only natural for Joy to feel perplexed. He stretched languidly, leaning against the cushion, regardless of how advanced their civilization was. Their interstellar warships were not designed for speed, as the resistance in a planetary environment is vastly different from that in a vacuum. The scenery outside the viewport gradually transitioned from brightness to dimness. It appeared they had traversed beyond the Earth-Moon system. The farthest Joy had ever journeyed was merely to the surface of the moon. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he could not discern the location of the mother ship. What could this mean? Even on Earth, Joy could faintly discern the colossal black warship standing imposingly in the void. It had now departed the lunar system. Yet the shadow of the mothership remained elusive. Furthermore, it seemed as though the very stars had vanished, leaving behind an absence of light. Nothingness. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Joy found himself before Lehman, finally grasping the reality that the figure before him appeared to be an incorporeal entity. But how could this be? Just moments ago, he had distinctly touched Lehman. The latter's figure abruptly materialized nearby, a smile gracing his countenance. "This vessel functions as a spatial transmission device, Mr. Hall. What is your intention?" "Nothing of consequence, merely to see you off," Lehman replied. "The entire ship's system, in conjunction with the transmission apparatus embedded within your attire, allows for this transfer. And it is a one-way ticket." No wonder Lehman had specifically reminded him to don this garment before boarding. Cursing under his breath, Joy felt like a fool, utterly naive. He placed a hand on his forehead, nearing a realization of the Daxamite's plan. "What would transpire if I were to destroy this ship? Would I return to Earth?" "You would be ensnared in spatial turbulence," he understood. Joy endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, feeling a surge of frustration with nowhere to direct it. Lehman's virtual projection rose, a smirk of triumph upon his face as he approached Joy. It appears, Mr. Hall, that you must bid farewell to Earth. How did you conceive such a notion? It does not require great intellect, does it? The illustrious Emperor Kurgan merely employed the wisdom of the tiniest strand from his 3,600 leg hairs to devise this plan. Lehman spoke with a flourish, seemingly relishing Joy's predicament. I must concede, your might exceeds our expectations immensely. Indeed, you alone could obliterate our entire fleet. But now, you remain helpless aboard the shuttle. Who says I am powerless? Joy scoffed at the assertion, promptly demonstrating his freedom of movement with a series of exercises. But you, Baron Lehman, and your so-called Great Emperor, when I return, I will reduce you to mere wretches. In truth, Joy could never commit such cruel and inhumane acts. But who wouldn't boast in such circumstances? Besides, as long as the place of exile was a planet, Joy believed he would inevitably find a way back to Earth. By the time you return, Earth will no longer be Earth, sir. Wishing you a pleasant journey. With that, Lehman's virtual projection flickered and vanished entirely from the ship. From the farthest cabin, the entire vessel ceased its internal illumination and life support systems, redirecting all energy to other functions. For instance, a spatial device, or perhaps an engine. Approaching the porthole, he gazed outward into a realm of utter darkness, an expanse devoid of anything, save for an abyssal blackness that penetrated to the very core. At this moment, Joy felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How had he overlooked this crucial aspect? Ultimately, it stemmed from his ingrained earthling mindset, failing to fathom the sheer depravity of the Dark Semites. This, perhaps, encapsulates the helplessness of a lower technological civilization confronting a superior one, utterly ignorant of the high-tech marvels that remain perpetually out of reach. So much so that Joy had not even considered such a possibility. He suddenly smacked the back of his head in frustration. Chapter 44. The Lost Planet. He had likely never envisioned himself arriving on such a desolate planet, which also explained why he had not packed a plethora of ingredients and seasonings. However, Daniel should possess some provisions within him. Amidst a series of swaying vibrations and the frantic blinking of warning lights, Joy braced himself, convinced he was about to be cast into the chaotic currents of space. Yet, in an instant, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The lighting system flickered back to life. The cooling system activated, causing the temperature to plummet and eventually stabilize around 20 degrees. The life support system also re-engaged, though the cabin's oxygen levels were markedly higher than those found on Earth. Through the porthole, he beheld a world of stark desolation. Daniel emerged from his pocket, pressing his face against the porthole, squishing it into a pancake shape, his eyes wide with wonder. He exhaled, releasing a breath that fogged the glass-like surface, then wiped it away with his right hand. His voice, tinged with a whimper, echoed, "I don't want to be with Joy." Joy extended a finger and playfully flicked Daniel's head, producing a crisp sound. Daniel was an elemental being. He could not perish. With a thud, Daniel landed on the metallic floor and, seeking affection, wrapped around Joy's ankle, rubbing his head against Joy's pant leg, adorned with a no parking sign. Joy, pursing his lips, resolved to disembark the spacecraft for a closer inspection. He was uncertain of their location, yet it seemed unlikely that life could thrive here. After all, this stark planet lacked an atmosphere, with the sky directly revealing a myriad of stars, devoid of any stellar illumination. It was not entirely a case of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face, but the dimness held an almost dreamlike quality. Thus, how should I open this contraption? Joy approached the portal, observing the vessel's structure. However, upon analyzing it down to the atomic level, he discerned nothing more than an exceptionally smooth expanse of metal, indicating that the ship's primary constituents were quarks. Joy certainly possessed the capability to dismantle the device. Yet, should he step outside and be unable to find a means of returning to Earth in a timely manner, he would be resigned to an extended stay on this desolate planet. Even without sustenance or breath, Joy remained impervious to demise. Such a battleship, imbued with the technologies of an advanced civilization, ought to harbor some form of artificial intelligence. Clearing his throat, Joy inquired, "Artificial intelligence?" A sound akin to gas escaping followed. Soon, a virtual projection materialized before him, revealing a petite, blonde, blue-eyed girl clad in a bunny girl costume. 0528 at your service. The virtual figure bounced playfully. A slight twitch at the corner of Joy's mouth betrayed his amusement. The aesthetic sensibilities of the Daxam people were rather akin to those of Earthlings. "Can you return me home?" Joy attempted to exploit the situation. However, 0528 shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying energetically, and she stuck out her tongue. The remaining energy of this vessel is merely 25%, insufficient for another spatial jump. In essence, an energy source is required, Joy pondered. As a shipboard AI, were you imbued with any specific programming upon your creation? The virtual girl covered her face with her hands. How rude. I am not an artificial intelligence. Joy cast a dubious glance her way. Not an artificial intelligence? He reiterated. That cannot be. Surely the Daxiders haven't hidden a beautiful girl here. Besides, what purpose would hiding a beauty serve? To alleviate my solitary plight and ensure the continuation of civilization? Yet, marrying a close relative is forbidden, leading to a plethora of genetic disorders. Ugh, how beastly of me. The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, the Daxam's logistical services have been compromised. Maintenance personnel, codename 0528. Sir, may I inquire what your current needs are? Goodness, you truly are not an artificial intelligence. Joy rubbed his forehead. Open the door, but do not secure it too tightly. I shall need to return shortly. Certainly, please hold on. A gentle smile graced 0528's face. Simultaneously, a small device resembling an earphone appeared before Joy. A portable life support helmet, which not only allows communication with me, but also provides air. Joy picked it up and placed it on his ear. Very well, thank you. Then, the air within the cabin rapidly dissipated, achieving a vacuum environment akin to that of the outside world. Honestly, I fail to comprehend, given the advanced nature of this technology. Why resort to such a loud gear pump to open the door? Is it merely for show? Joy grumbled inwardly as he stepped outside. This planet surprisingly retained a vestige of thin air, as sparse as that atop Mount Everest. Thus, the pressing question arose. Where exactly was he? Joy scratched the back of his head. The girl's voice persisted. According to the star chart data, this is the lost planet Lyot, located at least several 100,000 light-years from Daxam. Joy gently caressed Daniel's head with his fingers. He could still rely on this small entity to return to Earth. Daniel's teleportation ability was nearly unfathomable. As long as streets existed on Earth, he could execute bidirectional teleportation from any location. However, traversing such vast distances and spaces posed a significant danger to Daniel, particularly given that his energy reserves were only sufficient for teleportation within the confines of Earth. Daniel had two methods to replenish his energy. One was through consumption, and the other was by directly absorbing energy into his being. Many energy entities could be consumed as sustenance, which was also why Joy maintained a semblance of calm. Nonetheless, numerous questions lingered. If the Daxamites' conspiracy aimed to expel him from Earth, why would they leave behind a transmission device capable of directly contacting a native Daxamite girl aboard the ship? Or why not simply trigger a self-destruction of the ship during its spatial leap? Such a strategy would clearly be far more direct and effective than sending Joy to such a desolate planet. What did this imply? Were the Daxamites not entirely unified? Or was there a deeper, more intricate conspiracy at play? 0528. How is the situation on the home planet? Joy carefully considered his language and vocabulary. Having been away for an extended period, he knew almost nothing about the current state of Daxam, having encountered only 3 Daxamites, 2 of whom he did not even know by name. The information revealed by Kevin Raymond was scant. He was only aware of the Emperor's name. Since the destruction of Krypton, they had completely sealed the starport, with the princes leading their followers across the world in search of new habitats. 0528's voice was somewhat melancholic. However, Joy caught a crucial keyword: destruction of Krypton. What did it signify? Was there a connection between Daxam and Krypton, or was there something else? Chapter 45. Alien Assertiveness. Joy speculated that 0528 was unaware of her true identity, perhaps believing she belonged to an expeditionary fleet. There existed a disparity of information. He could glean much about Daxam from this girl. It had indeed been far too long since he left his homeland, trailing after the illustrious Majesty Kurgant. Joy cautiously sought his words, uncertain of the current tumultuous state of affairs. The girl opposite him remained silent for a moment before speaking. The ruling king has implemented a series of measures to delay the destruction of our planet. However, many have still been abandoned. Daxam teeters on the brink of annihilation, likely mirroring the plight of Krypton. And it is quite possible that both planets reside within the same galaxy. Many individuals have been forsaken. The elite of Daxam lack the capacity to rescue all their people, resulting in the abandonment of the grassroots and ordinary citizens. However, the extent of 0528's interference with information remains unclear. Does she possess knowledge that is universally acknowledged or that only a select few are privy to? Are the common Daxamites aware of their abandonment? All in the name of greater interests? Joy, adopting the tone of Kevin Raymond, inquired, "You must have witnessed much while standing beside His Majesty, have you not?" Has His Majesty found a suitable homeland? A homeland? Indeed, Earth, came the response. Are the Daxamites not contemplating claims over Earth? Joy replied, yes, we have found it. And I believe we will soon bring our compatriots here. Enough, sir. Please refrain from divulging His Majesty's plans. 0528 interjected sternly. It was evident that the individual claiming the title of Emperor Kurgand held considerable esteem in Daxam. And what a Krypton! Is it faring well? Joy suddenly asked. This was likely one of the rare opportunities to inquire about Superman's home planet, and upon reflection, 0528 would realize that those connected to her were not compatriots. Thus, Joy seized the moment before the girl could react or any potential eavesdropper could interrupt the conversation, seeking more valuable information. While he could not directly inquire about the weaknesses of the Daxamites, Krypton posed no risk, and a casual question would be harmless. You have been gone for quite some time. Perhaps you have only just awakened from slumber? 0528 stated. Krypton has long been obliterated. Its remnants now linger in our planet's orbital path, perpetually threatening its safety. Though Krypton has perished, a small number of its survivors currently reside in Daxam. Recently, these individuals attempted to establish a temporary nomadic government, but were thwarted by the regent's legislative measures. Then, a harsh system notification interrupted. Detected illegal intruder. Connection terminated. Joy paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. Indeed, they had been discovered. Nevertheless, he had gleaned information about Krypton. It was confirmed that these two planets belonged to the same stellar system. Regrettably, he still lacked knowledge of the Daxamites' vulnerabilities. Could it be that they too were susceptible to kryptonite? Daniel perched on his left shoulder, and the two stood at the threshold of the spaceship, gazing into the distant desolation. Suddenly, a surge of energy seemed to rise from his core, and Joy spread his arms wide, welcoming the endless expanse of the cosmos. Below lay a precipice descending thousands of meters. The Earth exhibited a muted hue, stretching from beneath their feet to the far-off horizon, an endless expanse of plains. Above the plains, there exist several colossal meteorite craters. With Joy's keen eyesight, he was astonished to observe that the edges of these craters were adorned with a type of moss or lichen, exhibiting a deep, inky green hue. Gazing to either side, the towering cliffs extended endlessly, the mountains rising majestically as if serpents and dragons were entwined in a tumultuous dance. The sky, shrouded in a somber darkness akin to a night veil, was densely sprinkled with stars, appearing so close that one might reach out and pluck them, dazzling in their proximity. Desolate, tumultuous, grandiose, this forsaken planet, Lyad, orbited not a sun nor did it possess any satellites. In this fragmented galaxy, Way stood resolutely. Occasionally, one could even glimpse fragments of planets drifting through the void of space, remnants lost to the annals of time. This place was indeed barren. Daniel could not help but exclaim in awe. Joy shrugged nonchalantly. He leapt down. The gravitational acceleration here was slightly greater than that of Earth, as Joy descended. Propelled by his leap and the force of his feet against the ground, the thin air surrounding him ignited into flames. Boom! Upon landing, the tremendous impact fractured the ground, causing the towering cliffs behind him to tremble. Caw-caw! A multitude of peculiar creatures, resembling bats yet akin to dark crows, erupted from the myriad caverns dotting the cliffs. These beings sported sharp talons, with wingspans reaching 2 meters. One or two were manageable, but as they took flight, they swarmed in their thousands, blotting out the starlit sky. Joy's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. What on earth were these? He had heard no sound from above moments ago. Yet this planet was home to such advanced multicellular life forms. Watching these flying creatures circle above, their crimson eyes glimmered like newly ignited stars. They fixed their gaze upon the intruder, disturbing their tranquil slumber. Joy. The sound of their wings flapping was alarmingly deafening, reminiscent of being thrust into a wind tunnel designed to test aircraft performance. A foul stench enveloped the air. These creatures converged and dispersed in the sky, ultimately coalescing into a torrent resembling a tornado, hurtling towards the ground. What to do? What to do? Daniel was in a frenzy, his expression a vivid tableau of panic. What else could be done? Joy rolled his eyes, stepping forward. I'll see if I can eliminate them. With a flick of his hand, he shattered several of the approaching bat-like creatures. Then, he sought to harness the elements around him. Rumble! A powerful bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Indeed, he could manipulate the natural elements surrounding him. That was a relief. Joy then stomped his right foot firmly against the ground, directing his palm downwards towards the vast expanse of the plain. Boom! The indomitable flames surged forth at the moment the palm struck down. An embodiment of terror. Rising from below, it resembled a colossal beast gaping with a bloodied maw. enveloping the descending swarm of aerial creatures that had yet to alter their course. In an instant, the acrid stench of charred protein assailed the senses. The residual force cascaded onto the plain, and a vast chasm spread forth, with crimson magma churning at its base. Joy raised an eyebrow, reflecting on his fortune that it was not upon Earth. He had never anticipated his ability to wield the elements of nature to such an extraordinary extent.